Chapter 14 of Wives and Daughters. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 14. Molly finds herself patronized. The wedding went off much as such affairs do. Lord Cumnor and Lady Harriet drove over from the Towers, so the hour for the ceremony was as late as possible. Lord Cumnor came in order to officiate as the bride's father, and was in more open glee than either bride or bridegroom, or any one else. Lady Harriet came as a sort of amateur bridesmaid, to "share Molly's duties," as she called it. They went from the manor house in 2 carriages to the church in the park, Mr. Preston and Mr. Gibson in one, and Molly, to her dismay, shut up with Lord Cumnor and Lady Harriet in the other. Lady Harriet's gown of white muslin had seen 1 or 2 garden parties, and was not in the freshest order. It had been rather a freak of the young ladies at the last moment. She was very merry, and very much inclined to talk to Molly, by way of finding out what sort of a little personage Clare was to have for her future daughter. She began, "We mustn't crush this pretty muslin dress of yours. Put it over papa's knee, he doesn't mind it in the least."
"What, my dear, a white dress? No, to be sure not. I rather like it. Besides, going to a wedding, who minds anything? It would be different if we were going to a funeral."
Molly conscientiously strove to find out the meaning of this speech, but before she had done so, Lady Harriet spoke again, going to the point, as she always piqued herself on doing. "I dare say it's something of a trial to you, this second marriage of your father's, but you'll find Clare the most amiable of women. She always let me have my own way, and I've no doubt she'll let you have yours." "I mean to try and like her," said Molly in a low voice, striving hard to keep down the tears that would keep rising to her eyes this morning. "I have seen very little of her yet."
"Why, it's the very best thing for you that could have happened, my dear," said Lord Cumnor. "You're growing up into a young lady, and a very pretty young lady too, if you'll allow an old man to say so. And what so proper as your father's wife to bring you out, and show you off, and take you to balls, and that kind of thing. I always said this match that is going to come off to-day was the most suitable thing I ever knew, and it's even a better thing for you than for the people themselves."
"Poor child!" said Lady Harriet, who had caught a sight of Molly's troubled face. "The thought of balls is too much for her just now. But you'll like having Cynthia Kirkpatrick for a companion, shan't you, dear?" "Very much," said Molly, cheering up a little. "Do you know her?" "Oh, I've seen her over and over again when she was a little girl, and once or twice since. She's the prettiest creature that you ever saw, and with eyes that mean mischief, if I'm not much mistaken. But Clare kept her spirit under pretty well when she was staying with us, afraid of her being troublesome, I fancy." Before Molly could shape her next question, they were at the church, and she and Lady Harriet went into a pew near the door to wait for the bride, in whose train they were to proceed to the altar. The Earl drove on alone to fetch her from her own house, not a quarter of a mile distant. It was pleasant to her to be led to the hymeneal altar by a belted Earl, and pleasant to have his daughter as a volunteer bridesmaid. Mrs. Kirkpatrick, in this flush of small gratifications, and on the brink of matrimony with a man whom she liked, and who would be bound to support her without any exertion of her own, looked beamingly happy and handsome. A little cloud came over her face at the sight of Mr. Preston. The sweet perpetuity of her smile was rather disturbed as he followed in Mr. Gibson's wake. But his face never changed, he bowed to her gravely, and then seemed absorbed in the service. 10 minutes, and all was over. The bride and bridegroom were driving together to the manor house, Mr. Preston was walking thither by a short cut, and Molly was again in the carriage with my lord, rubbing his hands and chuckling, and Lady Harriet, trying to be kind and consolatory, when her silence would have been the best comfort. Molly found out to her dismay that the plan was for her to return with Lord Cumnor and Lady Harriet when they went back to the Towers in the evening. In the meantime, Lord Cumnor had business to do with Mr. Preston, and after the happy couple had driven off on their week's holiday tour, she was to be left alone with the formidable Lady Harriet. When they were by themselves, after all the others had been thus disposed of, Lady Harriet sat still over the drawing-room fire, holding a screen between it and her face, but gazing intently at Molly for a minute or two. Molly was fully conscious of this prolonged look, and was trying to get up her courage to return the stare, when Lady Harriet suddenly said, "I like you. You are a wild little creature, and I want to tame you. Come here and sit on this stool by me. What is your name? Or what do they call you, as North Country people would express it?" "Molly Gibson. My real name is Mary." "Molly is a nice, soft-sounding name. People in the last century weren't afraid of homely names. Now we are all so smart and fine. No more Lady Bettys now. I almost wonder they haven't rechristened all the worsted and knitting cotton that bears her name. Fancy Lady Constantia's cotton, or Lady Anna Maria's worsted." "I didn't know there was a Lady Betty's cotton," said Molly. "That proves you don't do fancy work. You'll find Clare will set you to it, though. She used to set me at piece after piece, knights kneeling to ladies, impossible flowers. But I must do her the justice to add that when I got tired of them she finished them herself. I wonder how you'll get on together." "So do I," sighed out Molly under her breath. "I used to think I managed her, till one day an uncomfortable suspicion arose that all the time she had been managing me. Still, it's easy work to let oneself be managed, at any rate till one wakens up to the consciousness of the process, and then it may become amusing, if one takes it in that light." "I should hate to be managed," said Molly indignantly. "I'll try and do what she wishes for papa's sake, if she'll only tell me outright, but I should dislike to be trapped into anything." "Now I," said Lady Harriet, "am too lazy to avoid traps, and I rather like to remark the cleverness with which they're set. But then, of course, I know that if I choose to exert myself, I can break through the withes of green flax with which they try to bind me. Now, perhaps, you won't be able." "I don't quite understand what you mean," said Molly. "Oh, well, never mind. I dare say it's as well for you that you shouldn't. The moral of all I have been saying is, be a good girl, and suffer yourself to be led, and you'll find your new stepmother the sweetest creature imaginable. You'll get on capitally with her, I make no doubt. How you'll get on with her daughter is another affair, but I dare say very well. Now we'll ring for tea, for I suppose that heavy breakfast is to stand for our lunch." Mr. Preston came into the room just at this time, and Molly was a little surprised at Lady Harriet's cool manner of dismissing him, remembering as she did how Mr. Preston had implied his intimacy with her ladyship the evening before at dinner-time. "I cannot bear that sort of person," said Lady Harriet, almost before he was out of hearing. "Giving himself airs of gallantry towards one to whom his simple respect is all his duty. I can talk to one of my father's labourers with pleasure, or with a man like that, underbred fop, I am all over thorns and nettles. What is it the Irish call that style of creature? They've some capital word for it, I know. What is it?" "I don't know. I never heard it," said Molly, a little ashamed of her ignorance. "Oh, that shows you've never read Miss Edgeworth's tales, now have you? If you had, you'd have recollected that there was such a word, even if you didn't remember what it was. If you've never read those stories, they'd be just the thing to beguile your solitude, vastly improving and moral, and yet quite sufficiently interesting. I'll lend them to you while you're all alone." "I'm not alone. I'm not at home, but on a visit to Miss Brownings." "Then I'll bring them to you. I know the Miss Brownings. They used to come regularly on the school day to the Towers. Pecksy and Flapsy, I used to call them. I like the Miss Brownings. One gets enough of respect from them, at any rate, and I've always wanted to see the kind of menage of such people. I'll bring you a whole pile of Miss Edgeworth's stories, my dear." Molly sat quite silent for a minute or two. Then she mustered up courage to speak out what was in her mind. "Your ladyship," the title was the first fruits of the lesson, as Molly took it, on paying due respect, "your ladyship keeps speaking of the class of people to which I belong, as if it was a kind of strange animal you were talking about. Yet you talk so openly to me that—" "Well, go on. I like to hear you." Still silence. "You think me in your heart a little impertinent, now don't you?" said Lady Harriet, almost kindly. Molly held her peace for 2 or 3 moments. Then she lifted her beautiful, honest eyes to Lady Harriet's face, and said, "Yes, a little. But I think you a great many other things." "We'll leave the other things for the present. Don't you see, little one, I talk after my kind, just as you talk after your kind. It's only on the surface with both of us. Why, I dare say some of your good Hollingford ladies talk of the poor people in a manner which they would consider as impertinent in their turn, if they could hear it. But I ought to be more considerate when I remember how often my blood is boiled at the modes of speech and behaviour of one of my aunts, mamma's sister, no, I won't name names. Any one who earns his livelihood by any exercise of head or hands, from professional people and rich merchants down to labourers, she calls persons. She would never in her most slip-slop talk accord them even the conventional title of gentleman, and in the way in which she takes possession of human beings, my woman, my people. But after all, it is only a way of speaking. I ought not to have used it to you, but somehow I separate you from all these Hollingford people. But why? Persevered Molly. I'm one of them. Yes, you are. But now don't reprove me again for impertinence. Most of them are so unnatural in their exaggerated respect and admiration when they come up to the Towers, and put on so much pretence by way of fine manners, that they only make themselves objects of ridicule. You, at least, are simple and truthful, and that's why I separate you in my own mind from them, and have talked unconsciously to you as I would— well, now here's another piece of impertinence— as I would to my equal, in rank, I mean, for I don't set myself up in solid things as any better than my neighbours. Here's tea, however, come in time to stop me from growing too humble. It was a very pleasant little tea in the fading September twilight. Just as it was ended, in came Mr. Preston again. Lady Harriet, will you allow me the pleasure of showing you some alterations I have made in the flower garden, in which I have tried to consult your taste, before it grows dark? Thank you, Mr. Preston. I will ride over with papa some day, and we will see if we approve of them. Mr. Preston's brow flushed, but he affected not to perceive Lady Harriet's haughtiness, and turning to Molly, he said, "Will not you come out, Miss Gibson, and see something of the gardens? You haven't been out at all, I think, excepting to church." Molly did not like the idea of going out for a walk with only Mr. Preston, yet she pined for a little fresh air, would have been glad to see the gardens and look at the manor house from different aspects, and besides this, much as she recoiled from Mr. Preston, she felt sorry for him under the repulse he had just received. While she was hesitating and slowly tending towards consent, Lady Harriet spoke. "I cannot spare Miss Gibson. If she would like to see the place, I will bring her over some day myself." When he had left the room, Lady Harriet said, "I dare say it's my own lazy selfishness that has kept you indoors all day against your will. But at any rate you are not to go out walking with that man. I have an instinctive aversion to him. Not entirely instinctive either. It has some foundation, in fact. And I desire you don't allow him ever to get intimate with you. He is a very clever land agent, and does his duty by papa, and I don't choose to be taken up for libel. But remember what I say." Then the carriage came round, and after numberless last words from the Earl, who appeared to have put off every possible direction to the moment when he stood, like an awkward Mercury, balancing himself on the step of the carriage, they drove back to the Towers. "Would you rather come in and dine with us? We should send you home, of course, or go home straight?" asked Lady Harriet of Molly. She and her father had both been sleeping till they drew up at the bottom of the flight of steps. "Tell the truth now and evermore. Truth is generally amusing, if it's nothing else." "I would rather go back to Miss Browning's at once, please," said Molly, with a nightmare-like recollection of the last, the only evening she had spent at the Towers. Lord Cumnor was standing on the steps, waiting to hand his daughter out of the carriage. Lady Harriet stopped to kiss Molly on the forehead, and to say, "I shall come some day soon, and bring you a load of Miss Edgeworth's tales, and make further acquaintance with Pecksy and Flapsy." "No, don't, please," said Molly, taking hold of her, to detain her. "You must not come. Indeed, you must not." "Why not?" "Because I would rather not. Because I think that I ought not to have any one coming to see me who laughs at the friends I am staying with, and calls them names." Molly's heart beat very fast, but she meant every word that she said. "My dear little woman," said Lady Harriet, bending over her and speaking quite gravely, "I'm very sorry to have called them names, very, very sorry to have hurt you. If I promise you to be respectful to them in word and in deed, and in very thought if I can, you'll let me then, won't you?" Molly hesitated. "I'd better go home at once. I shall only say wrong things, and there's Lord Cumnor waiting all this time." Let him alone. He's very well amused hearing all the news of the day from Brown. Then I shall come, under promise. So Molly drove off in solitary grandeur, and Miss Browning's knocker was loosened on its venerable hinges by the never-ending peal of Lord Cumnor's footman. They were full of welcome, full of curiosity. All through the long day they had been missing their bright young visitor, and 3 or 4 times in every hour they had been wondering and settling what everybody was doing at that exact minute. What had become of Molly during all the afternoon had been a great perplexity to them, and they were very much oppressed with a sense of the great honour she had received in being allowed to spend so many hours alone with Lady Harriet. They were indeed more excited by this one fact than by all the details of the wedding, most of which they had known beforehand, and talked over with much perseverance during the day. Molly began to feel as if there was some foundation for Lady Harriet's inclination to ridicule the worship paid by the good people of Hollingford to their liege lord, and to wonder with what tokens of reverence they would receive Lady Harriet if she came to pay her promised visit. She had never thought of concealing the probability of the call until this evening, but now she felt as if it would be better not to speak of the chance, as she was not at all sure that the promise will be fulfilled. Before Lady Harriet's call was paid, Molly received another visit. Roger Hamley came riding over one day with a note from his mother, and a wasp's nest as a present from himself. Molly heard his powerful voice come sounding up the little staircase, and he asked if Miss Gibson was at home from the servant-maid at the door, and she was half amused and half annoyed as she thought how this call of his would give colour to the Miss Brownings' fancies. "I would rather never be married at all," thought she, "than marry an ugly man. And dear good Mr. Roger is really ugly. I don't think one could even call him plain." Yet Miss Brownings, who did not look upon young men as if their natural costume was a helmet and a suit of armour, thought Mr. Roger Hamley a very personable young fellow as he came into the room, his face flushed with exercise, his white teeth showing pleasantly in the courteous bow and smile he gave to all around. He knew the Miss Brownings slightly, and talked pleasantly to them while Molly read Mrs. Hamley's little missive of sympathy and good wishes relating to the wedding. Then he turned to her, and though Miss Brownings listened with all their ears, they could not find out anything remarkable either in the words he said or the tone in which they were spoken. "I've brought you the wasp's nest I promised you, Miss Gibson. There has been no lack of such things this year. We've taken 74 on my father's land alone, and one of the labourers, a poor fellow who ekes out his wages by bee-keeping, has had a sad misfortune. The wasps have turned the bees out of his 7 hives, taken possession, and eaten up the honey." "What greedy little vermin!" said Miss Browning. Molly saw Roger's eyes twinkle at the misapplication of the word, but though he had a strong sense of humour, it never appeared to diminish his respect for the people who amused him. "I am sure they deserve fire and brimstone more than the poor dear innocent bees," said Miss Phoebe. "And then it seems so ungrateful of mankind, who are going to feast on the honey." She sighed over the thought, as if it was too much for her. While Molly finished reading her note, he explained its contents to Miss Browning. "My brother and I are going with my father to an agricultural meeting at Canonbury on Thursday, and my mother desired me to say to you how very much obliged she should be if you would spare her Miss Gibson for the day. She was very anxious to ask for the pleasure of your company too, but she really is so poorly that we persuaded her to be content with Miss Gibson, as she wouldn't scruple leaving a young lady to amuse herself, which she would be very unwilling to do if you and your sister were there." "I am sure she's very kind, very. Nothing would have given us more pleasure," said Miss Browning, drawing herself up in gratified dignity. "Oh yes, we quite understand, Mr. Roger, and we fully recognise Mrs. Hamley's kind intention. We will take the will for the deed, as the common people express it. I believe that there was an intermarriage between the Brownings and the Hamleys a generation or 2 ago." "I dare say there was," said Roger. "My mother is very delicate, and obliged to humour her health, which has made her keep aloof from society." "Then I may go?" said Molly, sparkling with the idea of seeing her dear Mrs. Hamley again, yet afraid of appearing too desirous of leaving her kind old friends. "To be sure, my dear, write a pretty note, and tell Mrs. Hamley how much obliged to her we are for thinking of us." "I'm afraid I can't wait for a note," said Roger. "I must take a message instead, for I have to meet my father at 1 o'clock, and it's close upon it now." When he was gone, Molly felt so light-hearted at the thoughts of Thursday that she could hardly attend to what the Miss Brownings were saying. One was talking about the pretty muslin gown which Molly had sent to the wash only that morning, and contriving how it could be had back again in time for her to wear, and the other, Miss Phoebe, totally inattentive to her sister's speaking for a wonder, was piping out a separate strain of her own, and singing Roger Hamley's praises. "Such a fine-looking young man, and so courteous and affable, like the young men of our youth now, is he not, sister? And yet they all say Mr. Osborne is the handsomest. What do you think, child?" "I have never seen Mr. Osborne," said Molly, blushing and hating herself for doing so. Why was it? She had never seen him, as she said. It was only that her fancy had dwelt on him so much. He was gone. All the gentlemen were gone before the carriage which came to fetch Molly on Thursday reached Hamley Hall. But Molly was almost glad, she was so much afraid of being disappointed. Besides, she had her dear Mrs. Hamley the more to herself, the quiet sit in the morning-room, talking poetry and romance, the midday saunter into the garden, brilliant with autumnal flowers and glittering dewdrops on the gossamer webs that stretched from scarlet to blue, and thence to purple and yellow petals. As they were sitting at lunch, a strange man's voice and step were heard in the hall. The door was opened, and a young man came in, who could be no other than Osborne. He was beautiful and languid-looking, almost as frail in appearance as his mother, whom he strongly resembled. This seeming delicacy made him appear older than he was. He was dressed to perfection, and yet with easy carelessness. He came up to his mother and stood by her, holding her hand, while his eyes sought Molly, not boldly or impertinently, but as if appraising her critically.
"Yes, I'm back again. Bullocks, I find, are not in my line. I only disappointed my father in not being able to appreciate their merits, and I'm afraid I didn't care to learn. And the smell was insufferable on such a hot day."
"My dear boy, don't make apologies to me, keep them for your father. I'm only too glad to have you back. Miss Gibson, this tall fellow is my son Osborne, as I dare say you have guessed. Osborne, Miss Gibson. Now, what will you have?" He looked round the table as he sat down.
"Nothing here," said he. "Isn't there some cold game pie? I'll ring for that."
Molly was trying to reconcile the ideal with the real. The ideal was agile yet powerful, with Greek features and an eagle eye, capable of enduring long fasting, and indifferent as to what he ate. The real was almost effeminate in movement, though not in figure. He had the Greek features, but his blue eyes had a cold, weary expression in them. He was dainty in eating, and had anything but a Homeric appetite. However, Molly's hero was not to eat more than Ivanhoe when he was Friar Tuck's guest, and after all, with a little alteration, she began to think Mr. Osborne Hamley might turn out a poetical, if not a chivalrous hero. He was extremely attentive to his mother, which pleased Molly, and in return Mrs. Hamley seemed charmed with him to such a degree that Molly once or twice fancied that mother and son would have been happier in her absence. Yet again it struck on the shrewd, if simple girl, that Osborne was mentally squinting at her in the conversation which was directed to his mother. There were little turns and fiorituri of speech which Molly could not help feeling were graceful antics of language not common in the simple daily intercourse between mother and son. But it was flattering rather than otherwise to perceive that a very fine young man, who was a poet to boot, should think it worth while to talk on the tight-rope for her benefit. And before the afternoon was ended, without there having been any direct conversation between Osborne and Molly, she had reinstated him on his throne in her imagination. Indeed, she had almost felt herself disloyal to her dear Mrs. Hamley, when in the first hour after her introduction she had questioned his claims on his mother's idolatry. His beauty came out more and more, as he became animated in some discussion with her, and all his attitudes, if a little studied, were graceful in the extreme. Before Molly left, the squire and Roger returned from Canonbury.
"Osborne here?"
said the squire, red and panting.
"Why the deuce couldn't you tell us you were coming home? I looked about for you everywhere, just as we were going into the ordinary. I wanted to introduce you to Grantley and Fox and Lord Forest, men from the other side of the county, whom you ought to know, and Roger there missed above half his dinner hunting about for you, and all the time you'd stole away and were sitting quietly here with the women. I wish you'd let me know the next time you make off. I've lost half my pleasure in looking at as fine a lot of cattle as I ever saw, with thinking that you might be having one of your old attacks of faintness."
"I should have had one, I think, if I'd stayed longer in that atmosphere. But I am sorry if I've caused you anxiety."
"Well, well," said the squire, somewhat mollified. "And Roger too. There I've been sending him here and sending him there all the afternoon." "I didn't mind it, sir. I was only sorry you were so uneasy. I thought Osborne had gone home, for I knew it wasn't much in his way," said Roger. Molly intercepted a glance between the two brothers, a look of true confidence and love, which suddenly made her like them both under the aspect of relationship, new to her observation. Roger came up to her and sat down by her. "Well, and how are you getting on with Huber? Don't you find him very interesting?" "I'm afraid," said Molly penitently, "I haven't read much. Miss Brownings like me to talk, and besides there is so much to do at home before papa comes back, and Miss Browning doesn't like me to go without her. I know it sounds nothing, but it does take up a great deal of time." "When is your father coming back?" "Next Tuesday, I believe. He cannot stay long away." "I shall ride over and pay my respects to Mrs. Gibson," said he. "I shall come as soon as I may. Your father has been a very kind friend to me ever since I was a boy, and when I come I shall expect my pupil to have been very diligent," he concluded, smiling his kind pleasant smile at idle Molly. Then the carriage came round, and she had the long solitary drive back to Miss Brownings'. It was dark out of doors when she got there, but Miss Phoebe was standing on the stairs with a lighted candle in her hand, peering into the darkness to see Molly come in. "Oh, Molly, I thought you'd never come back. Such a piece of news! Sister has gone to bed. She's had a headache, with the excitement, I think, but she says it's new bread. Come upstairs softly, my dear, and I'll tell you what it is. Who do you think has been here, drinking tea with us two in the most condescending manner?" "Lady Harriet," said Molly, suddenly enlightened by the word condescending. "Yes! Why, how did you guess it? But after all, her call, at any rate in the first instance, was upon you. Oh dear, Molly, if you're not in a hurry to go to bed, let me sit down quietly with you and tell you all about it, for my heart jumps into my mouth still when I think of how I was caught. She, that is her ladyship, left the carriage at the George and took her feet to go shopping, just as you or I may have done many a time in our lives, and sister was taking her 40 winks, and I was sitting with my gown up above my knees, and my feet on the fender, pulling out my grandmother's lace which I'd been washing. The worst has yet to be told. I'd taken off my cap, for I thought it was getting dusk and no one would come, and there was I in my black silk skull-cap, when Nancy put her head in and whispered, 'There's a lady downstairs, a real grand one by her talk,' and in there came my Lady Harriet, so sweet and pretty in her ways, it was some time before I remembered I never had a cap on. Sister never wakened, or never roused up, so to say. She says she thought it was Nancy bringing in the tea when she heard someone moving, for her ladyship, as soon as she saw the state of the case, came and knelt down on the rug by me, and begged my pardon so prettily for having followed Nancy upstairs without waiting for permission, and was so taken by my old lace and wanted to know how I washed it, and where were you, and when you'd be back, and when the happy couple would be back, till sister wakened. She's always a little bit put out, you know, when she first wakens from her afternoon nap, and without turning her head to see who it was, she said, quite sharp, 'Buzz, buzz, buzz, when will you learn that whispering is more fidgeting than talking out loud? I've not been able to sleep at all for the chatter you and Nancy have been keeping up all this time.' You know that was a little fancy of sister's, for she'd been snoring away as naturally as could be. So I went to her and leant over her and said in a low voice, 'Sister, it's her ladyship and me that has been conversing.' Ladyship here, ladyship there, have you lost your wits, Phoebe, that you talk such nonsense, and in your skull-cap too?" By this time she was sitting up, and looking round her she saw Lady Harriet in her velvets and silks, sitting on our rug, smiling, her bonnet off, and her pretty hair all bright with the blaze of the fire. My word, sister was up on her feet directly, and she dropped her curtsy and made her excuses for sleeping as fast as might be, while I went off to put on my best cap, for sister might well say I was out of my wits to go on chatting to an earl's daughter in an old black silk skull-cap, black silk too, when if I'd only known she was coming I might have put on my new brown silk one, lying idle in my top drawer. And when I came back, sister was ordering tea for her ladyship, our tea, I mean, so I took my turn at talk, and sister slipped out to put on her Sunday silk. But I don't think we were quite so much as our ease with her ladyship when I sat pulling my lace in my skull-cap, and she was quite struck with our tea, and asked where we got it, for she had never tasted anything like it before, and I told her we gave only 3 shillings and 4pence a pound for it at Johnson's. Sister says I ought to have told her the price of our company tea, which is 5 shillings a pound, only that was not what we were drinking, for as ill luck would have had it, we've none of it in the house. And she said she would send us some of hers, all the way from Russia, or Prussia,
or some out-of-the-way place, and we were to compare and see what we liked best, and if we liked hers best, she could get it for us at 3 shillings a pound. And she left her love for you, and though she was going away, you were not to forget her. Sister thought such a message would set you up too much, and told me she would not be chargeable for the giving it you. But I said, a message is a message, and it's on Molly's own shoulders if she set up by it. Let us show an example of humility, sister, though we've been sitting cheek by jowl in such company. So sister humphed and said she'd had a headache, and went to bed. And now you may tell me your news, my dear. So Molly told all her small events, which, interesting as they might have been at other times to the gossip-loving and sympathetic Miss Phoebe, were rather pale in the stronger light reflected from the visit of an earl's daughter. Chapter 15. The New Mamma. On Tuesday afternoon Molly returned home, to the home which was already strange, and what Warwickshire people would call unked to her. New paint, new paper, new colours, grim servants dressed in their best, and objecting to every change, from their master's marriage to the new oilcloth in the hall, which tripped him up and threw him down, and was cold to the feet, and smelt just abominable. All these complaints Molly had to listen to, and it was not a cheerful preparation for the reception which she already felt to be so formidable. The sound of their carriage wheels was heard at last, and Molly went to the front door to meet them. Her father got out first, and took her hand and held it while he helped his bride to alight. Then he kissed her fondly, and passed her on to his wife, but her veil was so securely and becomingly fastened down that it was some time before Mrs. Gibson could get her lips clear to greet her new daughter. Then there was luggage to be seen about, and both the travellers were occupied in this, while Molly stood by trembling with excitement, unable to help, and only conscious of Betty's rather cross looks, as heavy box after heavy box jammed up the passage. "Molly, my dear, show your mamma to her room." Mr. Gibson had hesitated because the question of the name by which Molly was to call her new relation had never occurred to him before. The colour flashed into Molly's face. Was she to call her mamma? The name long appropriated in her mind to some one else, to her own dead mother. The rebellious heart rose against it, but she said nothing. She led the way upstairs, Mrs. Gibson turning round from time to time with some fresh direction as to which bag or trunk she needed most. She hardly spoke to Molly till they were both in the newly furnished bedroom, where a small fire had been lighted by Molly's orders. "Now, my love, we can embrace each other in peace. Oh dear, how tired I am!" after the embrace had been accomplished. "My spirits are so easily affected with fatigue, but your dear papa has been kindness itself. Dear, what an old-fashioned bed, and what a— but it doesn't signify. By and by we'll renovate the house, won't we, my dear? And you'll be my little maid to-night, and help me to arrange a few things, for I'm just worn out with the day's journey." "I've ordered a sort of tea-dinner to be ready for you," said Molly. "Shall I go and tell them to send it in?" "I'm not sure if I can go down again to-night. It would be very comfortable to have a little table brought in here, and sit in my dressing-gown by this cheerful fire. But, to be sure, there's your dear papa. I really don't think he would eat anything if I were not there. One must not think about oneself, you know. Yes, I'll come down in a quarter of an hour." But Mr. Gibson had found a note awaiting him, with an immediate summons to an old patient, dangerously ill, and snatching a mouthful of food while his horse was being saddled, he had to resume at once his old habits of attention to his profession above everything. As soon as Mrs. Gibson found that he was not likely to miss her presence, he had eaten a very tolerable lunch of bread and cold meat in solitude, so her fears about his appetite in her absence were not well founded. She desired to have her meal upstairs in her own room, and poor Molly, not daring to tell the servants of this whim, had to carry up first a table, which, however small, was too heavy for her, and afterwards all the choice portions of the meal, which she had taken great pains to arrange on the table, as she had seen such things done at Hamley, intermixed with fruit and flowers that had that morning been sent in from various great houses where Mr. Gibson was respected and valued. How pretty Molly had thought her handiwork an hour or two before! How dreary it seemed, as at last released from Mrs. Gibson's conversation, she sat down in solitude to cold tea and the drumsticks of the chicken. no one to look at her preparations and admire her deft-handedness and taste. She had thought that her father would be gratified by it, and then he had never seen it. She had meant her cares as an offering of good-will to her stepmother, who even now was ringing her bell to have the tray taken away, and Miss Gibson summoned to her bedroom. Molly hastily finished her meal and went upstairs again. "I feel so lonely, darling, in this strange house. Do come and be with me, and help me to unpack. I think your dear papa might have put off his visit to Mr. Craven-Smith for just this one evening." "Mr. Craven-Smith couldn't put off his dying," said Molly bluntly. "You droll girl," said Mrs. Gibson with a faint laugh. "But if this Mr. Smith is dying, as you say, what's the use of your father's going off to him in such a hurry? Does he expect any legacy or anything of that kind?" Molly bit her lips to prevent herself from saying something disagreeable. She only answered, "I don't quite know that he is dying. The man said so, and papa can sometimes do something to make the last struggle easier. At any rate, it's always a comfort to the family to have him." "What a dreary knowledge of death you have learned for a girl of your age! Really, if I had heard all those details of your father's profession, I doubt if I could have brought myself to have him." "He doesn't make the illness or the death. He does his best against them. I call it a very fine thing to think of what he does or tries to do. And you will think so too when you see how he is watched for, and how people welcome him. Well, don't let us talk any more of such gloomy things to-night. I think I shall go to bed at once. I am so tired, if you will only sit by me till I get sleepy, darling. If you will talk to me, the sound of your voice will soon send me off." Molly got a book, and read her stepmother to sleep, preferring that to the harder task of keeping up a continual murmur of speech. Then she stole down and went into the dining-room, where the fire was gone out, purposely neglected by the servants to mark their displeasure at their new mistress's having had her tea in her own room. Molly managed to light it, however, before her father came home, and collected and rearranged some comfortable food for him. Then she knelt down again on the hearth-rug, gazing into the fire in a dreamy reverie, which had enough of sadness about it to cause the tears to drop unnoticed from her eyes. But she jumped up and shook herself into brightness at the sound of her father's step. "How is Mr. Craven-Smith?" said she. "Dead. He just recognized me. He was one of my first patients on coming to Hollingford." Mr. Gibson sat down in the arm-chair made ready for him, and warmed his hands at the fire, seeming neither to need food nor talk, as he went over a train of recollections. Then he roused himself from his sadness, and looking round the room, he said briskly enough, "And where's the new mamma?" "She was tired and went to bed early. Oh, papa, must I call her mamma?" "I should like it," replied he, with a slight contraction of the brows. Molly was silent. She put a cup of tea near him. He stirred it and sipped it, and then he recurred to the subject. "Why shouldn't you call her mamma? I'm sure she means to do the duty of a mother to you. We all may make mistakes, and her ways may not be quite at all once our ways, but at any rate let us start with a family bond between us." What would Roger say was right? That was the question that rose to Molly's mind. She had always spoken of her father's new wife as Mrs. Gibson, and had once burst out at Miss Browning's with a protestation that she would never call her mamma. She did not feel drawn to her new relation by their intercourse that evening. She kept silence, though she knew her father was expecting an answer. At last he gave up his expectation and turned to another subject, told about their journey, questioned her as to the Hamleys, the Brownings, Lady Harriet, and the afternoon they had passed together at the manor-house. But there was a certain hardness and constraint in his manner, and in hers a heaviness and absence of mind. All at once she said, "Papa, I will call her mamma." He took her hand and grasped it tight, but for an instant or two he did not speak. Then he said, "You won't be sorry for it, Molly, when you come to lie as poor Craven-Smith did to-night." For some time the murmurs and grumblings of the two elder servants were confined to Molly's ears, then they spread to her father's, who, to Molly's dismay, made summary work with them. "You don't like Mrs. Gibson's ringing her bell so often, don't you? You've been spoilt, I'm afraid, but if you don't conform to my wife's desires, you'll have the remedy in your own hands, you know." What servant ever resisted the temptation to give warning after such a speech as that? Betty told Molly she was going to leave, in as indifferent a manner as she could possibly assume towards the girl whom she had tended and been about for the last 16 years. Molly had hitherto considered her former nurse as a fixture in the house. She would almost as soon have thought of her father's proposing to sever the relationship between them, and here was Betty coolly talking over whether her next place should be in town or country. But a great deal of this was assumed hardness. In a week or two Betty was in floods of tears at the prospect of leaving her nursling, and would fain have stayed and answered all the bells in the house once every quarter of an hour. Even Mr. Gibson's masculine heart was touched by the sorrow of the old servant, which made itself obvious to him every time he came across her, by her broken voice and her swollen eyes. One day he said to Molly, "I wish you'd ask your mamma if Betty might not stay, if she made a proper apology and all that sort of thing."
"I don't much think it will be of any use," said Molly in a mournful voice. "I know she is writing, or has written, about some under housemaid at the Towers."
"Well, all I want is peace and a decent quantity of cheerfulness when I come home. I see enough of tears at other people's houses. After all, Betty has been with us 16 years, a sort of service of the antique world. But the woman may be happier elsewhere. Do as you like about asking mamma, only if she agrees I shall be quite willing."
So Molly tried her hand at making a request to that effect to Mrs. Gibson. Her instinct told her she would be unsuccessful, but surely favour was never refused in so soft a tone.
"My dear girl, I should never have thought of sending an old servant away, one who has had the charge of you from your birth, or nearly so. I could not have had the heart to do it. She might have stayed for ever for me, if she had only attended to all my wishes, and I am not unreasonable, am I? But you see, she complained, and when your dear papa spoke to her, she gave warning, and it is quite against my principles ever to take an apology from a servant who has given warning." "She is so sorry," pleaded Molly. "She says she will do anything you wish, and attend to all your orders, if she may only stay." "But, sweet one, you seem to forget that I cannot go against my principles, however much I may be sorry for Betty. She should not have given way to ill temper. As I said before, although I never liked her, and consider her a most inefficient servant, thoroughly spoilt by having had no mistress for so long, I should have borne with her, at least I think I should, as long as I could. Now I have all but engaged Maria, who is under housemaid at the Towers, so don't let me hear any more of Betty's sorrow, or anybody else's sorrow, for I'm sure, what with your dear papa's sad stories and other things, I'm getting quite low." Molly was silent for a moment or two. "Have you quite engaged Maria?" asked she. "No, I said all but engaged. Sometimes one would think you did not hear things, Molly," replied Mrs. Gibson petulantly. "Maria is living in a place where they don't give her as much wages as she deserves. Perhaps they can't afford it, poor things. I'm always sorry for poverty, and would never speak hardly of those who are not rich. But I have offered her £2 more than she gets at present, so I think she'll leave. At any rate, if they increase her wages, I shall increase my offer in proportion, so I think I'm sure to get her. Such a genteel girl, always brings in a letter on a salver." "Poor Betty," said Molly softly. "Poor old soul! I hope she'll profit by the lesson, I'm sure," sighed out Mrs. Gibson. "But it's a pity we hadn't Maria before the county families began to call." Mrs. Gibson had been highly gratified by the circumstance of so many calls from county families. Her husband was much respected, and many ladies from various halls, courts, and houses, who had profited by his services towards themselves and their families, thought it right to pay his new wife the attention of a call when they drove into Hollingford to shop. The state of expectation into which these calls threw Mrs. Gibson rather diminished Mr. Gibson's domestic comfort. It was awkward to be carrying hot, savoury-smelling dishes from the kitchen to the dining-room at the very time when high-born ladies, with noses of aristocratic refinement, might be calling. Still more awkward was the accident which happened in consequence of clumsy Betty's haste to open the front door to a lofty footman's rantan, which caused her to set down the basket containing the dirty plates right in his mistress's way, as she stepped gingerly through the comparative darkness of the hall, and then the young men, leaving the dining-room quietly enough, but bursting with long-repressed giggle, or no longer restraining their tendency to practical joking, no matter who might be in the passage when they made their exit. The remedy proposed by Mrs. Gibson for all these distressing grievances was a late dinner. The luncheon for the young men, as she observed to her husband, might be sent into the surgery. A few elegant cold trifles for herself and Molly would not scent the house, and she would always take care to have some little dainty ready for him. He acceded, but unwillingly, for it was an innovation on the habits of a lifetime, and he felt as if he should never be able to arrange his rounds aright with this new-fangled notion of a 6 o'clock dinner.
Don't get any dainties for me, my dear. Bread and cheese is the chief of my diet, like it was that of the old woman's.
I know nothing of your old woman, replied his wife, but really I cannot allow cheese to come beyond the kitchen.
Then I'll eat it there, said he. It's close to the stable-yard, and if I come in a hurry I can get it in a moment.
Really, Mr. Gibson, it is astonishing to compare your appearance and manners with your tastes. You look such a gentleman, as dear Lady Cumnor used to say. Then the cook left, also an old servant, though not so old a one as Betty. The cook did not like the trouble of late dinners, and being a Methodist, she objected on religious grounds to trying any of Mrs. Gibson's new recipes for French dishes. It was not scriptural, she said. There was a deal of mention of food in the Bible, but it was of sheep ready dressed, which meant mutton, and of wine, and of bread and milk, and figs and raisins, of fatted calves, a good well-browned fillet of veal, and such like. But it always had gone against her conscience to cook swine-flesh and make raised pork-pies, and now if she was to be set to cook heathen dishes after the fashion of the Papists, she'd sooner give it all up together. So the cook followed in Betty's track, and Mr. Gibson had to satisfy his healthy English appetite on badly made omelettes, rissoles, vol au vent, croquet, and timbale, never being exactly sure what he was eating. He had made up his mind before his marriage to yield in trifles, and be firm in greater things. But the differences of opinion about trifles arose every day, and were perhaps more annoying than if they had related to things of more consequence. Molly knew her father's looks as well as she knew her alphabet. His wife did not, and being an unperceptive person, except when her own interests were dependent upon another person's humour, never found out how he was worried by all the small daily concessions which he made to her will or her whims. He never allowed himself to put any regret into shape, even in his own mind. He repeatedly reminded himself of his wife's good qualities, and comforted himself by thinking they should work together better as time rolled on. But he was very angry at a bachelor great-uncle of Mr. Cox's, who, after taking no notice of his red-headed nephew for years, suddenly sent for him, after the old man had partially recovered from a serious attack of illness, and appointed him his heir, on condition that his great-nephew remained with him during the rest of his life. This had happened almost directly after Mr. and Mrs. Gibson's return from their wedding journey, and once or twice since that time Mr. Gibson had found himself wondering why the deuce old Benson could not have made up his mind sooner, and so have rid his house of the unwelcome presence of the young lover. To do Mr. Cox justice, in the very last conversation he had as a pupil with Mr. Gibson, he said, with hesitating awkwardness, that perhaps the new circumstances in which he should be placed might make some difference with regard to Mr. Gibson's opinion on— "Not at all," said Mr. Gibson quickly. "You are both too young to know your own minds, and if my daughter was silly enough to be in love, she should never have to calculate her happiness on the chances of an old man's death. I dare say he'll disinherit you after all. He may do, and then you'd be worse off than ever. No, go away and forget all this nonsense, and when you've done, come back and see us." So Mr. Cox went away with an oath of unalterable faithfulness in his heart, and Mr. Gibson had unwillingly to fulfil an old promise made to a gentleman farmer in the neighbourhood a year or two before, and to take the second son of Mr. Brown in young Mr. Cox's place. He was to be the last of the race of pupils, and as he was rather more than a year younger than Molly, Mr. Gibson trusted that there would be no repetition of the Cox romance. Chapter 16. The Bride at Home. Among the county people, as Mrs. Gibson termed them, who called upon her as a bride, were the two young Mr. Hamleys. The squire, their father, had done his congratulations, as far as he ever intended to do them, to Mr. Gibson himself when he came to the Hall; but Mrs. Hamley, unable to go and pay visits herself, anxious to show attention to her kind doctor's new wife, and with perhaps a little sympathetic curiosity as to how Molly and her stepmother got on together, made her sons ride over to Hollingford with her cards and apologies. They came into the newly furnished drawing-room, looking bright and fresh from their ride. Osborne first, as usual, perfectly dressed for the occasion, and with the sort of fine manner which sat so well upon him. Roger, looking like a strong-built, cheerful, intelligent country farmer, followed in his brother's train. Mrs. Gibson was dressed for receiving callers, and made the effect she always intended to produce, of a very pretty woman, no longer in her first youth, but with such soft manners and such a caressing voice, that people forgot to wonder what her real age might be. Molly was better dressed than formerly, her stepmother saw after that. She disliked anything old or shabby, or out of taste about her. It hurt her eye, and she had already fidgeted Molly into a new amount of care about the manner in which she put on her clothes, arranged her hair, and was gloved and shod. Mrs. Gibson had tried to put her through a course of rosemary washes and creams, in order to improve her tanned complexion, but about that Molly was either forgetful or rebellious, and Mrs. Gibson could not well come up to the girl's bedroom every night and see that she had daubed her face and neck over with the cosmetics so carefully provided for her. Still her appearance was extremely improved, even to Osborne's critical eye. Roger sought rather to discover in her looks and expression whether she was happy or not. His mother had especially charged him to note all these signs. Osborne and Mrs. Gibson made themselves agreeable to each other according to the approved fashion when a young man calls on a middle-aged bride. They talked of the Shakespeare and musical glasses of the day, each vying with the other in their knowledge of London topics. Molly heard fragments of their conversation in the pauses of silence between Roger and herself. Her hero was coming out in quite a new character. No longer literary or poetical or romantic or critical, he was now full of the last new play, The Singers at the Opera. He had the advantage over Mrs. Gibson, who in fact only spoke of these things from hearsay, from listening to talk at the Towers, while Osborne had run up from Cambridge 2 or 3 times to hear this or to see that wonder of the season. But she had the advantage over him in greater boldness of invention to eke out her facts, and besides she had more skill in the choice and arrangement of her words, so as to make it appear as if the opinions that were in reality quotations were formed by herself from actual experience or personal observation, such as, in speaking of the mannerisms of a famous Italian singer, she would ask, "Did you observe her constant trick of heaving her shoulders and clasping her hands together before she took a high note?" Which was so said as to imply that Mrs. Gibson herself had noticed this trick. Molly, who had a pretty good idea by this time of how her stepmother had passed the last year of her life, listened with no small bewilderment to this conversation, but at length decided that she must misunderstand what they were saying, as she could not gather up the missing links for the necessity of replying to Roger's questions and remarks. Osborne was not the same Osborne he was when with his mother at the Hall. Roger saw Molly glancing at his brother. "You think my brother looking ill?" said he, lowering his voice. "No, not exactly." "He is not well. Both my father and I are anxious about him. That run on the Continent did him harm instead of good, and his disappointment at the examination has told upon him, I'm afraid." "I was not thinking he looked ill, only changed somehow." "He says he must go back to Cambridge soon. Possibly it may do him good, and I shall be off next week. This is a farewell visit to you, as well as one of congratulation to Mrs. Gibson." "Your mother will feel you're both going away, won't she? But of course young men will always have to live away from home." "Yes," he replied. "Still, she feels it a good deal, and I'm not satisfied about her health either. You will go out and see her sometimes, will you? She is very fond of you." "If I may," said Molly, unconsciously glancing at her stepmother. She had an uncomfortable instinct that, in spite of Mrs. Gibson's own perpetual flow of words, she could and did hear everything that fell from Molly's lips. "Do you want any more books?" said he. "If you do, make a list out, and send it to my mother before I leave next Tuesday. After I am gone, there will be no one to go into the library and pick them out." As soon as they had left, Mrs. Gibson began her usual comments on the departed visitors. "I do like that Osborne Hamley. What a nice fellow he is! Somehow I always do like eldest sons. He will have the estate, won't he? I shall ask your dear papa to encourage him to come about the house. He will be a very good, very pleasant acquaintance for you and Cynthia. The other is but a loutish young fellow, to my mind. There is no aristocratic bearing about him. I suppose he takes after his mother, who is but a parvenu, I've heard them say at the Towers."
Molly was spiteful enough to have great pleasure in saying,
"I think I've heard her father was a Russian merchant, and imported tallow and hemp. Mr. Osborne Hamley is extremely like her." "Indeed! But there's no calculating these things. Anyhow, he is the perfect gentleman in appearance and manner. The estate is entailed, is it not?" "I know nothing about it," said Molly. A short silence ensued. Then Mrs. Gibson said, "Do you know, I almost think I must get dear papa to have a little dinner party, and ask Mr. Osborne Hamley. I should like to have him feel at home in this house. It would be something cheerful for him after the dullness and solitude of Hamley Hall, for the old people don't visit much, I believe." "He's going back to Cambridge next week," said Molly. "Is he? Well, then, we'll put off our little dinner till Cynthia comes home. I should like to have some young society for her, poor darling, when she returns." "When is she coming?" said Molly, who had always a longing curiosity for this same Cynthia's return. "Oh, I'm not sure. Perhaps at the New Year, perhaps not till Easter. I must get this drawing-room all new furnished first, and then I mean to fit up her room and yours just alike. They are just the same size, only on opposite sides of the passage." "Are you going to new furnish that room?" said Molly, in astonishment at the never-ending changes. "Yes, and yours too, darling, so don't be jealous." "Oh, please, mamma, not mine," said Molly, taking in the idea for the first time. "Yes, dear, you shall have yours done as well. A little French bed, and a new paper, and a pretty carpet, and a dressed-up toilet table and glass will make it look quite a different place." "But I don't want it to look different. I like it as it is. Pray don't do anything to it." "What nonsense, child! I never heard anything more ridiculous. Most girls would be glad to get rid of furniture only fit for the lumber-room." "It was my own mamma's before she was married," said Molly, in a very low voice, bringing out this last plea unwillingly, but with a certainty that it would not be resisted. Mrs. Gibson paused for a moment before she replied. "It's very much to your credit that you should have such feelings, I'm sure. But don't you think sentiment may be carried too far? Why, we should have no new furniture at all, and should have to put up with worm-eaten horrors. Besides, my dear, Hollingford will seem very dull to Cynthia, after pretty, gay France, and I want to make the first impression attractive. I've a notion I can settle her down near here, and I want her to come in a good temper, for, between ourselves, my dear, she is a little wilful. You need not mention this to your papa." "But can't you do Cynthia's room and not mine? Please let mine alone." "No, indeed, I couldn't agree to that. Only think what would be said of me by everybody, petting my own child and neglecting my husband's. I couldn't bear it." "No one need know." "In such a tittle-tattle place as Hollingford? Really, Molly, you are either very stupid or very obstinate, or else you don't care what hard things may be said about me, and all after a selfish fancy of your own. No, I owe myself the justice of acting in this manner as I please. Every one shall know I'm not a common stepmother. Every penny I spend on Cynthia I shall spend on you too, so it's no use talking any more about it." So Molly's little white dimity bed, her old-fashioned chest of drawers, and her other cherished relics of her mother's maiden days, were consigned to the lumber-room. And after a while, when Cynthia and her great French boxes had come home, the old furniture that had filled up the space required for the fresh importation of trunks disappeared likewise into the same room. All this time the family at the Towers had been absent. Lady Cumnor had been ordered to Bath for the early part of the winter, and her family were with her there. On dull rainy days Mrs. Gibson used to bethink her of missing the Cumnors, for so she had taken to calling them since her position had become more independent of theirs. It marked a distinction between her intimacy in the family, and the reverential manner in which the townspeople were accustomed to speak of the Earl and the Countess. Both Lady Cumnor and Lady Harriet wrote to their dear Clare from time to time.
The former had generally some commissions that she wished to have executed at the Towers or in the town, and no one could do them so well as Clare, who was acquainted with all the tastes and ways of the Countess. These commissions were the cause of various bills for flys and cars from the George Inn. Mr. Gibson pointed out this consequence to his wife, but she in return bade him remark that a present of game was pretty sure to follow upon the satisfactory execution of Lady Cumnor's wishes. Somehow Mr. Gibson did not quite like this consequence either, but he was silent about it at any rate. Lady Harriet's letters were short and amusing. She had that sort of regard for her old governess which prompted her to write from time to time, and to feel glad when the half-voluntary task was accomplished. So there was no real outpouring of confidence, but enough news of the family and gossip of the place she was in, as she thought would make Clare feel that she was not forgotten by her former pupils, intermixed with moderate but sincere expressions of regard. How those letters were quoted and referred to by Mrs. Gibson in her conversations with the Hollingford ladies! She had found out their effect at Ashcombe, and it was not less at Hollingford. But she was rather perplexed at kindly messages to Molly, and at inquiries as to how the Miss Brownings liked the tea she had sent, and Molly had first to explain, and then to narrate at full length, all the occurrences of the afternoon at Ashcombe Manor House, and Lady Harriet's subsequent call upon her at Miss Brownings'. "What nonsense!" said Mrs. Gibson with some annoyance. "Lady Harriet only went to see you out of a desire of amusement. She would only make fun of Miss Brownings, and those two will be quoting her and talking about her just as if she was their intimate friend." "I don't think she did make fun of them. She really seemed as if she had been very kind." "And you suppose you know her ways better than I do, who have known her these 15 years? I tell you she turns every one into ridicule who has not belonged to her set. Why, she always used to speak of Miss Brownings as Pecksy and Flapsy." "She promised me she would not," said Molly, driven to bay. "Promised you? Lady Harriet? What do you mean?" "Only she spoke of them as Pecksy and Flapsy, and when she talked of them coming to call on me at their house, I asked her not to come if she was going to make fun of them." "Upon my word! With all my long acquaintance with Lady Harriet, I should never have ventured on such impertinence." "I didn't mean it as impertinence," said Molly sturdily, "and I don't think Lady Harriet took it as such." "You can't know anything about it. She can put on any kind of manner." Just then Squire Hamley came in. It was his first call, and Mrs. Gibson gave him graceful welcome, and was quite ready to accept his apology for its tardiness, and to assure him that she quite understood the pressure of business on every landowner who farmed his own estate. But no such apology was made. He shook her hand heartily as a mark of congratulation on her good fortune in having secured such a prize as his friend Gibson, but said nothing about his long neglect of duty. Molly, who by this time knew the few strong expressions of his countenance well, was sure that something was the matter, and that he was very much disturbed. He hardly attended to Mrs. Gibson's fluent opening of conversation, for she had already determined to make a favourable impression on the father of the handsome young man who was heir to an estate, besides his own personal agreeableness. But he turned to Molly, and addressing her, said, almost in a low voice, as if he was making a confidence to her that he did not intend Mrs. Gibson to hear, "Molly, we are all wrong at home. Osborne has lost the fellowship at Trinity he went back to try for. Then he has gone and failed miserably in his degree after all that he said, and that his mother said. And I, like a fool, went and boasted about my clever son. I can't understand it. I never expected anything extraordinary from Roger, but Osborne. And then it has thrown madam into one of her bad fits of illness, and she seems to have a fancy for you, child. Your father came to see her this morning. Poor thing, she's very poorly, I'm afraid, and she told him how she should like to have you about her, and he said I might fetch you. You'll come, won't you, my dear? She's not a poor woman, such as many people think it's the only charity to be kind to, but she's just as forlorn of woman's care as if she was poor. Worse, I dare say." "I'll be ready in 10 minutes," said Molly, much touched by the squire's words and manner, never thinking of asking her stepmother's consent, now that she had heard that her father had given his. As she rose to leave the room, Mrs. Gibson, who had only half heard what the squire had said, and was a little affronted at the exclusiveness of his confidence, said, "My dear, where are you going?" "Mrs. Hamley wants me, and papa says I may go," said Molly, and almost at the same time the squire replied,
My wife is ill, and she's very fond of your daughter, and she begged Mr. Gibson to allow her to come to the Hall for a little while, and he kindly said she might, and I'm come to fetch her."
"Stop a minute, darling," said Mrs. Gibson to Molly, a slight cloud over her countenance in spite of her caressing word. "I am sure dear papa quite forgot that you were to go out with me to-night, to visit people," continued she, addressing herself to the squire, "with whom I am quite unacquainted, and it is very uncertain if Mr. Gibson can return in time to accompany me. So you see I cannot allow Molly to go with you."
"I shouldn't have thought it would have signified. Brides are always brides, I suppose, and it's their part to be timid, but I shouldn't have thought it, in this case. And my wife sets her heart on things, as sick people do. Well, Molly," in a louder tone, for these foregoing sentences were spoken sotto voce, "we must put it off till to-morrow, and it's our loss, not yours," he continued, as he saw the reluctance with which she slowly returned to her place. "You'll be as gay as can be to-night, I dare say."
"No, I shall not," broke in Molly. "I never wanted to go, and now I shall want it less than ever." "Hush, my dear," said Mrs. Gibson, and then addressing the squire, she added, "the visiting here is not all one could wish for so young a girl. No young people, no dances, nothing of gaiety. But it is wrong in you, Molly, to speak against such kind friends of your father's, as I understand these Cockerells are. Don't give so bad an impression of yourself to the kind squire."
Let her alone," quoth he. "I see what she means. She'd rather come and be in my wife's sick-room than go out for this visit to-night. Is there no way of getting her off?"
"None whatever," said Mrs. Gibson. "An engagement is an engagement with me, and I consider that she is not only engaged to Mrs. Cockerell, but to me, bound to accompany me in my husband's absence." The squire was put out, and when he was put out he had a trick of placing his hands on his knees and whistling softly to himself. Molly knew this phase of his displeasure, and only hoped he would confine himself to this wordless expression of annoyance. It was pretty hard work for her to keep the tears out of her eyes, and she endeavoured to think of something else rather than dwell on regrets and annoyances. She heard Mrs. Gibson talking on in a sweet monotone, and wished to attend to what she was saying, but the squire's visible annoyance stuck sharper on her mind. At length, after a pause of silence, he started up and said, "Well, it's no use. Poor madam, she won't like it. She'll be disappointed. But it's for one evening, but for one evening. She may come to-morrow, mayn't she? Or will the dissipation of such an evening as she describes be too much for her?" There was a touch of savage irony in his manner which frightened Mrs. Gibson into good behaviour. "She shall be ready at any time you name. I am so sorry. My foolish shyness is in fault, I believe, but still you must acknowledge that an engagement is an engagement."
"Did I ever say an engagement was an elephant, madam? However, there's no use saying any more about it, or I shall forget my manners. I'm an old tyrant, and she, lying there in bed, poor girl, has always given me my own way. So you'll excuse me, Mrs. Gibson, won't you, and let Molly come along with me at 10 to-morrow morning?"
"Certainly," said Mrs. Gibson, smiling, but when his back was turned, she said to Molly, "Now, my dear, I must never have you exposing me to the ill manners of such a man again. I don't call him a squire, I call him a boor, or a yeoman at best. You must not go on accepting or rejecting invitations as if you were an independent young lady, Molly. Pay me the respect of a reference to my wishes another time, if you please, my dear." "Papa had said I might go," said Molly, choking a little. "As I am now your mamma, your references must be to me for the future. But as you are to go, you may as well look well dressed. I will lend you my new shawl for this visit, if you like it, and my set of green ribbons. I am always indulgent when proper respect is paid to me. And in such a house as Hamley Hall, no one can tell who may be coming and going, even if there is sickness in the family." "Thank you, but I don't want the shawl or the ribbons, please. There will be nobody there except the family. There never is, I think. And now that she is so ill—" Molly was on the point of crying at the thought of her friend lying ill and lonely, and looking for her arrival. Moreover, she was sadly afraid lest the squire had gone off with the idea that she did not want to come, that she preferred that stupid, stupid party at the Cockerells. Mrs. Gibson, too, was sorry. She had an uncomfortable consciousness of having given way to a temper before a stranger, and a stranger, too, whose good opinion she had meant to cultivate, and she was also annoyed at Molly's tearful face. "What can I do for you to bring you back into good temper?" she said. "First, you insist upon your knowing Lady Harriet better than I do. I, who have known her for 18 or 19 years at least. Then you jump at invitations without ever consulting me, or thinking of how awkward it would be for me to go stumping into a drawing-room all by myself, following my new name, too, which always makes me feel uncomfortable. It is such a sad come-down after Kirkpatrick. And then, when I offer you some of the prettiest things I have got, you say it does not signify how you are dressed. What can I do to please you, Molly? I, who delight in nothing more than peace in a family, to see you sitting there with despair upon your face." Molly could stand it no longer. She went upstairs to her own room, her own new smart room, which hardly yet seemed a familiar place, and she began to cry so heartily and for so long a time that she stopped at length for very weariness. She thought of Mrs. Hamley wearying for her, of the old hall whose very quietness might become oppressive to an ailing person, of the trust the squire had had in her that she would come off directly with him, and all this oppressed her much more than the querulousness of her stepmother's words. Chapter 17. Trouble at Hamley Hall. If Molly thought that peace dwelt perpetually at Hamley Hall, she was sorely mistaken. Something was out of tune in the whole establishment, and for a very unusual thing, the common irritation seemed to have produced a common bond. All the servants were old in their places, and were told by some one of the family, or gathered from the unheeded conversation carried on before them, everything that affected master or mistress or either of the young gentlemen. Any one of them could have told Molly that the grievance which lay at the root of everything was the amount of the bills run up by Osborne at Cambridge, and which, now that all chance of his obtaining a fellowship was over, came pouring down upon the squire. But Molly, confident of being told by Mrs. Hamley herself anything which she wished to hear, encouraged no confidences from any one else. She was struck with the change in Madame's look as soon as she caught sight of her in the darkened room, lying on the sofa in her dressing-gown, all dressed in white, which almost rivalled the white wanness of her face. The squire ushered Molly in with, "Here she is, at last," and Molly had scarcely imagined that he had so much variety in the tones of his voice. The beginning of the sentence was spoken in a loud, congratulatory manner, while the last words were scarcely audible. He had seen the death-like pallor on his wife's face, not a new sight, and one which had been presented to him gradually enough, but which was now always giving him a fresh shock. It was a lovely, tranquil winter's day. Every branch and every twig on the trees and shrubs were glittering with drops of the sun-melted hoar-frost. A robin was perched on a holly-bush, piping cheerily, but the blinds were down, and out of Mrs. Hamley's windows nothing of all this was to be seen. There was even a large screen placed between her and the wood-fire to keep off that cheerful blaze. Mrs. Hamley stretched out one hand to Molly, and held hers firm. With the other she shaded her eyes. "She is not so well this morning," said the squire, shaking his head. "But never fear, my dear one. Here's the doctor's daughter, nearly as good as the doctor himself. Have you had your medicine, your beef tea?" he continued, going about on heavy tiptoe and peeping into every cup and glass. Then he returned to the sofa, looked at her for a minute or two, and softly kissed her, and told Molly he would leave her in charge. As if Mrs. Hamley was afraid of Molly's remarks or questions, she began in her turn a hasty system of interrogatories. "Now, dear child, tell me all. It's no breach of confidence, for I shan't mention it again, and I shan't be here long. How does it all go on, the new mother, the good resolutions? Let me help you if I can. I think with a girl I could have been of use. A mother does not know boys. But tell me anything you like and will. Don't be afraid of details." Even with Molly's small experience of illness, she saw how much of restless fever there was in this speech, and instinct, or some such gift, prompted her to tell a long story of many things: the wedding day, her visit to Miss Brownings, the new furniture, Lady Harriet, etc., all in an easy flow of talk which was very soothing to Mrs. Hamley, inasmuch as it gave her something to think about beyond her own immediate sorrows. But Molly did not speak of her own grievances, nor of the new domestic relationship. Mrs. Hamley noticed this. "And you and Mrs. Gibson get on happily together?" "Not always," said Molly. "You know we didn't know much of each other before we were put to live together. I didn't like what the squire told me last night. He was very angry." That sore had not yet healed over, but Molly resolutely kept silence,
beating her brains to think of some other subject of conversation. "Ah, I see, Molly," said Mrs. Hamley. "You won't tell me your sorrows, and yet perhaps I could have done you some good." "I don't like," said Molly in a low voice. "I think papa wouldn't like it. And besides, you have helped me so much, you and Mr. Roger Hamley. I often think of the things he said. They come in so usefully, and are such a strength to me. Ah, Roger! Yes, he is to be trusted. Oh, Molly, I've a great deal to say to you myself, only not now. I must have my medicine and try to go to sleep. Good girl! You are stronger than I am, and can do without sympathy." Molly was taken to another room. The maid who conducted her to it told her that Mrs. Hamley had not wished her to have her nights disturbed, as they might probably have been if she had been in her former sleeping-room. In the afternoon Mrs. Hamley sent for her, and with the want of reticence common to invalids, especially to those suffering from long and depressing maladies, she told Molly of the family distress and disappointment. She made Molly sit down near her on a little stool, and holding her hand and looking into her eyes to catch her spoken sympathy from their expression quicker than she could from her words, she said, "Osborne has so disappointed us. I cannot understand it yet. And the squire was so terribly angry. I cannot think how all the money was spent. Advances through money-lenders, besides bills. The squire does not show me how angry he is now, because he's afraid of another attack. But I know how angry he is. You see, he has been spending ever so much money in reclaiming that land at Upton Common, and is very hard-pressed himself. But it would have doubled the value of the estate, and so we never thought anything of economics which would benefit Osborne in the long run. And now the squire says we must mortgage some of the land, and you can't think how it cuts him to the heart. He sold a great deal of timber to send the two boys to college. Osborne! Oh, what a dear, innocent boy he was! He was the heir, you know, and he was so clever. Every one said he was sure of honours and a fellowship, and I don't know what all. And he did get a scholarship, and then all went wrong. I don't know how. That is the worst. Perhaps the squire wrote too angrily, and that stopped up confidence. But he might have told me. He would have done, I think, Molly, if he had been here, face to face with me. But the squire, in his anger, told him not to show his face at home until he had paid off the debts he incurred out of his allowance. Out of 250 a year, to pay off more than 900 one way or another, and not to come home till then. Perhaps Roger will have debts too. He had but 200, but then he was not the eldest son. The squire has given orders that the men are to be turned off the draining works, and I lie awake thinking of their poor families this wintry weather. But what shall we do? I've never been strong, and perhaps I've been extravagant in my habits, and there were family traditions as to expenditure and the reclaiming of this land. Oh, Molly, Osborne was such a sweet little baby, and such a loving boy, so clever too. You know I read you some of his poetry. Now could a person who wrote like that do anything very wrong? And yet I'm afraid he has." "Don't you know at all how the money is gone?" asked Molly. "No, not at all. That's the sting. There are tailors' bills, and bills for book-binding, and wine, and pictures. Those come to 400 or 500. And though this expenditure is extraordinary, inexplicable to such simple folk as we are, yet it may be only the luxury of the present day. But the money for which he will give no account, of which, indeed, we only heard through the squire's London agents, who found out that certain disreputable attorneys were making inquiries as to the entail of the estate. Oh, Molly, worse than all, I don't know how to bring myself to tell you, as to the age and health of the squire, his dear father." She began to sob almost hysterically, yet she would go on talking in spite of Molly's efforts to stop her. "Who held him in his arms, and blessed him, even before I had kissed him, and thought always so much of him as his heir and first-born darling. How he has loved him! How I have loved him! I sometimes have thought of late that we've almost done that good Roger injustice." "No, I'm sure you've not. Only look at the way he loves you. Why, you are his first thought. He may not speak about it, but any one may see it. And dear, dear Mrs. Hamley," said Molly, determined to say out all that was in her mind now that she had once got the word,
Don't you think that it would be so much better not to misjudge Mr. Osborne Hamley? We don't know what he has done with the money. He is so good, is he not, that he may have wanted it to relieve some poor person, some tradesman, for instance, pressed by creditors, some— You forget, dear," said Mrs. Hamley, smiling a little at the girl's impetuous romance, but sighing the next instant, "that all the other bills come from tradesmen, who complain piteously of being kept out of their money." Molly was nonplussed for the moment, but then she said, "I dare say they imposed upon him. I'm sure I've heard stories of young men being made regular victims of by the shopkeepers in great towns." "You're a great darling, child," said Mrs. Hamley, comforted by Molly's strong partisanship, unreasonable and ignorant though it was. "And besides," continued Molly, "someone must always be acting wrongly in Mr. Osborne Hamley's, I mean, and I can't help saying Osborne sometimes, but indeed I always think of him as Mr. Osborne. Never mind, Molly, what you call him, only go on talking. It seems to do me good to hear the hopeful side taken. The squire has been so hurt and displeased, strange-looking men coming into the neighbourhood too, questioning the tenants, and grumbling about the last fall of timber, as if they were calculating on the squire's death. That's just what I was going to speak about. Doesn't it show that they are bad men? And would bad men scruple to impose upon him, and to tell lies in his name, and to ruin him? Don't you see, you only make him out weak instead of wicked." "Yes, perhaps I do, but I don't think he is weak. You know yourself, dear Mrs. Hamley, how really clever he is. Besides, I would rather he was weak than wicked. Weak people may find themselves all at once strong in heaven, when they see things quite clearly, but I don't think the wicked will turn themselves into virtuous people all at once." "I think I've been very weak, Molly," said Mrs. Hamley, stroking Molly's curls affectionately. "I've made such an idol of my beautiful Osborne, and he turns out to have feet of clay, not strong enough to stand firm on the ground. And that's the best view of his conduct too." What with his anger against his son and his anxiety about his wife, the difficulty of raising the money immediately required, and his irritation at the scarce concealed inquiries made by strangers as to the value of his property, the poor squire was in a sad state. He was angry and impatient with every one who came near him, and then was depressed at his own violent temper and unjust words. The old servants, who perhaps cheated him in many small things, were beautifully patient under his upbraidings. They could understand bursts of passion, and knew the cause of his variable moods as well as he did himself. The butler, who was accustomed to argue with his master about every fresh direction as to his work, now nudged Molly at dinner-time to make her eat of some dish which she had just been declining, and explained his conduct afterwards as follows. "You see, miss, me and cook had planned a dinner as would tempt master to eat, but when you say no thank you, and I hand you anything, master never so much as looks at it. But if you take a thing and eats with a relish, why first he waits, and then he looks, and by he smells, and then he finds out as he's hungry, and falls to eating as natural as a kitten takes to mewing. That's the reason, miss, as I gave you a nudge and a wink, which no one knows better nor me was not manners." Osborne's name was never mentioned during these cheerless meals. The squire asked Molly questions about Hollingford people, but did not seem much to attend to her answers. He used also to ask her every day how she thought that his wife was, but if Molly told the truth, that every day seemed to make her weaker and weaker, he was almost savage with the girl. He could not bear it, and he would not. Nay, once he was on the point of dismissing Mr. Gibson because he insisted on a consultation with Dr. Nicholls, the great physician of the county. "It's nonsense thinking her so ill as that. You know it's only the delicacy she's had for years, and if you can't do her any good in such a simple case, no pain, only weakness and nervousness, it is a simple case, eh? Don't look in that puzzled way, man. You'd better give up altogether, and I'll take her to Bath or Brighton or somewhere for change, for in my opinion it's only moping and nervousness." But the squire's bluff, florid face was pinched with anxiety, and worn with the effort of being deaf to the footsteps of fate as he said these words which belied his fears. Mr. Gibson replied very quietly, "I shall go on coming to see her, and I know you'll not forbid my visits. But I shall bring Dr. Nicholls with me the next time I come. I may be mistaken in my treatment, and I wish to God he may say I am mistaken in my apprehensions." "Don't tell me, then. I cannot bear them," cried the squire. "Of course we all must die, and she must too. But the cleverest doctor in England shan't go about coolly meting out the life of such as her.
I dare say I shall die first. I hope I shall. But I'll knock down any one who speaks to me of death sitting within me. And besides, I think all doctors are ignorant quacks, pretending to knowledge that they haven't got. Ay, you may smile at me, I don't care. Unless you can tell me I shall die first, neither you nor your Dr. Nicholls shall come prophesying and croaking about this house.
Mr. Gibson went away, heavy at heart from the thought of Mrs. Hamley's approaching death, but thinking little enough of the squire's speeches. He had almost forgotten them, in fact, when about 9 o'clock that evening a groom rode in from Hamley Hall in hot haste, with a note from the squire.
Dear Gibson, for God's sake forgive me if I was rude to-day. She is much worse. Come and spend the night here. Write for Nicholls and all the physicians you want. Write before you start off. They may give her ease. There were Whitworth doctors much talked of in my youth for curing people given up by the regular doctors. Can't you get one of them? I put myself in your hands. Sometimes I think it is the turning point, and she'll rally after this bout. I trust all to you. Yours ever, R. Hamley. P.S. Molly is a treasure. God help me.
Of course Mr. Gibson went, for the first time since his marriage cutting short Mrs. Gibson's querulous lamentations over her life as involved in that of a doctor called out at all hours of day and night. He brought Mrs. Hamley through this attack, and for a day or two the squire's alarm and gratitude made him docile in Mr. Gibson's hands. Then he returned to the idea of its being a crisis through which his wife had passed, and that she was now on the way to recovery. But the day after the consultation with Dr. Nicholls, Mr. Gibson said to Molly, "Molly, I've written to Osborne and Roger. Do you know Osborne's address?"
"No, papa. He's in disgrace. I don't know if the squire knows, and she has been too ill to write."
"Never mind. I'll enclose it to Roger. Whatever those lads may be to others, there's as strong brotherly love as ever I saw between the two. Roger will know. And Molly, they are sure to come home as soon as they hear my report of their mother's state. I wish you'd tell the squire what I've done. It's not a pleasant piece of work, and I'll tell madam myself in my own way. I'd have told him if he'd been at home, but you say he was obliged to go to Ashcombe on business."
"Quite obliged. He was so sorry to miss you. But, papa, he will be so angry. You don't know how mad he is against Osborne."
Molly dreaded the squire's anger when she gave him her father's message. She had seen quite enough of the domestic relations of the Hamley family to understand that, underneath his old-fashioned courtesy and the pleasant hospitality he showed to her as a guest, there was a strong will, a vehement passionate temper, along with that degree of obstinacy in prejudices, or opinions, as he would have called them, so common to those who have, neither in youth nor in manhood, mixed largely with their kind. She had listened day after day to Mrs. Hamley's plaintive murmurs as to the deep disgrace in which Osborne was being held by his father, the prohibition of his coming home, and she hardly knew how to begin to tell him that the letter summoning Osborne had already been sent off. Their dinners were tete-a-tete. The squire tried to make them pleasant to Molly, feeling deeply grateful to her for the soothing comfort she was to his wife. He made merry speeches which sank away into silence, and at which they each forgot to smile. He ordered up rare wines which she did not care for, but tasted out of complaisance. He noticed that one day she had eaten some brown Bure pears as if she liked them, and as his trees had not produced many this year, he gave directions that this particular kind should be sought for through the neighbourhood. Molly felt that in many ways he was full of good-will towards her, but it did not diminish her dread of touching on the one sore point in the family. However, it had to be done, and that without delay. The great log was placed on the after-dinner fire, the hearth swept up, the ponderous candles snuffed, and then the door was shut, and Molly and the squire were left to their dessert. She sat at the side of the table in her old place. That at the head was vacant, yet, as no orders had been given to the contrary, the plate and glasses and napkin were always arranged as regularly and methodically as if Mrs. Hamley would come in as usual. Indeed, sometimes when the door by which she used to enter was opened by any chance, Molly caught herself looking round as if she expected to see the tall languid figure in the elegant draperies of rich silk and soft lace which Mrs. Hamley was wont to wear of an evening. This evening it struck her as a new thought of pain that into that room she would come no more. She had fixed to give her father's message at this very point of time, but something in her throat choked her, and she hardly knew how to govern her voice. The squire got up and went to the broad fireplace, to strike into the middle of the great log and split it up into blazing, sparkling pieces. His back was towards her. Molly began, "When papa was here to-day, he bade me tell you he had written to Mr. Roger Hamley to say that he thought he'd better come home, and he enclosed a letter to Mr. Osborne Hamley to say the same thing." The squire put down the poker, but he still kept his back to Molly. "He sent for Osborne and Roger?" he asked at length. Molly answered, "Yes." Then there was a dead silence which Molly thought would never end. The squire had placed his 2 hands on the high chimney-piece, and stood leaning over the fire. "Roger would have been down from Cambridge on the 18th," said he, "and he has sent for Osborne too. Did he know," he continued, turning round to Molly, with something of the fierceness she had anticipated in look and voice. In another moment he had dropped his voice. "It's right, quite right. I understand. It has come at length. Come, come. Osborne has brought it on, though," with a fresh access of anger in his tones. "She might have—" Some word Molly could not hear. She thought it sounded like lingered. "But for that. I can't forgive him. I cannot." And then he suddenly left the room. While Molly sat there still, very sad in her sympathy with all, he put his head in again. "Go to her, my dear. I cannot, not just yet. But I will soon. Just this bit, and after that I won't lose a moment. You're a good girl. God bless you." It is not to be supposed that Molly had remained all this time at the Hall without interruption. Once or twice her father had brought her a summons home. Molly thought that she could perceive that he had brought it unwillingly. In fact, it was Mrs. Gibson that had sent for her, almost as it were to preserve a right of way through her actions. "You shall come back to-morrow or the next day," her father had said. "But mamma seems to think people will put a bad construction on your being so much away from home so soon after our marriage."
"Oh, papa, I'm afraid Mrs. Hamley will miss me. I do so like being with her."
"I don't think it is likely she will miss you as much as she would have done a month or 2 ago. She sleeps so much now that she is scarcely conscious of the lapse of time. I'll see that you come back here again in a day or 2.
So out of the silence and the soft melancholy of the Hall, Molly returned to the all-pervading element of chatter and gossip at Hollingford. Mrs. Gibson received her kindly enough. Once she had a smart new winter bonnet ready to give her as a present, but she did not care to hear any particulars about the friends whom Molly had just left, and her few remarks on the state of affairs at the Hall jarred terribly on the sensitive Molly.
"What a time she lingers! Your papa never expected she would last half so long after that attack. It must be very wearing work to them all. I declare you look quite another creature since you were there. One can only wish it mayn't last, for their sakes." "You don't know how the squire values every minute," said Molly. "Why, you say she sleeps a great deal, and doesn't talk much when she's awake, and there's not the slightest hope for her. And yet, at such times, people are kept on the tenterhooks with watching and waiting. I know it by my dear Kirkpatrick. There really were days when I thought it would never end. But we won't talk any more of such dismal things. You've had quite enough of them, I'm sure, and it always makes me melancholy to hear of illness and death. And yet your papa seems sometimes as if he could talk of nothing else. I am going to take you out to-night, though, and that will give you something of a change, and I've been getting Miss Rose to trim up one of my old gowns for you. It's too tight for me. There's some talk of dancing. It's at Mrs. Edwards'." "Oh, mamma, I can't go," cried Molly. "I've been so much with her, and she may be suffering so, or even dying, and I to be dancing." "Nonsense! You're no relation, so you need not feel it so much. I wouldn't urge you if she was likely to know about it and be hurt. But as it is, it's all fixed that you are to go, and don't let us have any nonsense about it. We might sit twirling our thumbs and repeating hymns all our lives long, if we were to do nothing else when people were dying." "I cannot go," repeated Molly. And acting upon impulse, and almost to her own surprise, she appealed to her father, who came into the room at this very time. He contracted his dark eyebrows, and looked annoyed as both wife and daughter poured their different sides of the argument into his ears. He sat down in a desperation of patience. When his turn came to pronounce a decision, he said, "I suppose I can have some lunch.
I went away at 6 this morning, and there's nothing in the dining-room. I have to go off again directly."
Molly started to the door. Mrs. Gibson made haste to ring the bell. "Where are you going, Molly?" said she, sharply. "Only to see about papa's lunch." "There are servants to do it, and I don't like your going to the kitchen."
"Come, Molly, sit down and be quiet," said her father. "One comes home wanting peace and quietness, and food too. If I am to be appealed to which I beg I may not be another time, I settle that Molly stops at home this evening. I shall come back late and be tired. I see that I have something ready to eat, goosey, and then I'll dress myself up in my best and go and fetch you home, my dear. I wish all these wedding festivities were over well. Ready, is it? Then I'll go into the dining-room and gorge myself. A doctor ought to be able to eat like a camel, or like Major Dugald Dalgetty."
It was well for Molly that callers came in just at this time, for Mrs. Gibson was extremely annoyed. They told her some little local piece of news, however, which filled up her mind, and Molly found that, if she only expressed wonder enough at the engagement they had both heard of from the departed callers, the previous discussion as to her accompanying her stepmother or not might be entirely passed over. Not entirely, though, for the next morning she had to listen to a very brilliantly touched-up account of the dance and the gaiety which she had missed, and also to be told that Mrs. Gibson had changed her mind about giving her the gown, and thought now that she should reserve it for Cynthia, if only it was long enough. But Cynthia was so tall, quite overgrown, in fact. The chances seemed equally balanced as to whether Molly might not have the gown after all.
Chapter 18. Mr. Osborne's Secret. Osborne and Roger came to the hall. Molly found Roger established there when she returned after this absence at home. She gathered that Osborne was coming, but very little was said about him in any way. The squire scarcely ever left his wife's room. He sat by her, watching her, and now and then moaning to himself. She was so much under the influence of opiates that she did not often rouse up, but when she did, she almost invariably asked for Molly. On these rare occasions she would ask after Osborne, where he was, if he had been told, and if he was coming. In her weakened and confused state of intellect she seemed to have retained two strong impressions, one of the sympathy with which Molly had received her confidence about Osborne, the other of the anger which her husband entertained against him. Before the squire she never mentioned Osborne's name, nor did she seem at her ease in speaking about him to Roger, while when she was alone with Molly she hardly spoke of any one else. She must have had some sort of wandering idea that Roger blamed his brother, while she remembered Molly's eager defence, which she had thought hopelessly improbable at the time. At any rate, she made Molly her confidante about her first-born. She sent her to ask Roger how soon he would come, for she seemed to know perfectly well that he was coming. "Tell me all Roger says. He will tell you." But it was several days before Molly could ask Roger any questions, and meanwhile Mrs. Hamley's state had materially altered. At length Molly came upon Roger sitting in the library, his head buried in his hands. He did not hear her footstep till she was close beside him. Then he lifted up his face, red and stained with tears, his hair all ruffled up and in disorder. "I've been wanting to see you alone," she began. "Your mother does so want some news of your brother Osborne. She told me last week to ask you about him, but I did not like to speak of him before your father." "She has hardly ever named him to me." "I don't know why, for to me she used to talk of him perpetually. I have seen so little of her this week, and I think she forgets a great deal now. Still, if you don't mind, I should like to be able to tell her something if she asks me again." He put his head again between his hands, and did not answer her for some time. "What does she want to know?" said he at last. "Does she know that Osborne is coming soon, any day?" "Yes, but she wants to know where he is." "I can't tell you. I don't exactly know. I believe he's abroad, but I'm not sure." "But you sent papa's letter to him?" "I've sent it to a friend of his who will know better than I do where he's to be found. You must know that he isn't free from creditors, Molly. You can't have been one of the family, like a child of the house almost, without knowing that much. For that and for other reasons I don't exactly know where he is." I will tell her so. You are sure he will come?
Quite sure. But, Molly, I think my mother may live some time yet, don't you? Dr. Nicholls said so yesterday when he was here with your father. He said she had rallied more than he had ever expected. You're not afraid of any change that makes you so anxious for Osborne's coming?
No, it's only for her that I asked. She did seem so to crave for news of him. I think she dreamed of him, and then when she wakened it was a relief to her to talk to me about him. She always seemed to associate me with him. We used to speak so much of him when we were together.
I don't know what we should any of us have done without you. You've been like a daughter to my mother.
I do so love her, said Molly softly.
Yes, I see. Have you ever noticed that she sometimes calls you Fanny? It was the name of a little sister of ours who died. I think she often takes you for her. It was partly that, and partly that at such a time as this one can't stand on formalities, that made me call you Molly. I hope you don't mind it.
No, I like it. But will you tell me something more about your brother? She really hungers for news of him.
She'd better ask me herself. Yet no. I am so involved by promises of secrecy, Molly, that I couldn't satisfy her if she once began to question me. I believe he's in Belgium, and that he went there about a fortnight ago, partly to avoid his creditors. You know my father has refused to pay his debts.
Yes, at least I knew something like it.
I don't believe my father could raise all the money at once without having recourse to steps which he would exceedingly recoil from. Yet for the time it places Osborne in a very awkward position.
I think what vexes your father a good deal is some mystery as to how the money was spent.
If my mother ever says anything about that part of the affair, said Roger hastily, assure her from me that there's nothing of vice or wrong-doing about it. I can't say more. I'm tied. But set her mind at ease on that point.
I am not sure if she remembers all her painful anxiety about this, said Molly. She used to speak a great deal to me about him before you came, when your father seemed so angry. And now, whenever she sees me, she wants to talk on the old subject, but she doesn't remember so clearly. If she were to see him, I don't believe she would recollect why she was uneasy about him when he was absent.
He must be here soon. I expect him every day, said Roger uneasily.
Do you think your father will be very angry with him? said Molly, with as much timidity as if the squire's displeasure might be directed against her.
I don't know, said Roger. My mother's illness may alter him, but he didn't easily forgive us formerly. I remember once, but that is nothing to the purpose. I can't help fancying that he has put himself under some strong restraint for my mother's sake, and that he won't express much. But it doesn't follow that he will forget it. My father is a man of few affections, but what he has are very strong. He feels anything that touches him on these points deeply and permanently. That unlucky valuing of the property! It has given my father the idea of post-obits.
What are they?
asked Molly. Raising money to be paid on my father's death, which of course involves calculations as to the duration of his life.
How shocking! said she.
I'm as sure as I am of my own life that Osborne never did anything of the kind. But my father expressed his suspicions in language that irritated Osborne, and he didn't speak out, and won't justify himself even as much as he might. And much as he loves me, I've but little influence over him, or else he would tell my father all. Well, we must leave it to time, he added, sighing. My mother would have brought us all right, if she'd been what she once was.
He turned away, leaving Molly very sad. She knew that every member of the family she cared for so much was in trouble, out of which she saw no exit, and her small power of helping them was diminishing day by day, as Mrs. Hamley sank more and more under the influence of opiates and stupefying illness. Her father had spoken to her only this very day of the desirableness of her returning home for good. Mrs. Gibson wanted her, for no particular reason, but for many small fragments of reasons. Mrs. Hamley had ceased to want her much, only occasionally appearing to remember her existence. Her position, her father thought, the idea had not entered her head, in a family of which the only woman was an invalid confined to bed, was becoming awkward. But Molly had begged hard to remain 2 or 3 days longer, only that, only till Friday. If Mrs. Hamley should want her, she argued, with tears in her eyes, and should hear that she had left the house, she would think her so unkind, so ungrateful.
My dear child, she's getting past wanting any one. The keenness of earthly feelings is deadened.
Papa, that is worst of all. I cannot bear it. I won't believe it. She may not ask for me again, and may quite forget me, but I'm sure, to the very last, if the medicines don't stupefy her, she will look round for the squire and her children, for poor Osborne most of all, because he's in sorrow.
Mr. Gibson shook his head, but said nothing in reply. In a minute or two he asked,
I don't like to take you away while you even fancy you can be of use or comfort to one who has been so kind to you. But if she hasn't wanted you before Friday, will you be convinced? Will you come home willingly?
If I go then, I may see her once again, even if she hasn't asked for me? Inquired Molly.
Yes, of course. You must make no noise, no step, but you may go in and see her. I must tell you, I'm almost certain she won't ask for you.
But she may, papa. I will go home on Friday if she does not. I think she will. So Molly hung about the house, trying to do all that she could out of the sick room for the comfort of those in it. They only came out for meals or for necessary business, and found little time for talking to her, so her life was solitary enough, waiting for the call that never came. The evening of the day on which she had had the above conversation with Roger, Osborne arrived. He came straight into the drawing-room, where Molly was seated on the rug, reading by firelight, as she did not like to ring for candles merely for her own use. Osborne came in with a kind of hurry, which almost made him appear as if he would trip himself up, and fall down. Molly rose. He had not noticed her before. Now he came forwards, and took hold of her hands, leading her into the full flickering light, and straining his eyes to look into her face.
How is she? You will tell me. You must know the truth. I've travelled day and night since I got your father's letter.
Before she could frame her answer, he had sat down in the nearest chair, covering his eyes with his hand.
She's very ill, said Molly. That you know, but I don't think she suffers much pain. She has wanted you sadly.
He groaned aloud.
My father forbade me to come.
I know, said Molly, anxious to prevent his self-reproach. Your brother was away too. I think no one knew how ill she was. She had been an invalid for so long.
You know, yes, she told you a great deal. She was very fond of you. And God knows how I loved her. If I had not been forbidden to come home, I should have told her all. Does my father know of my coming now?
Yes, said Molly. I told him papa had sent for you.
Just at that moment the squire came in. He had not heard of Osborne's arrival, and was seeking Molly to ask her to write a letter for him. Osborne did not stand up when his father entered. He was too much exhausted, too much oppressed by his feelings, and also too much estranged by his father's angry, suspicious letters. If he had come forward with any manifestation of feeling at this moment, everything might have been different. But he waited for his father to see him before he uttered a word. All that the squire said when his eye fell upon him at last was,
"You here, sir?"
And breaking off in the directions he was giving to Molly, he abruptly left the room. All the time his heart was yearning after his first-born, but mutual pride kept them asunder. Yet he went straight to the butler and asked of him when Mr. Osborne had arrived, and how he had come, and if he had had any refreshment, dinner or what, since his arrival.
"For I think I forget everything now,"
said the poor squire, putting his hand up to his head.
"For the life of me, I can't remember whether we've had dinner or not. These long nights and all this sorrow and watching quite bewilder me."
Perhaps, sir, you will take some dinner with Mr. Osborne. Mrs. Morgan is sending up his directly. You hardly sat down at dinner time, sir. You thought my mistress wanted something."
"Ay, I remember now. No, I won't have any more. Give Mr. Osborne what wine he chooses. Perhaps he can eat and drink."
So the squire went away upstairs with bitterness as well as sorrow in his heart. When lights were brought, Molly was struck with the change in Osborne. He looked haggard and worn, perhaps with travelling and anxiety. Not quite such a dainty gentleman either as Molly had thought him, when she had last seen him calling on her stepmother 2 months before. But she liked him better now. The tone of his remarks pleased her more. He was simpler and less ashamed of showing his feelings. He asked after Roger in a warm, longing kind of way. Roger was out. He had ridden to Ashcombe to transact some business for the squire. Osborne evidently wished for his return, and hung about restlessly in the drawing-room after he had dined.
"You're sure I mayn't see her to-night?"
he asked Molly for the 3rd or 4th time.
"No, indeed. I will go up again if you like it. But Mrs. Jones, the nurse Dr. Nicholls sent, is a very decided person. I went up while you were at dinner, and Mrs. Hamley had just taken her drops, and was on no account to be disturbed by seeing any one, much less by any excitement." Osborne kept walking up and down the long drawing-room, half talking to himself, half to Molly. "I wish Roger would come. He seems to be the only one to give me a welcome. Does my father always live upstairs in my mother's rooms, Miss Gibson?"
"He has done since her last attack. I believe he reproaches himself for not having been enough alarmed before."
"You heard all the words he said to me. They were not much of a welcome, were they? And my dear mother, who always, whether I was to blame or not— I suppose Roger is sure to come home to-night?"
"Quite sure."
"You are staying here, are you not? Do you often see my mother, or does this omnipotent nurse keep you out too?"
"Mrs. Hamley hasn't asked for me for 3 days now, and I don't go into her room unless she asks. I'm leaving on Friday, I believe."
"My mother was very fond of you, I know."
After a while he said, in a voice that had a great deal of sensitive pain in its tone,
"I suppose— Do you know whether she is quite conscious, quite herself?"
"Not always conscious," said Molly tenderly. "She has to take so many opiates. But she never wanders, only forgets and sleeps."
"Oh, mother, mother!"
said he, stopping suddenly, and hanging over the fire, his hands on the chimney-piece. When Roger came home, Molly thought it time to retire. Poor girl! It was getting to be time for her to leave this scene of distress in which she could be of no use. She sobbed herself to sleep this Tuesday night. 2 days more, and it would be Friday, and she would have to wrench up the roots she had shot down into this ground. The weather was bright the next morning, and morning and sunny weather cheer up young hearts. Molly sat in the dining-room making tea for the gentlemen as they came down. She could not help hoping that the squire and Osborne might come to a better understanding before she left, for after all, in the dissension between father and son, lay a bitterer sting than in the illness sent by God. But though they met at the breakfast-table, they purposely avoided addressing each other. Perhaps the natural subject of conversation between the two at such a time would have been Osborne's long journey the night before, but he had never spoken of the place he had come from, whether north, south, east, or west, and the squire did not choose to allude to anything that might bring out what his son wished to conceal. Again, there was an unexpressed idea in both their minds that Mrs. Hamley's present illness was much aggravated, if not entirely brought on, by the discovery of Osborne's debts. So many inquiries and answers on that head were tabooed. In fact, their attempts at easy conversation were limited to local subjects, and principally addressed to Molly or Roger. Such intercourse was not productive of pleasure, or even of friendly feeling, though there was a thin outward surface of politeness and peace. Long before the day was over, Molly wished that she had acceded to her father's proposal and gone home with him. No one seemed to want her. Mrs. Jones, the nurse, assured her time after time that Mrs. Hamley had never named her name, and her small services in the sick-room were not required, since there was a regular nurse. Osborne and Roger seemed all in all to each other, and Molly now felt how much the short conversations she had had with Roger had served to give her something to think about all during the remainder of her solitary days. Osborne was extremely polite, had even expressed his gratitude to her for her attentions to his mother in a very pleasant manner, but he appeared to be unwilling to show her any of the deeper feelings of his heart, and almost ashamed of his exhibition of emotion the night before. He spoke to her as any agreeable young man speaks to any pleasant young lady, but Molly almost resented this. It was only the squire who seemed to make her of any account. He gave her letters to write, small bills to reckon up, and she could have kissed his hands for thankfulness. The last afternoon of her stay at the Hall came. Roger had gone out on the squire's business. Molly went into the garden, thinking over the last summer, when Mrs. Hamley's sofa used to be placed under the old cedar tree on the lawn, and when the warm air seemed to be scented with roses and sweetbriar. Now, the trees leafless, there was no sweet odour in the keen frosty air, and looking up at the house there were the white sheets of blinds, shutting out the pale winter sky from the invalid's room. Then she thought of the day her father had brought her the news of his second marriage. The thicket was tangled with dead weeds and rime and hoarfrost, and the beautiful fine articulations of branches and boughs and delicate twigs were all intertwined in leafless distinctness against the sky. Could she ever be so passionately unhappy again? Was it goodness, or was it numbness, that made her feel as though life was too short to be troubled much about anything? Death seemed the only reality. She had neither energy nor heart to walk far or briskly, and turned back towards the house. The afternoon sun was shining brightly on the windows, and, stirred up to unusual activity by some unknown cause, the housemaids had opened the shutters and windows of the generally unused library. The middle window was also a door, the white-painted wood went half-way up. Molly turned along the little flag-paved path that led past the library windows to the gate in the white railings at the front of the house, and went in at the opened door. She had had leave given to choose out any books she wished to read and to take them home with her, and it was just the sort of half-dawdling employment suited to her taste this afternoon. She mounted on the ladder to get to a particular shelf high up in a dark corner of the room, and finding there some volume that looked interesting, she sat down on the step to read part of it. There she sat in her bonnet and cloak, when Osborne suddenly came in. He did not see her at first. Indeed, he seemed in such a hurry that he probably might not have noticed her at all, if she had not spoken. "Am I in your way? I only came in here for a moment to look for some books." She came down the steps as she spoke, still holding the book in her hand. "Not at all. It is I who am disturbing you. I must just write a letter for the post, and then I shall be gone. Is not this open door too cold for you?" "Oh, no, it is so fresh and pleasant." She began to read again, sitting on the lowest step of the ladder, he to write at the large old-fashioned writing-table close to the window. There was a minute or two of profound silence, in which the rapid scratching of Osborne's pen upon the paper was the only sound. Then came a click of the gate, and Roger stood at the open door. His face was towards Osborne, sitting in the light, his back to Molly, crouched up in the corner. He held out a letter, and said in hoarse breathlessness, "Here's a letter from your wife, Osborne. I went past the post-office and thought—" Osborne stood up, angry dismay upon his face. "Roger, what have you done? Don't you see her?" Roger looked round, and Molly stood up in her corner, red, trembling, miserable, as though she were a guilty person. Roger entered the room. All three seemed to be equally dismayed. Molly was the first to speak. She came forward and said, "I am so sorry. I didn't wish to hear it, but I couldn't help it. You will trust me, won't you?" And turning to Roger, she said to him, with tears in her eyes, "Please say you know I shall not tell." "We can't help it," said Osborne gloomily. "Only Roger, who knew of what importance it was, ought to have looked round him before speaking." "So I should," said Roger. "I'm more vexed with myself than you can conceive. Not but what I'm as sure of you as of myself," continued he, turning to Molly.
Yes, but, said Osborne, you see how many chances there are that even the best meaning persons may let out what it is of such consequence to me to keep secret. I know you think it so, said Roger. Well, don't let us begin that old discussion again, at any rate before a third person. Molly had had hard work all this time to keep from crying. Now that she was alluded to as the third person before whom conversation was to be restrained, she said, I'm going away. Perhaps I ought not to have been here. I'm very sorry, very. But I'll try and forget what I've heard. You can't do that, said Osborne, still ungraciously. But will you promise me never to speak about it to any one, not even to me or to Roger? Will you try to act and speak as if you had never heard it? I'm sure from what Roger has told me about you that if you give me this promise I may rely upon it. Yes, I will promise, said Molly, putting out her hand as a kind of pledge. Osborne took it, but rather as if the action was superfluous. She added, I think I should have done so even without a promise, but it is perhaps better to bind oneself. I will go away now. I wish I'd never come into this room. She put down her book on the table very softly, and turned to leave the room, choking down her tears until she was in the solitude of her own chamber. But Roger was at the door before her, holding it open for her, and reading, she felt that he was reading, her face. He held out his hand for hers, and his firm grasp expressed both sympathy and regret for what had occurred. She could hardly keep back her sobs till she reached her bedroom. Her feelings had been overwrought for some time past, without finding the natural vent in action. The leaving Hamley Hall had seemed so sad before, and now she was troubled with having to bear away a secret which she ought never to have known, and the knowledge of which had brought out a very uncomfortable responsibility. Then there would arise a very natural wonder as to who Osborne's wife was. Molly had not stayed so long and so intimately in the Hamley family without being aware of the manner in which the future lady of Hamley was planned for. The squire, for instance, partly in order to show Osborne his heir was above the reach of Molly Gibson, the doctor's daughter, in the early days before he knew Molly well, had often alluded to the grand, the high, and the wealthy marriage which Hamley of Hamley, as represented by his clever, brilliant, handsome son Osborne, might be expected to make. Mrs. Hamley, too, unconsciously on her part, showed the projects that she was constantly devising for the reception of the unknown daughter-in-law that was to be. The drawing-room must be refurnished when Osborne marries. Or, Osborne's wife will like to have the west suite of rooms to herself. It will perhaps be a trial to her to live with the old couple, but we must arrange it so that she will feel it as little as possible. Of course, when Mrs. Osborne comes, we must try and give her a new carriage. The old one does well enough for us. These and similar speeches had given Molly the impression of the future Mrs. Osborne as of some beautiful grand young lady, whose very presence would make the old hall into a stately formal mansion, instead of the pleasant unceremonious home that it was at present. Osborne, too, who had spoken with such languid criticism to Mrs. Gibson about various country belles, and even in his own home was apt to give himself airs, only at home his airs were poetically fastidious, while with Mrs. Gibson they had been socially fastidious. What unspeakably elegant beauty had he chosen for his wife? Who had satisfied him? And yet satisfying him had to have her marriage kept in concealment from his parents. At length Molly tore herself up from her wonderings. It was of no use, she could not find out, she might not even try. The blank wall of her promise blocked up the way. Perhaps it was not even right to wonder, and endeavour to remember slight speeches, casual mentions of a name, so as to piece them together into something coherent. Molly dreaded seeing either of the brothers again, but they all met at dinner-time as if nothing had happened. The squire was taciturn, either from melancholy or displeasure. He had never spoken to Osborne since his return, excepting about the commonest trifles, when intercourse could not be avoided, and his wife's state oppressed him like a heavy cloud coming over the light of day. Osborne put on an indifferent manner to his father, which Molly felt sure was assumed, but it was not conciliatory for all that. Roger, quiet, steady, and natural, talked more than all the others, but he too was uneasy, and in distress on many accounts. To-day he principally addressed himself to Molly, entering into rather long narrations of late discoveries in natural history, which kept up the current of talk without requiring much reply from any one. Molly had expected Osborne to look something different from usual, conscious, or ashamed, or resentful, or even married. But he was exactly the Osborne of the morning, handsome, elegant, languid in manner and in look, cordial with his brother, polite towards her, secretly uneasy at the state of things between his father and himself. She would never have guessed the concealed romance which lay perdu under that everyday behaviour. She had always wished to come into direct contact with a love story. Here she had, and she only found it very uncomfortable. There was a sense of concealment and uncertainty about it all, and her honest, straightforward father, her quiet life at Hollingford, which, even with all its drawbacks, was above board, and where everybody knew what everybody was doing, seemed secure and pleasant in comparison. Of course she felt great pain at quitting the Hall, and at the mute farewell she had taken of her sleeping and unconscious friend. But leaving Mrs. Hamley now was a different thing to what it had been a fortnight ago. Then she was wanted at any moment, and felt herself to be of comfort. Now her very existence seemed forgotten by the poor lady whose body appeared to be living so long after her soul. She was sent home in the carriage, loaded with true thanks from every one of the family. Osborne ransacked the greenhouses for flowers for her. Roger had chosen her out books of every kind. The squire himself kept shaking her hand, without being able to speak his gratitude, till at last he took her in his arms, and kissed her as he would have done a daughter. Chapter 19. Cynthia's arrival. Molly's father was not at home when she returned, and there was no one to give her a welcome. Mrs. Gibson was out paying calls, the servants told Molly. She went upstairs to her own room, meaning to unpack and arrange her borrowed books. Rather to her surprise, she saw the chamber corresponding to her own being dusted. Water and towels, too, were being carried in. "Is any one coming?" she asked of the housemaid. "Missis's daughter from France. Miss Kirkpatrick is coming to-morrow." Was Cynthia coming at last? Oh, what a pleasure it would be to have a companion, a girl, a sister of her own age! Molly's depressed spirits sprang up again with bright elasticity. She longed for Mrs. Gibson's return to ask her all about it. It must be very sudden, for Mr. Gibson had said nothing of it at the Hall the day before. No quiet reading now, the books were hardly put away with Molly's usual neatness. She went down into the drawing-room, and could not settle to anything. At last Mrs. Gibson came home, tired out with her walk and her heavy velvet cloak. Until that was taken off, and she had rested herself for a few minutes, she seemed quite unable to attend to Molly's questions. "Oh yes, Cynthia is coming home to-morrow, by the Umpire, which passes through at 10 o'clock. What an oppressive day it is for the time of year! I really am almost ready to faint. Cynthia heard of some opportunity, I believe, and was only too glad to leave school a fortnight earlier than we planned. She never gave me the chance of writing to say I did or did not like her coming so much before the time, and I shall have to pay for her just the same as if she had stopped. And I meant to have asked her to bring me a French bonnet, and then you could have had one made after mine. But I'm very glad she's coming, poor dear." "Is anything the matter with her?" asked Molly. "Oh no, why should there be?" "You called her poor dear, and it made me afraid lest she might be ill." "Oh no, it's only a way I got into when Mr. Kirkpatrick died. A fatherless girl. You know one always does call them poor dears. Oh no, Cynthia is never ill. She's as strong as a horse. She never would have felt to-day as I have done. Could you get me a glass of wine and a biscuit, my dear? I'm really quite faint." Mr. Gibson was much more excited about Cynthia's arrival than her own mother was. He anticipated her coming as a great pleasure to Molly, on whom, in spite of his recent marriage and his new wife, his interests principally centred. He even found time to run upstairs and see the bedrooms of the two girls, for the furniture of which he had paid a pretty round sum. "Well, I suppose young ladies like their bedrooms decked out in this way. It's very pretty, certainly, but—" "I liked my old room better, papa, but perhaps Cynthia is accustomed to such decking up."
"Perhaps. At any rate, she'll see we've tried to make it pretty. Yours is like hers. That's right. It might have hurt her if hers had been smarter than yours. Now, good night in your fine flimsy bed."
Molly was up betimes, almost before it was light, arranging her pretty Hamley flowers in Cynthia's room. She could hardly eat her breakfast that morning. She ran upstairs and put on her things, thinking that Mrs. Gibson was quite sure to go down to the George Inn, where the Umpire stopped, to meet her daughter after a 2 years' absence. But, to her surprise, Mrs. Gibson had arranged herself at her great worsted work frame just as usual, and she in her turn was astonished at Molly's bonnet and cloak. "Where are you going so early, child? The fog hasn't cleared away yet." "I thought you would go and meet Cynthia, and I wanted to go with you." "She will be here in half an hour, and dear papa has told the gardener to take the wheelbarrow down for her luggage. I'm not sure if he has not gone himself." "Then are you not going?" asked Molly, with a good deal of disappointment. "No, certainly not. She will be here almost directly, and besides, I don't like to expose my feelings to every passer-by in High Street. You forget I have not seen her for 2 years, and I hate scenes in the market-place." She settled herself to her work again, and Molly, after some consideration, gave up her own going, and employed herself in looking out of the downstairs window, which commanded the approach from the town. "Here she is! Here she is!" she cried out at last. Her father was walking by the side of a tall young lady. William the gardener was wheeling along a great cargo of baggage. Molly flew to the front door, and had it wide open to admit the newcomer some time before she arrived.
"Well, here she is. Molly, this is Cynthia. Cynthia, Molly. You're to be sisters, you know."
Molly saw the beautiful, tall, swaying figure against the light of the open door, but could not see any of the features, that were for the moment in shadow. A sudden gush of shyness had come over her just at the instant, and quenched the embrace she would have given a moment before. But Cynthia took her in her arms and kissed her on both cheeks. "Here's mamma," she said, looking beyond Molly onto the stairs where Mrs. Gibson stood, wrapped up in a shawl and shivering in the cold. She ran past Molly and Mr. Gibson, who rather averted their eyes from this first greeting between mother and child. Mrs. Gibson said, "Why, how you are grown, darling! You look quite a woman." "And so I am," said Cynthia. "I was before I went away. I've hardly grown since, except, it is always to be hoped, in wisdom." "Yes, that we will hope," said Mrs. Gibson, in rather a meaning way. Indeed, there were evidently hidden allusions in their seemingly commonplace speeches. When they all came into the full light and repose of the drawing-room, Molly was absorbed in the contemplation of Cynthia's beauty. Perhaps her features were not regular, but the changes in her expressive countenance gave one no time to think of that. Her smile was perfect, her pouting charming, the play of the face was in the mouth. Her eyes were beautifully shaped, but their expression hardly seemed to vary. In colouring she was not unlike her mother, only she had not so much of the red-haired tints in her complexion, and her long-shaped, serious grey eyes were fringed with dark lashes, instead of her mother's insipid flaxen ones. Molly fell in love with her, so to speak, on the instant. She sat there warming her feet and hands, as much at her ease as if she had been there all her life, not particularly attending to her mother, who all the time was studying either her or her dress, measuring Molly and Mr. Gibson with grave, observant looks, as if guessing how she should like them.
"There's hot breakfast ready for you in the dining-room, when you are ready for it," said Mr. Gibson. "I'm sure you must want it after your night journey."
He looked round at his wife, at Cynthia's mother, but she did not seem inclined to leave the warm room again. "Molly will take you to your room, darling," said she. "It is near hers, and she has got her things to take off. I'll come and sit in the dining-room while you are having your breakfast, but I really am afraid of the cold now." Cynthia rose and followed Molly upstairs. "I'm so sorry there isn't a fire for you," said Molly. "But I suppose it wasn't ordered, and of course I don't give any orders. Here's some hot water, though." "Stop a minute," said Cynthia, getting hold of both Molly's hands and looking steadily into her face, but in such a manner that she did not dislike the inspection. "I think I shall like you. I am so glad. I was afraid I should not. We're all in a very awkward position together, aren't we? I like your father's looks, though." Molly could not help smiling at the way this was said. Cynthia replied to her smile. "Ah, you may laugh, but I don't know that I am easy to get on with. Mamma and I didn't suit when we were last together, but perhaps we are each of us wiser now. Now, please leave me alone for a quarter of an hour. I don't want anything more." Molly went into her own room, waiting to show Cynthia down to the dining-room. Not that, in the moderate-sized house, there was any difficulty in finding the way. A very little trouble in conjecturing would enable a stranger to discover any room. But Cynthia had so captivated Molly that she wanted to devote herself to the newcomer's service. Ever since she had heard of the probability of her having a sister, she called her a sister, but whether it was a Scotch sister or a sister à la mode de Bretagne would have puzzled most people. Molly had allowed her fancy to dwell much on the idea of Cynthia's coming, and in the short time since they had met, Cynthia's unconscious power of fascination had been exercised upon her. Some people have this power. Of course its effects are only manifested in the susceptible. A schoolgirl may be found in every school who attracts and influences all the others, not by her virtues, nor her beauty, nor her sweetness, nor her cleverness, but by something that can neither be described nor reasoned upon. It is the something alluded to in the old lines: "Love me not for comely grace, for my pleasing eye and face, no, nor for my constant heart, for these may change and turn to ill, and thus true love may sever. But love me on, and know not why, so hast thou the same reason still, to dote upon me ever." A woman will have this charm, not only over men, but over her own sex. It cannot be defined. Or rather, it is so delicate a mixture of many gifts and qualities, that it is impossible to decide on the proportions of each. Perhaps it is incompatible with very high principle, as its essence seems to consist in the most exquisite power of adaptation to varying people and still more various moods, being all things to all men. At any rate, Molly might soon have been aware that Cynthia was not remarkable for unflinching morality, but the glamour thrown over her would have prevented Molly from any attempt at penetrating into and judging her companion's character, even had such processes been the least in accordance with her own disposition. Cynthia was very beautiful, and was so well aware of this fact that she had forgotten to care about it. No one with such loveliness ever appeared so little conscious of it. Molly would watch her perpetually as she moved about the room, with the free stately step of some wild animal of the forest, moving almost, as it were, to the continual sound of music. Her dress, too, though now to our ideas it would be considered ugly and disfiguring, was suited to her complexion and figure, and the fashion of it subdued within due bounds by her exquisite taste. It was inexpensive enough, and the changes in it were but few. Mrs. Gibson professed herself shocked to find that Cynthia had but 4 gowns, when she might have stocked herself so well, and brought over so many useful French patterns, if she had but patiently waited for her mother's answer to the letter which she had sent, announcing her return by the opportunity madam had found for her. Molly was hurt for Cynthia at all these speeches. She thought that they implied that the pleasure which her mother felt in seeing her a fortnight sooner after her 2 years' absence was inferior to that which she would have received from a bundle of silver paper patterns. But Cynthia took no apparent notice of the frequent recurrence of these small complaints. Indeed, she received much of what her mother said with a kind of complete indifference, that made Mrs. Gibson hold her rather in awe; and she was much more communicative to Molly than to her own child. With regard to dress, however, Cynthia soon showed that she was her mother's own daughter in the manner in which she could use her deft and nimble fingers. She was a capital workwoman, and unlike Molly, who excelled in plain sewing, but had no notion of dressmaking or millinery, she could repeat the fashions she had only seen in passing along the streets of Boulogne, with 1 or 2 pretty rapid movements of her hands, as she turned and twisted the ribbons and gauze her mother furnished her with. So she refurbished Mrs. Gibson's wardrobe, doing it all in a sort of contemptuous manner, the source of which Molly could not quite make out. Day after day the course of these small frivolities was broken in upon by the news Mr. Gibson brought of Mrs. Hamley's nearer approach to death. Molly, very often sitting by Cynthia and surrounded by ribbon and wire and net, heard the bulletins like the toll of a funeral bell at a marriage feast. Her father sympathized with her. It was the loss of a dear friend to him too, but he was so accustomed to death
that it seemed to him but as it was, the natural end of all things human. To Molly, the death of someone she had known so well and loved so much was a sad and gloomy phenomenon. She loathed the small vanities with which she was surrounded, and would wander out into the frosty garden and pace the walk, which was both sheltered and concealed by evergreens. At length, and yet it was not so long, not a fortnight since Molly had left the Hall, the end came. Mrs. Hamley had sunk out of life as gradually as she had sunk out of consciousness and her place in this world. The quiet waves closed over her, and her place knew her no more.
"They all sent their love to you, Molly," said her father. "Roger said he knew how you would feel it."
Mr. Gibson had come in very late, and was having a solitary dinner in the dining-room. Molly was sitting near to him to keep him company. Cynthia and her mother were upstairs. The latter was trying on a head-dress which Cynthia had made for her. Molly remained downstairs after her father had gone out afresh on his final round among his town patients. The fire was growing very low, and the lights were waning. Cynthia came softly in, and taking Molly's listless hand, that hung down by her side, sat at her feet on the rug, chafing her chilly fingers without speaking. The tender action thawed the tears that had been gathering heavily at Molly's heart, and they came dropping down her cheeks.
"You loved her dearly, did you not, Molly?"
"Yes," sobbed Molly, and then there was a silence.
"Had you known her long?"
"No, not a year, but I had seen a great deal of her. I was almost like a daughter to her, she said so. Yet I never bid her good-bye or anything. Her mind became weak and confused."
"She had only sons, I think?"
"No, only Mr. Osborne and Mr. Roger Hamley. She had a daughter once, Fanny. Sometimes in her illness she used to call me Fanny." The two girls were silent for some time, both gazing into the fire. Cynthia spoke first.
"I wish I could love people as you do, Molly."
"Don't you?" said the other in surprise. "No. A good number of people love me, I believe, or at least they think they do, but I never seem to care much for anyone. I do believe I love you, little Molly, whom I have only known for 10 days, better than anyone." "Not than your mother?" said Molly in grave astonishment. "Yes, than my mother," replied Cynthia, half smiling. "It's very shocking, I dare say, but it is so. Now don't go and condemn me. I don't think love for one's mother quite comes by nature, and remember how much I have been separated from mine. I loved my father, if you will," she continued, with the force of truth in her tone, and then she stopped. "But he died when I was quite a little thing, and no one believes that I remember him. I heard mamma say to a caller, not a fortnight after his funeral, 'Oh no, Cynthia is too young, she has quite forgotten him.' And I bit my lips to keep from crying out, 'Papa, papa, have I?' But it's of no use. Well, then, mamma had to go out as a governess. She couldn't help it, poor thing. But she didn't much care for parting with me. I was a trouble, I dare say. So I was sent to school at 4 years old, first one school and then another, and in the holidays mamma went to stay at grand houses, and I was generally left with the schoolmistresses. Once I went to the Towers, and mamma lectured me continually, and yet I was very naughty, I believe, and so I never went again, and I was very glad of it, for it was a horrid place." "That it was," said Molly, who remembered her own day of tribulation there. "And once I went to London, to stay with my uncle Kirkpatrick. He is a lawyer, and getting on now, but then he was poor enough, and had 6 or 7 children. It was winter time, and we were all shut up in a small house in Doughty Street. But after all, that wasn't so bad." "But then you lived with your mother when she began school at Ashcombe. Mr. Preston told me that, when I stayed that day at the manor house." "What did he tell you?" asked Cynthia, almost fiercely. "Nothing but that. Oh yes, he praised your beauty, and wanted me to tell you what he had said." "I should have hated you if you had," said Cynthia. "Of course I never thought of doing such a thing.
replied Molly. "I didn't like him, and Lady Harriet spoke of him the next day as if he wasn't a person to be liked." Cynthia was quite silent. At length she said, "I wish I was good." "So do I," said Molly simply. She was thinking again of Mrs. Hamley. Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust. And goodness just then seemed to her to be the only enduring thing in the world. "Nonsense, Molly. You are good. At least, if you're not good, what am I? There's a rule of three sum for you to do. But it's no use talking. I am not good, and I never shall be now. Perhaps I might be a heroine still, but I shall never be a good woman, I know." "Do you think it easier to be a heroine?" "Yes, as far as one knows of heroines from history. I'm capable of a great jerk, a great effort, and then a relaxation. But steady, everyday goodness is just beyond me. I must be a moral kangaroo." Molly could not follow Cynthia's ideas. She could not distract herself from the thoughts of the sorrowing group at the Hall. "How I should like to see them all, and yet one can do nothing at such a time. Papa says the funeral is to be on Tuesday, and that after that Mr. Roger Hamley is to go back to Cambridge. It will seem as if nothing had happened. I wonder how the Squire and Mr. Osborne Hamley will get on together." "He is the eldest son, is he not? Why shouldn't he and his father get on well together?" "Oh, I don't know. That is to say, I do know, but I think I ought not to tell." "Don't be so pedantically truthful, Molly. Besides, your manner shows when you speak truth and when you speak falsehood, without troubling yourself to use words. I knew exactly what your 'I don't know' meant. I never consider myself bound to be truthful, so I beg we may be on equal terms." Cynthia might well say she did not consider herself bound to be truthful. She literally said what came uppermost, without caring very much whether it was accurate or not. But there was no ill nature, and in a general way no attempt at procuring any advantage for herself in all her deviations. And there was often such a latent sense of fun in them that Molly could not help being amused with them in fact, though she condemned them in theory. Cynthia's playfulness of manner glossed such failings over with a kind of charm, and yet at times she was so soft and sympathetic that Molly could not resist her, even when she affirmed the most startling things. The little account she made of her own beauty pleased Mr. Gibson extremely, and her pretty deference to him won his heart. She was restless, too, till she had attacked Molly's dress, after she had remodelled her mother's. "Now for you, sweet one," said she, as she began upon one of Molly's gowns. "I've been working as a connoisseur until now. Now I begin as amateur." She brought down her pretty artificial flowers, plucked out of her own best bonnet to put into Molly's, saying they would suit her complexion, and that a knot of ribbons would do well enough for her. All the time she worked she sang. She had a sweet voice in singing as well as in speaking, and used to run up and down her gay French chanson without any difficulty, so flexible in the art was she. Yet she did not seem to care for music. She rarely touched the piano, on which Molly practised with daily conscientiousness. Cynthia was always willing to answer questions about her previous life, though after the first she rarely alluded to it of herself. But she was a most sympathetic listener to all Molly's innocent confidences of joys and sorrows, sympathizing even to the extent of wondering how she could endure Mr. Gibson's second marriage, and why she did not take some active steps of rebellion. In spite of all this agreeable and pungent variety of companionship at home, Molly yearned after the Hamleys. If there had been a woman in that family, she would probably have received many little notes, and heard numerous details which were now lost to her, or summed up in condensed accounts of her father's visits at the Hall, which, since his dear patient was dead, were only occasional. "Yes, the squire is a good deal changed, but he's better than he was. There's an unspoken estrangement between him and Osborne. One can see it in the silence and constraint of their manners, but outwardly they are friendly, civil at any rate. The squire will always respect Osborne as his heir, and the future representative of the family. Osborne doesn't look well. He says he wants change. I think he's weary of the domestic dullness or domestic dissension. But he feels his mother's death acutely. It's a wonder that he and his father are not drawn together by their common loss. Roger's away at Cambridge too, examination for the mathematical tripos. Altogether the aspect of both people and place is changed. It is but natural. Such is perhaps the summing up of the news of the Hamleys as contained in many bulletins. They always ended in some kind message to Molly. Mrs. Gibson generally said, as a comment upon her husband's account of Osborne's melancholy, "My dear, why don't you ask him to dinner here? A little quiet dinner, you know. Cook is quite up to it, and we would all of us wear blacks and lilacs. He wouldn't consider that his gaiety." Mr. Gibson took no more notice of these suggestions than by shaking his head. He had grown accustomed to his wife by this time, and regarded silence on his own part as a great preservative against long inconsequential arguments. But every time that Mrs. Gibson was struck by Cynthia's beauty, she thought it more and more advisable that Mr. Osborne Hamley should be cheered up by a little quiet dinner-party. As yet no one but the ladies of Hollingford and Mr. Ashton the vicar, that hopeless and impracticable old bachelor, had seen Cynthia, and what was the good of having a lovely daughter if there were none but old women to admire her? Cynthia herself appeared extremely indifferent upon the subject, and took very little notice of her mother's constant talk about the gaieties that were possible, and the gaieties that were impossible in Hollingford. She exerted herself just as much to charm the two Miss Brownings as she would have done to delight Osborne Hamley or any other young heir. That is to say, she used no exertion, but simply followed her own nature, which was to attract every one of those she was thrown amongst. The exertion seemed rather to be to refrain from doing so, and to protest, as she often did, by slight words and expressive looks against her mother's words and humours, alike against her folly and her caresses. Molly was almost sorry for Mrs. Gibson, who seemed so unable to gain influence over her child. One day Cynthia read Molly's thought. "I'm not good, and I told you so. Somehow I cannot forgive her for her neglect of me as a child, when I would have clung to her. Besides, I hardly ever heard from her when I was at school. And I know she put a stop to my coming over to her wedding. I saw the letter she wrote to Madame Lefebvre. A child should be brought up with its parents, if it is to think them infallible when it grows up." "But though it may know that there must be faults," replied Molly, "it ought to cover them over and try to forget their existence." "It ought. But don't you see I have grown up outside the pale of duty and oughts? Love me as I am, sweet one, for I shall never be better."
Chapter 20. Mrs. Gibson's Visitors. One day, to Molly's infinite surprise, Mr. Preston was announced as a caller. Mrs. Gibson and she were sitting together in the drawing-room. Cynthia was out, gone into the town a-shopping, when the door was opened, the name given, and in walked the young man. His entrance seemed to cause more confusion than Molly could well account for. He came in with the same air of easy assurance with which he had received her and her father at Ashcombe Manor House. He looked remarkably handsome in his riding dress, and with the open-air exercise he had just had. But Mrs. Gibson's smooth brows contracted a little at the sight of him, and her reception of him was much cooler than that which she usually gave to visitors. Yet there was a degree of agitation in it which surprised Molly a little. Mrs. Gibson was at her everlasting worsted-work frame when Mr. Preston entered the room, but somehow in rising to receive him she threw down her basket of crewels, and declining Molly's offer to help her, she would pick up all the reels herself before she asked her visitor to sit down. He stood there, hat in hand, affecting an interest in the recovery of the worsted which Molly was sure he did not feel, for all the time his eyes were glancing round the room, and taking note of the details in the arrangement. At length they were seated, and conversation began. "It is the first time I have been in Hollingford since your marriage, Mrs. Gibson, or I should certainly have called to pay my respects sooner." "I know you are very busy at Ashcombe. I did not expect you to call. Is Lord Cumnor at the Towers? I have not heard from her ladyship for more than a week." "No, he seemed still detained at Bath, but I had a letter from him giving me certain messages for Mr. Sheepshanks. Mr. Gibson is not at home, I'm afraid." "No, he is a great deal out, almost constantly, I may say. I had no idea that I should see so little of him. A doctor's wife leads a very solitary life, Mr. Preston."
You can hardly call it solitary, I should think, when you have such a companion as Miss Gibson always at hand," said he, bowing to Molly.
"Oh, but I call it solitude for a wife when her husband is away. Poor Mr. Kirkpatrick was never happy unless I always went with him. All his walks, all his visits, he liked me to be with him. But somehow Mr. Gibson feels as if I should rather be in his way." "I don't think you could ride pillion behind him on Black Bess, mamma," said Molly; "and unless you could do that, you could hardly go with him in his rounds up and down all the rough lanes." "Oh, but he might keep a brougham. I've often said so, and then I could use it for visiting in the evenings. Really, it was one reason why I didn't go to the Hollingford charity ball. I couldn't bring myself to use the dirty fly from the George. We really must stir papa up against next winter, Molly. It will never do for you and—" She pulled herself up suddenly, and looked furtively at Mr. Preston to see if he had taken any notice of her abruptness. Of course he had, but he was not going to show it. He turned to Molly and said, "Have you ever been to a public ball yet, Miss Gibson?" "No," said Molly.
"It will be a great pleasure to you when the time comes."
"I'm not sure. I shall like it if I have plenty of partners, but I'm afraid I shan't know many people."
"And you suppose that young men haven't their own ways and means of being introduced to pretty girls?"
It was exactly one of the speeches Molly had disliked him for before, and delivered too in that kind of underbred manner which showed that it was meant to convey a personal compliment. Molly took great credit to herself for the unconcerned manner with which she went on with her tatting, exactly as if she had never heard it.
"I only hope I may be one of your partners at the first ball you go to. Pray remember my early application for that honor, when you were overwhelmed with requests for dances."
"I don't choose to engage myself beforehand," said Molly, perceiving from under her dropped eyelids that he was leaning forward and looking at her as though he was determined to have an answer.
"Young ladies are always very cautious in fact, however modest they may be in profession," he replied, addressing himself in a nonchalant manner to Mrs. Gibson. "In spite of Miss Gibson's apprehension of not having many partners, she declines the certainty of having one. I suppose Miss Kirkpatrick will have returned from France before then?"
He said these last words exactly in the same tone as he had used before, but Molly's instinct told her that he was making an effort to do so. She looked up. He was playing with his hat, almost as if he did not care to have any answer to his question. Yet he was listening acutely, and with a half smile on his face. Mrs. Gibson reddened a little and hesitated. "Yes, certainly. My daughter will be with us next winter, I believe, and I dare say she will go out with us." "Why can't she say at once that Cynthia is here now?" asked Molly of herself, yet glad that Mr. Preston's curiosity was baffled. He still smiled, but this time he looked up at Mrs. Gibson as he asked, "You have good news from her, I hope?" "Yes, very. By the way, how are our old friends, the Robinsons? How often I think of their kindness to me at Ashcombe. Dear good people, I wish I could see them again."
"I will certainly tell them of your kind inquiries. They are very well, I believe."
Just at this moment Molly heard the familiar sound of the click and opening of the front door. She knew it must be Cynthia, and, conscious of some mysterious reason which made Mrs. Gibson wish to conceal her daughter's whereabouts from Mr. Preston, and maliciously desirous to baffle him, she rose to leave the room, and meet Cynthia on the stairs, but one of the lost crewels of worsted had entangled itself in her gown and feet, and before she had freed herself of the encumbrance, Cynthia had opened the drawing-room door, and stood in it, looking at her mother, at Molly, at Mr. Preston, but not advancing one step. Her colour, which had been brilliant the first moment of her entrance, faded away as she gazed, but her eyes, her beautiful eyes, usually so soft and grave, seemed to fill with fire, and her brows to contract as she took the resolution to come forward and take her place among the three, who were all looking at her with different emotions. She moved calmly and slowly forwards. Mr. Preston went a step or two to meet her, his hand held out, and the whole expression of his face that of eager delight. But she took no notice of the outstretched hand, nor of the chair that he offered her. She sat down on a little sofa in one of the windows, and called Molly to her. "Look at my purchases," said she. "This green ribbon was 14 pence a yard. This silk 3 shillings. And so she went on, forcing herself to speak about these trifles as if they were all the world to her, and she had no attention to throw away on her mother and her mother's visitor. Mr. Preston took his cue from her. He too talked of the news of the day, the local gossip, but Molly, who glanced up at him from time to time, was almost alarmed by the bad expression of suppressed anger, almost amounting to vindictiveness, which entirely marred his handsome looks. She did not wish to look again, and tried rather to back up Cynthia's efforts at maintaining a separate conversation. Yet she could not help overhearing Mrs. Gibson's strain after increased civility, as if to make up for Cynthia's rudeness, and, if possible, to deprecate his anger. She talked perpetually, as though her object were to detain him, whereas previous to Cynthia's return she had allowed frequent pauses in the conversation, as though to give him the opportunity to take his leave. In the course of the conversation between them, the Hamleys came up. Mrs. Gibson was never unwilling to dwell upon Molly's intimacy with this county family, and when the latter caught the sound of her own name, her stepmother was saying, "Poor Mrs. Hamley could hardly do without Molly. She quite looked upon her as a daughter, especially towards the last, when I am afraid she had a great deal of anxiety. Mr. Osborne Hamley, I dare say you have heard, he did not do so well at college, and they had expected so much. Parents will, you know, but what did it signify? For he had not to earn his living. I call it a very foolish kind of ambition when a young man has not to go into a profession." "Well, at any rate, the squire must be satisfied now. I saw this morning's Times with the Cambridge examination lists in it. Is it the second son called after his father, Roger?" "Yes," said Molly, starting up and coming nearer.
"He's senior wrangler, that's all," said Mr. Preston, almost as though he were vexed with himself for having anything to say that could give her pleasure.
Molly went back to her seat by Cynthia. "Poor Mrs. Hamley," said she, very softly, as if to herself. Cynthia took her hand in sympathy with Molly's sad and tender look, rather than because she understood all that was passing in her mind, nor did she quite understand it herself. A death that had come out of time, a wonder whether the dead knew what passed upon the earth they had left, the brilliant Osborne's failure, Roger's success, the vanity of human wishes, all these thoughts and what they suggested were inextricably mingled up in her mind. She came to herself in a few minutes. Mr. Preston was saying all the unpleasant things he could think of about the Hamleys in a tone of false sympathy. "The poor old squire, not the wisest of men, has woefully mismanaged his estate. And Osborne Hamley is too fine a gentleman to understand the means by which to improve the value of the land, even if he had the capital. A man who had practical knowledge of agriculture, and some thousands of ready money, might bring the rental up to 8,000 or so. Of course, Osborne will try and marry someone with money. The family is old and well established, and he mustn't object to commercial descent, though I dare say the squire will for him. But then the young fellow himself is not the man for the work. No, the family's going down fast, and it's a pity when these old Saxon houses vanish off the land. But it is kismet with the Hamleys. Even the senior wrangler, if it is that Roger Hamley, he will have spent all his brains in one effort. You never hear of a senior wrangler being worth anything afterwards. He'll be a fellow of his college, of course. That will be a livelihood for him at any rate." "I believe in senior wranglers," said Cynthia, her clear high voice ringing through the room. "And from all I've ever heard of Mr. Roger Hamley, I believe he will keep up the distinction he has earned. And I don't believe that the house of Hamley is so near extinction in wealth and fame and good name."
"They are fortunate in having Miss Kirkpatrick's good word," said Mr. Preston, rising to take his leave.
"Dear Molly," said Cynthia in a whisper, "I know nothing about your friends the Hamleys, except that they are your friends, and what you have told me about them. But I won't have that man speaking of them so, and your eyes filling with tears all the time. I'd sooner swear to their having all the talents and good fortune under the sun."
The only person of whom Cynthia appeared to be wholesomely afraid was Mr. Gibson. When he was present, she was more careful in speaking, and showed more deference to her mother. Her evident respect for him, and desire to win his good opinion, made her curb herself before him, and in this manner she earned his favor as a lively, sensible girl, with just so much knowledge of the world as made her a very desirable companion to Molly. Indeed, she made something of the same kind of impression on all men. They were first struck with her personal appearance, and then with her pretty deprecating manner, which appealed to them much as if she had said, "You are wise, and I am foolish. Have mercy on my folly." It was a way she had, it meant nothing really, and she was hardly conscious of it herself, but it was very captivating all the same. Even old Williams, the gardener, felt it. He said to his confidante, Molly, "Eh, miss, but that be a rare young lady. She do have such pretty coaxing ways. I be to teach her to bud roses come the season, and I'll warrant ye she'll learn sharp enough, for all she says, she be so stupid." If Molly had not the sweetest disposition in the world, she might have become jealous of all the allegiance laid at Cynthia's feet, but she never thought of comparing the amount of admiration and love which they each received. Yet once she did feel a little as if Cynthia were poaching on her manner. The invitation to the quiet dinner had been sent to Osborne Hamley, and declined by him. But he thought it right to call soon afterwards. It was the first time Molly had seen any of the family since she left the Hall, just before Mrs. Hamley's death, and there was so much that she wanted to ask. She tried to wait patiently till Mrs. Gibson had exhausted the first gush of her infinite nothings, and then Molly came in with her modest questions. How was the squire? Had he returned to his old habits? Had his health suffered? Putting each inquiry with as light and delicate a touch as if she had been dressing a wound. She hesitated a little, a very little, before speaking of Roger. For just one moment the thought flitted across her mind that Osborne might feel the contrast between his own and his brother's college career too painfully to like to have it referred to. But then she remembered the generous brotherly love that had always existed between the two, and had just entered upon the subject, when Cynthia, in obedience to her mother's summons, came into the room, and took up her work. No one could have been quieter. She hardly uttered a word, but Osborne seemed to fall under her power at once. He no longer gave his undivided attention to Molly. He cut short his answers to her questions, and by, without Molly's rightly understanding how it was, he had turned towards Cynthia and was addressing himself to her. Molly saw the look of content on Mrs. Gibson's face. Perhaps it was her own mortification at not having heard all she wished to know about Roger, which gave her a keener insight than usual, but certain it is that all at once she perceived that Mrs. Gibson would not dislike a marriage between Osborne and Cynthia, and considered the present occasion as an auspicious beginning. Remembering the secret which she had been let into so unwillingly, Molly watched his behaviour, almost as if she had been retained in the interest of the absent wife. But after all, thinking as much of the possibility of his attracting Cynthia as of the unknown and mysterious Mrs. Osborne Hamley. His manner was expressive of great interest and of strong prepossession in favour of the beautiful girl to whom he was talking. He was in deep mourning, which showed off his slight figure and delicate refined face. But there was nothing of flirting, as far as Molly understood the meaning of the word, in either looks or words. Cynthia, too, was extremely quiet. She was always much quieter with men than with women. It was part of the charm of her soft allurement that she was so passive. They were talking of France. Mrs. Gibson herself had passed 2 or 3 years of her girlhood there, and Cynthia's late return from Boulogne made it a very natural subject of conversation. But Molly was thrown out of it, and with her heart still unsatisfied as to the details of Roger's success, she had to stand up at last and receive Osborne's good-bye, scarcely longer or more intimate than his farewell to Cynthia. As soon as he was gone, Mrs. Gibson began in his praise. "Well, really, I begin to have some faith in long descent. What a gentleman he is! How agreeable and polite! So different from that forward Mr. Preston," she continued, looking a little anxiously at Cynthia. Cynthia, quite aware that her reply was being watched for, said coolly, "Mr. Preston doesn't improve on acquaintance. There was a time, mamma, when I think both you and I thought him very agreeable." "I don't remember. You've a clearer memory than I have. But we were talking of this delightful Mr. Osborne Hamley. My Molly, you were always talking of his brother. It was Roger this and Roger that. I can't think how it was you so seldom mentioned this young man." "I didn't know I had mentioned Mr. Roger Hamley so often," said Molly, blushing a little. "But I saw much more of him. He was more at home." "Well, well, it's all right, my dear. I dare say he suits you best. But really, when I saw Osborne Hamley close to my Cynthia, I couldn't help thinking, but perhaps I'd better not tell you what I was thinking of, only they are each of them so much above the average in appearance.
and of course that suggests things." "I perfectly understand what you were thinking of, mamma," said Cynthia with the greatest composure, "and so does Molly, I have no doubt. Well, there's no harm in it, I'm sure. Did you hear him say that though he did not like to leave his father alone just at present, yet that when his brother Roger came back from Cambridge, he should feel more at liberty? It was quite as much as to say, if you will ask me to dinner then, I shall be delighted to come. And chickens will be so much cheaper, and cook has such a nice way of boning them, and doing them up with forcemeat. Everything seems to be falling out so fortunately. And Molly, my dear, you know I won't forget you. By and by, when Roger Hamley has taken his turn at stopping at home with his father, we will ask him to one of our little quiet dinners." Molly was very slow at taking this in, but in about a minute the sense of it had reached her brain, and she went all over very red and hot, especially as she saw that Cynthia was watching the light come into her mind with great amusement. "I'm afraid Molly isn't properly grateful, mamma. If I were you, I wouldn't exert myself to give a dinner party on her account. Bestow all your kindness upon me." Molly was often puzzled by Cynthia's speeches to her mother, and this was one of these occasions. But she was more anxious to say something for herself. She was so much annoyed at the implication in Mrs. Gibson's last words. "Mr. Roger Hamley has been very good to me. He was a great deal at home when I was there, and Mr. Osborne Hamley was very little there. That was the reason I spoke so much more of one than the other. If he had, losing her coherence in the difficulty of finding words, I don't think I should. Oh, Cynthia, instead of laughing at me, I think you might help me to explain myself." Instead, Cynthia gave a diversion to the conversation. "Mamma's paragon gives me an idea of weakness. I can't quite make out whether it's in body or mind. Which is it, Molly?" "He is not strong, I know, but he's very accomplished and clever. Everyone says that, even papa, who doesn't generally praise young men. That made the puzzle the greater when he did so badly at college." "Then it's his character that is weak. I'm sure there's weakness somewhere, but he's very agreeable. It must have been very pleasant staying at the Hall." "Yes, but it's all over now." "Oh, nonsense," said Mrs. Gibson, wakening up from counting the stitches in her pattern. "We shall have the young men coming to dinner pretty often, you'll see. Your father likes them, and I shall always make a point of welcoming his friends. They can't go on mourning for a mother for ever. I expect we shall see a great deal of them, and that the two families will become very intimate. After all, these good Hollingford people are terribly behindhand, and I should say rather commonplace."
Chapter 21. The Half-Sisters. It appeared as if Mrs. Gibson's predictions were likely to be verified, for Osborne Hamley found his way to her drawing-room pretty frequently. To be sure, sometimes prophets can help on the fulfilment of their own prophecies, and Mrs. Gibson was not passive. Molly was altogether puzzled by his manners and ways. He spoke of occasional absences from the Hall, without exactly saying where he had been. But that was not her idea of the conduct of a married man, who, she imagined, ought to have a house and servants, and pay rent and taxes, and live with his wife. Who this mysterious wife might be faded into insignificance before the wonder of where she was. London, Cambridge, Dover, nay, even France, were mentioned by him as places to which he had been on these different little journeys. These facts came out quite casually, almost as if he was unaware of what he was betraying. Sometimes he dropped out such sentences as these: "Ah, that would be the day I was crossing. It was stormy indeed. Instead of our being only 2 hours, we were nearly 5. Or, "I met Lord Hollingford at Dover last week, and he said," etc. "The cold now is nothing to what it was in London on Thursday. The thermometer was down at 15 degrees. Perhaps in the rapid flow of conversation these small revelations were noticed by no one but Molly, whose interest and curiosity were always hovering over the secret she had become possessed of, in spite of all her self-reproach for allowing her thoughts to dwell on what was still to be kept as a mystery. It was also evident to her that Osborne was not too happy at home. He had lost the slight touch of cynicism which he had affected when he was expected to do wonders at college, and that was one good result of his failure.
if he did not give himself the trouble of appreciating other people and their performances, at any rate his conversation was not so amply sprinkled with critical pepper. He was more absent, but not so agreeable, Mrs. Gibson thought, but did not say. He looked ill in health, but that might be the consequence of the real depression of spirits which Molly occasionally saw peeping out through all his pleasant surface talk. Now and then, when he was directly talking to her, he referred to the happy days that are gone, or to the time when my mother was alive, and then his voice sank, and a gloom came over his countenance, and Molly longed to express her own deep sympathy. He did not often mention his father, and Molly thought she could read in his manner, when he did, that something of the painful restraint she had noticed when she was last at the Hall still existed between them. Nearly every particular she knew of the family interior she had heard from Mrs. Hamley, and she was uncertain how far her father was acquainted with them. So she did not like to question him too closely. Nor was he a man to be so questioned as to the domestic affairs of his patients. Sometimes she wondered if it was a dream, the short half-hour in the library at Hamley Hall, when she had learnt a fact which seemed so all-important to Osborne, yet which made so little difference in his way of life, either in speech or action. During the 12 or 14 hours that she had remained in the hall afterwards, no further allusion had been made to his marriage, either by himself or by Roger. It was indeed very like a dream. Probably Molly would have been rendered much more uncomfortable in the possession of her secret if Osborne had struck her as particularly attentive in his devotion to Cynthia. She evidently amused and attracted him, but not in any lively or passionate kind of way. He admired her beauty and seemed to feel her charm, but he would leave her side and come to sit near Molly if anything reminded him of his mother, about which he could talk to her, and to her alone. Yet he came so often to the Gibsons that Mrs. Gibson might be excused for the fancy she had taken into her head that it was for Cynthia's sake. He liked the lounge, the friendliness, the company of two intelligent girls of beauty and manners above the average, one of whom stood in a peculiar relation to him, as having been especially beloved by the mother whose memory he cherished so fondly. Knowing himself to be out of the category of bachelors, he was perhaps too indifferent as to other people's ignorance, and its possible consequences. Somehow Molly did not like to be the first to introduce Roger's name into the conversation, so she lost many an opportunity of hearing intelligence about him. Osborne was often so languid or so absent that he only followed the lead of talk, and as an awkward fellow who had paid her no particular attention, and as a second son, Roger was not pre-eminent in Mrs. Gibson's thoughts. Cynthia had never seen him, and the freak did not often take her to speak about him. He had not come home since he had obtained his high place in the mathematical lists. That Molly knew, and she knew too that he was working hard for something, she supposed a fellowship, and that was all. Osborne's tone in speaking of him was always the same. Every word, every inflection of the voice breathed out affection and respect, nay, even admiration. And this from the nil admirari brother, who seldom carried his exertions so far. "Ah, Roger," he said one day. Molly caught the name in an instant, though she had not heard what had gone before. "He is a fellow in 1,000, in 1,000 indeed. I don't believe there is his match anywhere for goodness and real solid power combined." "Molly," said Cynthia, after Mr. Osborne Hamley had gone, "what sort of a man is this Roger Hamley? One can't tell how much to believe of his brother's praises, for it is the one subject on which Osborne Hamley becomes enthusiastic. I've noticed it once or twice before." While Molly hesitated on which point of the large round to begin her description, Mrs. Gibson struck in. "It just shows what a sweet disposition Osborne Hamley is of, that he should praise his brother as he does. I dare say he is a senior wrangler, and much good may it do him. I don't deny that, but as for conversation, he's as heavy can be. A great awkward fellow to boot, who looks as if he did not know 2 and 2 made 4, for all he is such a mathematical genius. You would hardly believe he was Osborne Hamley's brother to see him. I should not think he has a profile at all. What do you think of him, Molly? said the persevering Cynthia. I like him, said Molly. He has been very kind to me. I know he isn't handsome like Osborne. It was rather difficult to say all this quietly, but Molly managed to do it, quite aware that Cynthia would not rest till she had extracted some kind of an opinion out of her. I suppose he will come home at Easter, said Cynthia, and then I shall see him for myself. It's a great pity that their being in mourning will prevent them from going to the Easter charity ball, said Mrs. Gibson plaintively. I shan't like to take you two girls, if you are not to have any partners. It will put me in such an awkward position. I wish we could join on to the Towers party. That would secure your partners, for they always bring a number of dancing men, who might dance with you after they had done their duty by the ladies of the house. But really everything is so changed, since dear Lady Cumnor has been an invalid, that perhaps they won't go at all. This Easter ball was a great subject of conversation with Mrs. Gibson. She sometimes spoke of it as her first appearance in society as a bride, though she had been visiting once or twice a week all winter long. Then she shifted her ground, and said she felt so much interest in it because she would then have the responsibility of introducing both her own and Mr. Gibson's daughter to public notice, though the fact was that pretty nearly every one who was going to this ball had seen the two young ladies, though not in their ball dresses, before. But, aping the manners of the aristocracy as far as she knew them, she intended to bring out Molly and Cynthia on this occasion, which she regarded as something of the light of a presentation at court. They are not out yet, was her favourite excuse when either of them was invited to any house to which she did not wish them to go, or they were invited without her. She even made a difficulty about their not being out, when Miss Browning, that old friend of the Gibson family, came in one morning to ask the two girls to come to a friendly tea and a round game afterwards, this mild piece of gaiety being designed as an attention to 3 of Mrs. Goodenough's grandchildren, 2 young ladies and their schoolboy brother, who were staying on a visit to their grandmamma. You are very kind, Miss Browning, but you see I hardly like to let them go. They are not out, you know, till after the Easter ball. Till when we are invisible, said Cynthia, always ready with her mockery to exaggerate any pretension of her mother's. We are so high in rank that our sovereign must give us her sanction before we can play a round game at your house. Cynthia enjoyed the idea of her own full-grown size and stately gait as contrasted with that of a meek, half-fledged girl in the nursery, but Miss Browning was half puzzled and half affronted. I don't understand it at all. In my days, girls went wherever it pleased people to ask them, without this farce of bursting out in all their new fine clothes at some public place. I don't mean but what the gentry took their daughters to York, or Matlock, or Bath, to give them a taste of gay society when they were growing up, and the quality went up to London, and their young ladies were presented to Queen Charlotte, and went to a birthday ball, perhaps. But for us little Hollingford people, why, we knew every child amongst us from the day of its birth, and many a girl of 12 or 14 have I seen go out to a card party, and sit quiet at her work, and know how to behave as well as any lady there. There was no talk of coming out in those days for any one under the daughter of a squire. After Easter, Molly and I shall know how to behave at a card party, but not before, said Cynthia demurely. You are always fond of your quips and your cranks, my dear, said Miss Browning, and I wouldn't quite answer for your behaviour. You sometimes let your spirits carry you away. But I'm quite sure Molly will be a little lady as she always is, and always was, and I have known her from a babe. Mrs. Gibson took up arms on behalf of her daughter, or rather she took up arms against Molly's praises. I don't think you would have called Molly a lady the other day, Miss Browning, if you had found her where I did, sitting up in a cherry-tree, 6 feet from the ground at least, I do assure you. Oh, but that wasn't pretty, said Miss Browning, shaking her head at Molly. I thought you'd left off those tomboy ways. She wants the refinement which good society gives in several ways, said Mrs. Gibson, returning to the attack on poor Molly. She's very apt to come upstairs 2 steps at a time. Only 2, Molly? said Cynthia. Why, to-day I found I could manage 4 of these broad, shallow steps. My dear child, what are you saying? Only confessing that I, like Molly, want the refinements which good society gives. Therefore, do please let us go to Miss Browning's this evening. I will pledge myself for Molly that she shan't sit in a cherry-tree, and Molly shall see that I don't go upstairs in an unladylike way. I will go upstairs as meekly as if I were a come-out young lady, and had been to the Easter ball." So it was agreed that they should go. If Mr. Osborne Hamley had been named as one of the probable visitors, there would have been none of this difficulty about the affair. But though he was not there, his brother Roger was. Molly saw him in a minute when she entered the little drawing-room, but Cynthia did not. "And see, my dears," said Miss Phoebe Browning, turning them round to the side where Roger stood waiting for his turn of speaking to Molly, "we've got a gentleman for you after all. Wasn't it fortunate? Just as sister said that you might find it dull. You, Cynthia, she meant, because you know you come from France. Then, just as if he had been sent from heaven, Mr. Roger came in to call, and I won't say we laid violent hands on him, because he was too good for that, but really we should have been near it, if he had not stayed of his own accord." The moment Roger had done his cordial greeting to Molly, he asked her to introduce him to Cynthia. "I want to know her, your new sister," he added, with the kind smile Molly remembered so well since the very first day she had seen it directed towards her, as she sat crying under the weeping ash. Cynthia was standing a little behind Molly when Roger asked for this introduction. She was generally dressed with careless grace. Molly, who was delicate neatness itself, used sometimes to wonder how Cynthia's tumbled gowns, tossed away so untidily, had the art of looking so well, and falling in such graceful folds. For instance, the pale lilac muslin gown she wore this evening had been worn many times before, and had looked unfit to wear again, till Cynthia put it on. Then the limpness became softness, and the very creases took the lines of beauty. Molly, in a daintily clean pink muslin, did not look half so elegantly dressed as Cynthia. The grave eyes of the latter, raised when she had to be presented to Roger, had a sort of childlike innocence and wonder about them, which did not quite belong to Cynthia's character. She put on her armour of magic that evening, involuntarily, as she always did, but on the other side she could not help trying her power on strangers. Molly had always felt that she should have a right to a good long talk with Roger when she next saw him, and that he would tell her, or she should gather from him all the details she so longed to hear about the squire, about the Hall, about Osborne, about himself. He was just as cordial and friendly as ever with her. If Cynthia had not been there, all would have gone on as she had anticipated. But of all the victims to Cynthia's charms, he fell most prone and abject. Molly saw it all. As she was sitting next to Miss Phoebe at the tea-table, acting right hand, and passing cake, cream, sugar, with such busy assiduity that every one besides herself thought that her mind, as well as her hands, was fully occupied. She tried to talk to the two shy girls, as in virtue of her 2 years' seniority she thought herself bound to do, and the consequence was, she went upstairs with the twain clinging to her arms, and willing to swear an eternal friendship. Nothing would satisfy them but that she must sit between them at 21, and they were so desirous of her advice in the important point of fixing the price of the counters, that she could not ever have joined in the animated conversation going on between Roger and Cynthia. Or rather, it would be more correct to say that Roger was talking in a most animated manner to Cynthia, whose sweet eyes were fixed upon his face with a look of great interest in all he was saying, while it was only now and then she made her low replies. Molly caught a few words occasionally in intervals of business. "At my uncle's we always give a silver threepence for 3 dozen. You know what a silver threepence is, don't you, dear Miss Gibson?" "The 3 classes are published in the Senate House at 9 o'clock on the Friday morning, and you can't imagine—" "I think it will be thought rather shabby to play at anything less than 6pence. That gentleman," this in a whisper, "is at Cambridge, and you know they always play very high there, and sometimes ruin themselves, don't they, dear Miss Gibson?"
"Oh, on this occasion the Master of Arts who precedes the candidates for honours when they go into the Senate House is called the Father of the College to which he belongs. I think I mentioned that before, didn't I?" So Cynthia was hearing all about Cambridge, and the very examination about which Molly had felt such keen interest, without having ever been able to have her question answered by a competent person; and Roger, to whom she had always looked as the final and most satisfactory answerer, was telling the whole of what she wanted to know, and she could not listen. It took all her patience to make up little packets of counters, and settle, as the arbiter of the game,
whether it would be better for the round or the oblong counters to be reckoned as 6. And when all was done, and every one sat in their places round the table, Roger and Cynthia had to be called twice before they came. They stood up, it is true, at the first sound of their names, but they did not move. Roger went on talking, Cynthia listening till the second call. When they hurried to the table and tried to appear, all on a sudden, quite interested in the great questions of the game, namely the price of 3 dozen counters, and whether, all things considered, it would be better to call the round counters or the oblong half a dozen each. Miss Browning, drumming the pack of cards on the table, and quite ready to begin dealing, decided the matter by saying, "Rounds are 6s, and 3 dozen counters cost 6pence. Pay up, if you please, and let us begin at once." Cynthia sat between Roger and William Orford, the young schoolboy, who bitterly resented on this occasion his sister's habit of calling him Willy, as he thought it was this boyish sobriquet which prevented Cynthia from attending as much to him as to Mr. Roger Hamley. He also was charmed by the charmer, who found leisure to give him 1 or 2 of her sweet smiles. On his return home to his grandmamma's, he gave out 1 or 2 very decided and rather original opinions, quite opposed, as was natural, to his sister's. One was, that after all a senior wrangler was no great shakes. Any man might be one if he liked, but there were a lot of fellows that he knew who would be very sorry to go in for anything so slow. Molly thought the game would never end. She had no particular turn for gambling in her, and whatever her card might be, she regularly put on 2 counters, indifferent as to whether she won or lost. Cynthia, on the contrary, staked high, and was at one time very rich, but ended by being in debt to Molly something like 6 shillings. She had forgotten her purse, she said, and was obliged to borrow from the more provident Molly, who was aware that the round game of which Miss Browning had spoken to her was likely to require money. If it was not a very merry affair for all the individuals concerned, it was a very noisy one on the whole. Molly thought it was going to last till midnight, but punctually as the clock struck 9, the little maid-servant staggered in under the weight of a tray loaded with sandwiches, cakes, and jelly. This brought on a general move, and Roger, who appeared to have been on the watch for something of the kind, came and took a chair by Molly. "I'm so glad to see you again. It seems such a long time since Christmas," said he, dropping his voice, and not alluding more exactly to the day when she had left the hall. "It is a long time," she replied. "We are close to Easter now. I have so wanted to tell you how glad I was to hear about your honours at Cambridge. I once thought of sending you a message through your brother, but then I thought it might be making too much fuss, because I know nothing of mathematics, or of the value of a senior wranglership, and you were sure to have so many congratulations from people who did know." "I missed yours, though, Molly," said he kindly, "but I felt sure you were glad for me." "Glad and proud too," said she. "I should so like to hear something more about it. I heard you telling Cynthia." "Yes, what a charming person she is. I should think you must be happier than we expected long ago." "But tell me something about the senior wranglership, please," said Molly. "It's a long story, and I ought to be helping the Miss Brownings to hand sandwiches. Besides, you wouldn't find it very interesting, it's so full of technical details." "Cynthia looked very much interested," said Molly. "Well, then I refer you to her, for I must go now. I can't for shame go on sitting here and letting those good ladies have all the trouble. But I shall come and call on Mrs. Gibson soon. Are you walking home to-night?" "Yes, I think so," replied Molly, eagerly foreseeing what was to come. "Then I shall walk home with you. I left my horse at the George, and that's half-way. I suppose old Betty will allow me to accompany you and your sister. You used to describe her as something of a dragon." "Betty has left us," said Molly sadly. "She's gone to live at a place at Ashcombe." He made a face of dismay, and then went off to do his duties. The short conversation had been very pleasant, and his manner had had just the brotherly kindness of old times. But it was not quite the manner he had to Cynthia, and Molly half thought she would have preferred the latter. He was now hovering about Cynthia, who had declined the offer of refreshments from Willie Orford. Roger was tempting her, and with playful entreaties urging her to take something from him. Every word they said could be heard by the whole room, yet every word was said, on Roger's part at least, as if he could not have spoken it in that peculiar manner to any one else. At length, and rather more because she was weary of being entreated than because it was his wish, Cynthia took a macaroon, and Roger seemed as happy as though she had crowned him with flowers. The whole affair was as trifling and commonplace as could be in itself, hardly worth noticing. And yet Molly did notice it, and felt uneasy, she could not tell why. As it turned out, it was a rainy night, and Mrs. Gibson sent a fly for the two girls instead of old Betty's substitute. Both Cynthia and Molly thought of the possibility of their taking the two Orford girls back to their grandmother's, and so saving them a wet walk; but Cynthia got the start in speaking about it, and the thanks and the implied praise for thoughtfulness were hers. When they got home, Mr. and Mrs. Gibson were sitting in the drawing-room, quite ready to be amused by any details of the evening. Cynthia began. "Oh, it wasn't very entertaining. One didn't expect that." And she yawned wearily. "Who were there?" asked Mr. Gibson. "Quite a young party, wasn't it?" "They'd only asked Lizzie and Fanny Orford and their brother, but Mr. Roger Hamley had ridden over and called on Miss Brownings, and they kept him to tea. No one else." "Roger Hamley there?" said Mr. Gibson. "He's come home, then. I must make time to ride over and see him." "You'd much better ask him here," said Mrs. Gibson. "Suppose you invite him and his brother to dine here on Friday, my dear. It would be a very pretty attention, I think."
"My dear, these young Cambridge men have a very good taste in wine, and don't spare it. My cellar won't stand many of their attacks."
"I didn't think you were so inhospitable, Mr. Gibson."
"I'm not inhospitable, sure. If you'll put bitter beer in the corner of your notes of invitation, just as the smart people put quadrilles as a sign of the entertainment offered, we'll have Osborne and Roger to dinner any day you like. And what did you think of my favourite, Cynthia? You hadn't seen him before, I think."
"Oh, he's nothing like so handsome as his brother, nor so polished, nor so easy to talk to. He entertained me for more than an hour with a long account of some examination or other. But there's something one likes about him." "Well, and Molly," said Mrs. Gibson, who piqued herself on being an impartial stepmother, and who always tried hard to make Molly talk as much as Cynthia. "What sort of an evening have you had?" "Very pleasant, thank you." Her heart a little belied her as she said this. She had not cared for the round game, and she would have cared for Roger's conversation. She had had what she was indifferent to, and not had what she would have liked.
"We've had our unexpected visitor too," said Mr. Gibson. "Just after dinner, who should come in but Mr. Preston? I fancy he's having more of the management of the Hollingford property than formerly. Sheepshanks is getting an old man. And if so, I suspect we shall see a good deal of Preston. He's no blate, as they used to say in Scotland, and made himself quite a home tonight. If I'd asked him to stay, or indeed if I'd done anything but yawn, he'd have been here enow. But I defy any man to stay when I've a fit of yawning."
"Do you like Mr. Preston, papa?"
asked Molly. "About as much as I do half the men I meet. He talks well, and has seen a good deal. I know very little of him, except that he's my lord's steward, which is a guarantee for a good deal."
"Lady Harriet spoke pretty strongly against him that day I was with her at the Manor House." "Lady Harriet's always full of fancies. She likes persons to-day and dislikes them to-morrow," said Mrs. Gibson, who was touched on her sore point whenever Molly quoted Lady Harriet, or said anything to imply ever so transitory an intimacy with her.
"You must know a good deal about Mr. Preston, my dear. I suppose you saw a good deal of him at Ashcombe."
Mrs. Gibson coloured, and looked at Cynthia before she replied. Cynthia's face was set into a determination not to speak, however much she might be referred to. "Yes, we saw him a good deal, at one time, I mean. He's changeable, I think. But he always sent us game, and sometimes fruit. There were some stories against him, but I never believed them."
"What kind of stories?" said Mr. Gibson quickly.
"Oh, vague stories, you know, scandal, I dare say. No one ever believed them. He could be so agreeable if he chose, and my lord, who is so very particular, would never have kept him as an agent if they were true. Not that I ever knew what they were, for I consider all scandal as abominable gossip."
"I am very glad I yawned in his face," said Mr. Gibson. "I hope he'll take the hint."
"If it was one of your giant gapes, papa, I should call it more than a hint," said Molly. "And if you want a yawning chorus the next time he comes, I'll join in. Won't you, Cynthia?" "I don't know," replied the latter shortly, as she lighted her bed-candle. The two girls had usually some nightly conversation in one or other of their bedrooms, but to-night Cynthia said something or other about being terribly tired, and hastily shut her door. The very next day Roger came to pay his promised call. Molly was out in the garden with Williams, planning the arrangement of some new flower-beds, and deep in her employment of placing pegs upon the lawn to mark out the different situations, when, standing up to mark the effect, her eye was caught by the figure of a gentleman, sitting with his back to the light, leaning forwards and talking, or listening, eagerly. Molly knew the shape of the head perfectly, and hastily began to put off her brown holland gardening apron, emptying the pockets as she spoke to Williams. "You can finish it now, I think," said she. "You know about the bright-coloured flowers being against the privet hedge, and where the new rose-bed is to be?"
"I can't justly say as I do," said he. "Maybe you'll just go o'er it once again, Miss Molly. I'm not so young as I once was, and my head is not so clear nowadays, and I'd be loath to make mistakes when you're so set upon your plans."
Molly gave up her impulse in a moment. She saw that the old gardener was really perplexed, yet that he was as anxious as he could be to do his best. So she went over the ground again, pegging and explaining till the wrinkled brow was smooth again, and he kept saying,
"I see, miss. All right, Miss Molly. I's got it in my head as clear as patchwork now."
So she could leave him and go in, but just as she was close to the garden door Roger came out. It really was for once a case of virtue its own reward, for it was far pleasanter to her to have him in a tête-à-tête, however short, than in the restraint of Mrs. Gibson's and Cynthia's presence.
"I only just found out where you were, Molly. Mrs. Gibson said you had gone out, but she didn't know where, and it was the greatest chance that I turned round and saw you."
"I saw you some time ago, but I couldn't leave Williams. I think he was unusually slow to-day, and he seemed as if he couldn't understand my plans for the new flower-beds."
"Is that the paper you've got in your hand? Let me look at it, will you? Ah, I see, you've borrowed some of her ideas from our garden at home, haven't you? This bed of scarlet geraniums with the border of young oaks pegged down. That was a fancy of my dear mother's."
They were both silent for a minute or two. Then Molly said, "How's the squire? I've never seen him since."
"No. He told me how much he wanted to see you, but he couldn't make up his mind to come and call. I suppose it would never do now for you to come and stay at the Hall, would it? It would give my father so much pleasure. He looks upon you as a daughter, and I'm sure both Osborne and I shall always consider you like a sister to us, after all my mother's love for you, and your tender care of her at last. But I suppose it wouldn't do."
"No, certainly not," said Molly hastily.
"I fancy if you could come it would put us a little to rights. You know, as I think I once told you, Osborne has behaved differently to what I should have done, though not wrongly, only what I call an error of judgment. But my father, I'm sure, has taken up some notion of—never mind. Only the end of it is that he holds Osborne still in tacit disgrace, and is miserable himself all the time. Osborne, too, is sore and unhappy, and estranged from my father. It is just what my mother would have put right very soon, and perhaps you could have done it, unconsciously, I mean, for this wretched mystery that Osborne preserves about his affairs is at the root of it all. But there's no use talking about it. I don't know why I began."
Then, with a wrench, changing the subject, while Molly still thought of what he had been telling her, he broke out,
"I can't tell you how much I like Miss Kirkpatrick, Molly. It must be a great pleasure to you, having such a companion."
"Yes," said Molly, half smiling. "I'm very fond of her, and I think I like her better every day. But how quickly you have found out her virtues!"
"I didn't say virtues, did I?" asked he, reddening, but putting the question in all good faith. "Yet I don't think one could be deceived in that face. And Mrs. Gibson appears to be a very friendly person. She has asked Osborne and me to dine here on Friday." Bitter beer came into Molly's mind, but what she said was, "And are you coming?" "Certainly I am, unless my father wants me, and I've given Mrs. Gibson a conditional promise for Osborne too. So I shall see you all very soon again. But I must go now. I have to keep an appointment 7 miles from here in half an hour's time. Good luck to your flower garden, Molly."
Chapter 22. The Old Squire's Troubles. Affairs were going on worse at the Hall than Roger had liked to tell. Moreover, very much of the discomfort there arose from mere manner, as people express it, which is always indescribable and indefinable. Quiet and passive as Mrs. Hamley had always been in appearance, she was the ruling spirit of the house as long as she lived. the directions to the servants, down to the most minute particulars, came from her sitting-room, or from the sofa on which she lay. Her children always knew where to find her, and to find her was to find love and sympathy. Her husband, who was often restless and angry from one cause or another, always came to her to be smoothed down and put right. He was conscious of her pleasant influence over him, and became at peace with himself when in her presence, just as a child is at ease when with some one who is both firm and gentle. But the keystone of the family arch was gone, and the stones of which it was composed began to fall apart. It is always sad when a sorrow of this kind seems to injure the character of the mourning survivors. Yet perhaps this injury may be only temporary or superficial. The judgments so constantly passed upon the way in which people bear the loss of those whom they have deeply loved appear to be even more cruel and wrongly meted out than human judgments generally are. To careless observers, for instance, it would seem as though the squire was rendered more capricious and exacting, more passionate and authoritative by his wife's death. The truth was, that it occurred at a time when many things came to harass him, and some to bitterly disappoint him, and she was no longer there to whom he used to carry his sore heart for the gentle balm of her sweet words. So the sore heart ached and smarted intensely, and often, when he saw how his violent conduct affected others, he could have cried out for their pity, instead of their anger and resentment. "Have mercy upon me, for I am very miserable." How often have such dumb thoughts gone up from the hearts of those who have taken hold of their sorrow by the wrong end, as prayers against sin! And when the squire saw that his servants were learning to dread him, and his first-born to avoid him, he did not blame them. He knew he was becoming a domestic tyrant. It seemed as if all circumstances conspired against him, and as if he was too weak to struggle with them. Else why did everything indoors and out of doors go so wrong, just now, when all he could have done, had things been prosperous, was to have submitted, in very imperfect patience, to the loss of his wife? But just when he needed ready money to pacify Osborne's creditors, the harvest had turned out remarkably plentiful, and the price of corn had sunk down to a level it had not touched for years. The squire had insured his life at the time of his marriage for a pretty large sum. It was to be a provision for his wife if she survived him, and for their younger children. Roger was the only representative of these interests now, but the squire was unwilling to lose the insurance by ceasing to pay the annual sum. He would not, if he could, have sold any part of the estate which he inherited from his father, and besides it was strictly entailed. He had sometimes thought how wise a step it would have been could he have sold a portion of it, and with the purchase money have drained and reclaimed the remainder, and at length, learning from some neighbour that the government would make certain advances for drainage, etc., at a very low rate of interest, on condition that the work was done and the money repaid within a given time, his wife had urged him to take advantage of the proffered loan. But now that she was no longer there to encourage him and take an interest in the progress of the work, he grew indifferent to it himself, and cared no more to go out on his stout roan cob, and sit square on his seat, watching the labourers on the marshy land all overgrown with rushes, speaking to them from time to time in their own strong, nervous country dialect, but the interest to government had to be paid all the same, whether the men worked well or ill. Then the roof of the hall let in the melted snow-water this winter, and on examination it turned out that a new roof was absolutely required. The men who had come about the advances made to Osborne by the London money-lender had spoken disparagingly of the timber on the estate. "Very fine trees, sound perhaps 50 years ago, but gone to rot now. Had wanted lopping and clearing. Was there no wood-ranger or forester? They were nothing like the value young Mr. Hamley had represented them to be." The remarks had come round to the squire's ears. He loved the trees that he had played under as a boy as if they were living creatures. That was on the romantic side of his nature. Merely looking at them as representing so many pounds sterling, he had esteemed them highly, and had had, until now, no opinion of another by which to correct his own judgment. So these words of the valuers cut him sharp, although he affected to disbelieve them, and tried to persuade himself that he did so. But, after all, these cares and disappointments did not touch the root of his deep resentment against Osborne. There is nothing like wounded affection for giving poignancy to anger. and the squire believed that Osborne and his advisers had been making calculations based upon his own death. He hated the idea so much, it made him so miserable, that he would not face it and define it and meet it with full inquiry and investigation. He chose rather to cherish the morbid fancy that he was useless in this world, born under an unlucky star, that all things went badly under his management. But he did not become humble in consequence. He put his misfortunes down to the score of fate, not to his own, and he imagined that Osborne saw his failures, and that his first-born grudged him his natural term of life. All these fancies would have been set to rights could he have talked them over with his wife, or even had he been accustomed to mingle much in the society of those whom he esteemed his equals. But, as has been stated, he was inferior in education to those who should have been his mates, and perhaps the jealousy and mauvaise honte that this inferiority had called out long ago extended itself in some measure to the feelings he entertained towards his sons, less to Roger than to Osborne, though the former was turning out by far the most distinguished man. But Roger was practical, interested in all out-of-doors things, and he enjoyed the details, homely enough, which his father sometimes gave him of the everyday occurrences which the latter had noticed in the woods and the fields. Osborne, on the contrary, was what is commonly called fine, delicate almost to effeminacy in dress and in manner, careful in small observances. All this his father had been rather proud of in the days when he looked forward to a brilliant career at Cambridge for his son. He had at that time regarded Osborne's fastidiousness and elegance as another stepping-stone to the high and prosperous marriage which was to restore the ancient fortunes of the Hamley family. But now that Osborne had barely obtained his degree, that all the boastings of his father had proved vain, that the fastidiousness had led to unexpected expenses, to attribute the most innocent cause to Osborne's debts, the poor young man's ways and manners became a subject of irritation to his father. Osborne was still occupied with his books and his writings when he was at home, and this mode of passing the greater part of the day gave him but few subjects in common with his father when they did meet at meal-times, or in the evenings. Perhaps if Osborne had been able to have more out-of-door amusements it would have been better, but he was short-sighted, and cared little for the carefully observant pursuits of his brother. He knew but few young men of his own standing in the county. His hunting, even, of which he was passionately fond, had been curtailed this season, as his father had disposed of one of the 2 hunters he had been hitherto allowed. The whole stable establishment had been reduced, perhaps because it was the economy which told most on the enjoyment of both the squire and Osborne, and which, therefore, the former took a savage pleasure in enforcing. The old carriage, a heavy family coach bought in the days of comparative prosperity, was no longer needed after Madame's death, and fell to pieces in the cobweb seclusion of the coach-house. The best of the 2 carriage horses was taken for a gig, which the squire now set up, saying many a time to all who might care to listen to him, that it was the first time for generations that the Hamleys of Hamley had not been able to keep their own coach. The other carriage horse was turned out to grass, being too old for regular work. Conqueror used to come whinnying up to the park palings whenever he saw the squire, who had always a piece of bread or some sugar or an apple for the old favourite, and would make many a complaining speech to the dumb animal, telling him of the change of time since both were in their prime. It had never been the squire's custom to encourage his boys to invite their friends to the Hall. Perhaps this too was owing to his mauvaise honte, and also to an exaggerated consciousness of the deficiencies of his establishment as compared with what he imagined these lads were accustomed to at home. He explained this once or twice to Osborne and Roger when they were at Rugby. "You see, all you public school boys have a kind of freemasonry of your own, and outsiders are looked on by you much as I look on rabbits and all that isn't game. Ay, you may laugh, but it is so, and your friends will throw their eyes askance at me, and never think on my pedigree, which would beat theirs all to shivers, I'll be bound. No, I'll have no one here at the Hall who will look down on a Hamley of Hamley, even if he only knows how to make a cross instead of write his name." Then, of course, they must not visit at houses to whose sons the squire could not or would not return a like hospitality. On all these points Mrs. Hamley had used her utmost influence without avail. His prejudices were immovable. As regarded his position as head of the oldest family in 3 counties, his pride was invincible. As regarded himself personally, ill at ease in the society of his equals, deficient in manners and in education, his morbid sensitiveness was too sore and too self-conscious to be called humility. Take one instance from among many similar scenes of the state of feeling between him and his eldest son, which, if it could not be called active discord, showed at least passive estrangement. It took place on an evening in the March succeeding Mrs. Hamley's death. Roger was at Cambridge. Osborne had also been from home, and he had not volunteered any information as to his absence. The squire believed that Osborne had been either at Cambridge with his brother, or in London. He would have liked to hear where his son had been, what he had been doing, and whom he had seen, purely as pieces of news, and as some diversion from the domestic worries and cares which were pressing him hard. But he was too proud to ask any questions, and Osborne had not given him any details of his journey. This silence had aggravated the squire's internal dissatisfaction, and he came home to dinner weary and sore-hearted a day or two after Osborne's return. It was just 6 o'clock, and he went hastily into his own little business-room on the ground floor, and after washing his hands, came into the drawing-room feeling as if he were very late, but the room was empty. He glanced at the clock over the mantelpiece as he tried to warm his hands at the fire. The fire had been neglected, and had gone out during the day. It was now piled up with half-dried wood, which sputtered and smoked instead of doing its duty in blazing and warming the room, through which the keen wind was cutting its way in all directions. The clock had stopped, no one had remembered to wind it up, but by the squire's watch it was already past dinner-time. The old butler put his head into the room, but seeing the squire alone, he was about to draw it back and wait for Mr. Osborne before announcing dinner. He had hoped to do this unperceived, but the squire caught him in the act.
"Why isn't dinner ready?" he called out sharply. "It's 10 minutes past 6. And pray, why are you using this wood? It's impossible to get oneself warm by such a fire as this."
"I believe, sir, that Thomas—"
"Don't talk to me of Thomas. Send dinner in directly."
About 5 minutes elapsed, spent by the hungry squire in all sorts of impatient ways, attacking Thomas, who came in to look after the fire, knocking the logs about, scattering out sparks, but considerably lessening the chances of warmth, touching up the candles, which appeared to him to give a light unusually insufficient for the large cold room. While he was doing this, Osborne came in dressed in full evening dress. He always moved slowly, and this, to begin with, irritated the squire. Then an uncomfortable consciousness of a black coat, drab trousers, checked cotton cravat, and splashed boots forced itself upon him as he saw Osborne's point device costume. He chose to consider it affectation and finery in Osborne, and was on the point of bursting out with some remark, when the butler, who had watched Osborne downstairs before making the announcement, came in to say that dinner was ready. "It surely isn't 6 o'clock," said Osborne, pulling out his dainty little watch. He was scarcely more unaware than it of the storm that was brewing.
6 o'clock? It's more than 1/4 past,
growled out his father. "I fancy your watch must be wrong, sir. I set mine by the Horse Guards only 2 days ago." Now, impugning that old steady turnip-shaped watch of the squire's was one of the insults which, as it could not reasonably be resented, was not to be forgiven. That watch had been given him by his father when watches were watches long ago. It had given the law to house clocks, stable clocks, kitchen clocks, nay, even to Hamley church clock in its day. And was it now, in its respectable old age, to be looked down upon by a little whipper-snapper of a French watch, which could go into a man's waistcoat pocket, instead of having to be extracted, with due effort, like a respectable watch of size and position, from a fob in the waistband? No, not if the whipper-snapper were backed by all the Horse Guards that ever were, with the Life Guards to boot. Poor Osborne might have known better than to cast this slur on his father's flesh and blood, for so dear did he hold his watch.
"My watch is like myself,"
said the squire, gurning, as the Scotch say.
"Plain but steady going. At any rate, it gives the law in my house. The king may go by the Horse Guards if he likes."
"I beg your pardon, sir," said Osborne, really anxious to keep the peace. "I went by my watch, which is certainly right by London time, and I'd no idea you were waiting for me. Otherwise I could have dressed much quicker."
"I should think so,"
said the squire, looking sarcastically at his son's attire.
"When I was a young man I should have been ashamed to have spent as much time at my looking-glass as if I'd been a girl. I could make myself as smart as any one when I was going to a dance, or to a party where I was likely to meet pretty girls, but I should have laughed at myself to scorn if I'd stood fiddle-faddling at a glass, smirking at my own likeness, all for my own pleasure."
Osborne reddened, and was on the point of letting fly some caustic remark of his father's dress at the present moment, but he contented himself with saying in a low voice, "My mother always expected us all to dress for dinner. I got into the habit of doing it to please her, and I keep it up now." Indeed, he had a certain kind of feeling of loyalty to her memory in keeping up all the little domestic habits and customs she had instituted or preferred. But the contrast which the squire thought was implied by Osborne's remark put him beside himself.
"And I, too, try to attend to her wishes. I do, and in more important things. I did when she was alive, and I do so now."
"I never said you did not," said Osborne, astonished at his father's passionate words and manner.
"Yes, you did, sir. You meant it, I could see by your looks. I saw you look at my mourning coat. At any rate, I never neglected any wish of hers in her lifetime. If she'd wished me to go to school again and learn my ABC, I would. By God, I would. That I wouldn't have gone playing me, and lounging away my time, for fear of vexing and disappointing her. Yet some folks older than schoolboys—"
The squire choked here, but though the words would not come, his passion did not diminish.
"I'll not have you casting up your mother's wishes to me, sir. You who went near to break her heart at last."
Osborne was strongly tempted to get up and leave the room. Perhaps it would have been better if he had. It might then have brought about an explanation, and a reconciliation between father and son. But he thought he did well in sitting still and appearing to take no notice. This indifference to what he was saying appeared to annoy the squire still more, and he kept on grumbling and talking to himself, till Osborne, unable to bear it any longer, said very quietly, but very bitterly, "I am only a cause of irritation to you, and home is no longer home to me, but a place in which I am to be controlled in trifles, and scolded about trifles as if I were a child. Put me in a way of making a living for myself. That much your oldest son has a right to ask of you. I will then leave this house, and you shall no longer be vexed by my dress or my want of punctuality."
"You make your request pretty much as another son did long ago. Give me the portion that falleth to me. But I don't think what he did with his money is much encouragement for me to—"
Then the thought of how little he could give his son his portion, or any part of it, stopped the squire. Osborne took up the speech. "I'm as ready as any man to earn my living, only the preparation for any profession will cost money, and money I haven't got."
"No more have I,"
said the squire shortly. "What is to be done, then?" said Osborne, only half believing his father's words.
"Why, you must learn to stop at home, and not take expensive journeys, and you must reduce your tailor's bill. I don't ask you to help me in the management of the land. You're far too fine a gentleman for that. But if you can't earn money, at least you needn't spend it."
"I told you I'm willing enough to earn money," cried Osborne passionately at last. "But how am I to do it? You really are very unreasonable, sir."
"Am I?"
said the squire, cooling in manner, though not in temper, as Osborne grew warm.
"But I don't set up for being reasonable. Men who have to pay away money that they haven't got for their extravagant sons aren't likely to be reasonable. There's two things you've gone and done which put me beside myself when I think of them. You've turned out next door to a dunce at college, when your poor mother thought so much of you, and when you might have pleased and gratified her so if you chose. And, well, I won't say what the other thing is."
"Tell me, sir," said Osborne, almost breathless with the idea that his father had discovered his secret marriage, but the father was thinking of the money-lenders, who were calculating how soon Osborne would come into the estate.
"No," said the squire. "I know what I know, and I'm not going to tell you how I know it. Only I'll just say this, your friends no more know a good piece of timber when they see it than you or I know how you could earn £5 if it was to keep you from starving. Now there's Roger, we none of us made an ado about him, but he'll have his fellowship now, I'll warrant him, and be a bishop, or a chancellor or something, before we've found out he's clever. We've been so much taken up thinking about you. I don't know what's come over me to speak of we in this way," said he, suddenly dropping his voice, a change of tone as sad could be. "I ought to say I. It will be I, for evermore in this world."
He got up and left the room in quick haste, knocking over his chair and not stopping to pick it up. Osborne, who was sitting and shading his eyes with his hand, as he had been doing for some time, looked up at the noise, and then rose as quickly and hurried after his father, only in time to hear the study door locked on the inside the moment he reached it. Osborne returned into the dining-room chagrined and sorrowful. But he was always sensitive to any omission of the usual observances, which might excite remark, and even with his heavy heart he was careful to pick up the fallen chair and restore it to its place near the bottom of the table, and afterwards so as to disturb the dishes as to make it appear that they had been touched, before ringing for Robinson. When the latter came in, followed by Thomas, Osborne thought it necessary to say to him that his father was not well, and had gone early into the study, and that he himself wanted no dessert, but would have a cup of coffee in the drawing-room. The old butler sent Thomas out of the room, and came up confidentially to Osborne. "I thought master wasn't justly himself, Mr. Osborne, before dinner, and therefore I made excuses for him, I did. He spoke to Thomas about the fire, sir, which is a thing I could in no wise put up with, unless by reason of sickness, which I am always ready to make allowances for." "Why shouldn't my father speak to Thomas?" said Osborne. "But perhaps he spoke angrily, I dare say, for I'm sure he's not well." "No, Mr. Osborne, it wasn't that. I myself am given to anger, and I'm blessed with as good health as any man in my years. Besides, anger's a good thing for Thomas, he needs a great deal of it. But it should come from the right quarter, and that is me, myself, Mr. Osborne. I know my place, and I know my rights and duties as well as any butler that lives, and it's my duty to scold Thomas, and not master's. Master ought to have said, 'Robinson, you must speak to Thomas about letting out the fire,' and I'd have given him well, and I shall do now, for that matter. But as I said before, I make excuses for master, as being in mental distress and bodily ill health, so I brought myself round not to give warning, as I should have done, for certain, under happier circumstances." "Really, Robinson, I think it's all great nonsense," said Osborne, weary of the long story the butler had told him, and to which he had not half attended. "What in the world does it signify whether my father speaks to you or to Thomas? Bring me coffee in the drawing-room, and don't trouble your head any more about scolding Thomas." Robinson went away offended at his grievance being called nonsense. He kept muttering to himself in the intervals of scolding Thomas, and saying, "Things is a deal changed since poor missus went. I don't wonder master feels it, for I'm sure I do. She was a lady who had always becoming respect for a butler's position, and could have understood how he might be hurt in his mind. She'd never have called his delicacies of feelings nonsense, not she. No more would Mr. Roger. He's a merry young gentleman, and over fond of bringing dirty, slimy creatures into the house, but he's always a kind word for a man who is hurt in his mind. He'd cheer up the squire, and keep him from getting so cross and wilful. I wish Mr. Roger was here, I do." The poor squire, shut up with his grief and his ill temper as well, in the dingy, dreary study where he daily spent more and more of his indoors life, turned over his cares and troubles till he was as bewildered with the process as a squirrel must be in going round in a cage. He had out day-books and ledgers, and was calculating up back rents, and every time the sum totals came to different amounts. He could have cried like a child over his sums. He was worn out and weary, angry and disappointed. He closed his books at last with a bang. "I'm getting old," he said, "and my head's less clear than it used to be. I think sorrow for her has dazed me. I never was much to boast on, but she thought a deal of me. Bless her! She'd never let me call myself stupid, but for all that I am stupid. Osborne ought to help me. He's had money enough spent on his learning, but instead he comes down dressed like a popinjay, and never troubles his head to think how I'm to pay his debts. I wish I'd told him to earn his living as a dancing-master," said the squire, with a sad smile at his own wit. "He's dressed for all the world like one, and how he's spent the money no one knows. Perhaps Roger will turn up some day with a heap of creditors at his heels. No, he won't, not Roger. He may be slow, but he's steady, is old Roger. I wish he was here. He's not the eldest son, but he'd take an interest in the estate, and he'd do up these weary accounts for me. I wish Roger was here." Chapter 23. Osborne Hamley reviews his position. Osborne had his solitary cup of coffee in the drawing-room. He was very unhappy, too, after his fashion. He stood on the hearth-rug pondering over his situation. He was not exactly aware how hardly his father was pressed for ready money. The squire had never spoken to him on the subject without being angry, and many of his loose contradictory statements, all of which, however contradictory they might appear, had their basis in truth, were set down by his son to the exaggeration of passion. but it was uncomfortable enough to a young man of Osborne's age to feel himself constantly hampered for want of a £5 note. The principal supplies for the liberal, almost luxurious table at the Hall came off the estate, so that there was no appearance of poverty as far as the household went, and as long as Osborne was content at home, he had everything he could wish for. But he had a wife elsewhere, he wanted to see her continually, and that necessitated journeys. She, poor thing, had to be supported. Where was the money for the journeys, and for Aimé's modest wants to come from? That was the puzzle in Osborne's mind just now. While he had been at college, his allowance, heir of the Hamleys, had been 300, while Roger had to be content with 100 less. The payment of these annual sums had given the squire a good deal of trouble, but he thought of it as merely a temporary inconvenience, perhaps unreasonably thought so. Osborne was to do great things, take high honours, get a fellowship, marry a long-descended heiress, live in some of the many uninhabited rooms at the Hall, and help the squire in the management of the estate that would some day be his. Roger was to be a clergyman. Steady, slow Roger was just fitted for that, and when he declined entering the church, preferring a life of more activity and adventure, Roger was to be anything. He was useful and practical, and fit for all the employments from which Osborne was shut out by his fastidiousness and his pseudo-genius. So it was well he was an eldest son, for he would never have done to struggle through the world, and as for his settling down to a profession, it would be like cutting blocks with a razor. And now here was Osborne, living at home, but longing to be elsewhere. His allowance stopped in reality. Indeed, the punctual payment of it during the last year or two had been owing to his mother's exertions, but nothing had been said about its present cessation by either father or son. Money matters were too sore a subject between them. Every now and then the squire threw him a £10 note or so, but the sort of suppressed growl with which it was given, and the entire uncertainty as to when he might receive such gifts, rendered any calculation based upon their receipt exceedingly vague and uncertain. "What in the world can I do to secure an income?" thought Osborne, as he stood on the hearth-rug, his back to a blazing fire, his cup of coffee sent up in the rare old china that had belonged to the Hall for generations, his dress finished as dress of Osborne's could hardly fail to be. One could hardly have thought that this elegant young man, standing there in the midst of comfort that verged on luxury, should have been turning over that one great problem in his mind. But so it was. What can I do to be sure of a present income? Things cannot go on as they are. I should need support for 2 or 3 years, even if I entered myself at the Temple or Lincoln's Inn. It would be impossible to live on my pay in the army. Besides, I should hate that profession. In fact, there are evils attending all professions. I couldn't bring myself to become a member of any I've ever heard of. Perhaps I'm more fitted to take orders than anything else. But to be compelled to write weekly sermons whether one had anything to say or not, and probably doomed only to associate with people below one in refinement and education. Yet poor Aimée must have money. I can't bear to compare our dinners here, overloaded with joints and game and sweets, as Morgan will persist in sending them up, with Aimé's 2 little mutton chops. Yet what would my father say if he knew I had married a Frenchwoman? In his present mood he'd disinherit me, if that is possible, and he'd speak about her in a way I couldn't stand. A Roman Catholic, too. Well, I don't repent it. I'd do it again. Only if my mother had been in a good health, if she could have heard my story and known Aimée. As it is, I must keep it secret. But where to get money? Where to get money? Then he bethought him of his poems. Would they sell, and bring him in money? In spite of Milton, he thought they might, and he went to fetch his manuscript out of his room. He sat down near the fire, trying to study them with a critical eye, to represent public opinion as far as he could. He had changed his style since the Mrs. Hemans days. He was essentially imitative in his poetic faculty, and of late he had followed the lead of a popular writer of sonnets. He turned his poems over. They were almost equivalent to an autobiographical passage in his life. Arranging them in this order, they came as follows: To Aimée, walking with a little child. To Aimée, singing at her work. To Aimée, turning away from me while I told my love. Aimé's confession. Aimée in despair. The foreign land in which my Aimée dwells. The wedding ring.
The wife. When he came down to this last sonnet, he put down his bundle of papers and began to think. The wife. Yes, and a French wife, and a Roman Catholic wife, and a wife who might be said to have been in service. And his father's hatred of the French, both collectively and individually, collectively as tumultuous brutal ruffians who murdered their king and committed all kinds of bloody atrocities, individually as represented by Boney and the various caricatures of the Johnny Crapaud that had been in full circulation about 25 years before this time, when the squire had been young and capable of receiving impressions. As for the form of religion in which Mrs. Osborne Hamley had been brought up, it is enough to say that Catholic emancipation had begun to be talked about by some politicians, and that the sullen roar of the majority of Englishmen at the bare idea of it was surging in the distance with ominous threatenings. The very mention of such a measure before the squire was, as Osborne well knew, like shaking a red flag before a bull. And then he considered that if M.A. had had the unspeakable, the incomparable blessing of being born of English parents in the very heart of England, Warwickshire, for instance, and had never heard of priests, or mass, or confession, or the Pope, or Guy Fawkes, but had been born, baptized, and bred in the Church of England, without having ever seen the outside of a dissenting meeting-house or a papist chapel, even with all these advantages, her having been what was the equivalent for bonne in English? Nursery governess was the term hardly invented. Nursery maid, with wages paid down once a quarter, liable to be dismissed at a month's warning, and having her tea and sugar doled out to her, would be a shock to his father's old ancestral pride that he would hardly ever get over. If he saw her, thought Osborne, if he could but see her. But if the squire were to see M.A., he would also hear her speak her pretty broken English, precious to her husband, as it was in it that she had confessed brokenly with her English tongue that she loved him soundly with her French heart, and Squire Hamley piqued himself on being a good hater of the French. She would make such a loving, sweet, docile little daughter to my father. She would go as near as any one could towards filling up the blank void in this house. If he would but have her. But he won't. He never would, and he shan't have the opportunity of scouting her. Yet if I called her Lucy in these sonnets, and if they made a great effect, were praised in Blackwood and the Quarterly, and all the world was agog to find out the author, and I told him my secret, I could if I were successful, I think then he would ask who Lucy was, and I could tell him all then. If. How I hate ifs. If me no ifs. My life has been based on whens, and first they have turned into ifs, and then they have vanished away. It was, when Osborne gets honours, and then if Osborne, and then a failure altogether. I said to M.A., when my mother sees you, and now it is, if my father saw her, with the very faint prospect of its ever coming to pass. So he let the evening hours flow on and disappear in reveries like these, winding up with a sudden determination to try the fate of his poems with a publisher, with the direct expectation of getting money for them, and an ulterior fancy that, if successful, they might work wonders with his father. When Roger came home, Osborne did not let a day pass before telling his brother of his plans. He never did conceal anything long from Roger. The feminine part of his character made him always desirous of a confidant, and as sweet sympathy as he could extract. But Roger's opinion had no effect on Osborne's actions, and Roger knew this full well. So when Osborne began with, "I want your advice on a plan I have got in my head," Roger replied, "Some one told me that the Duke of Wellington's maxim was never to give advice, unless he could enforce its being carried into effect. Now I can't do that, and you know, old boy, you don't follow out my advice when you've got it." "Not always, I know. Not when it doesn't agree with my own opinion. You're thinking about this concealment of my marriage, but you're not up in all the circumstances. You know how fully I meant to have done it, if there hadn't been that row about my debts, and then my mother's illness and death. And now you've no conception how my father is changed, how irritable he's become. Wait till you've been at home a week. Robinson, Morgan, it's the same with them all, but worst of all with me." "Poor fellow," said Roger. "I thought he looked terribly changed, shrunken, and his ruddiness of complexion altered." "Why, he hardly takes half the exercise he used to do, so it's no wonder. He has turned away all the men off the new works, which used to be such an interest to him; and because the roan cob stumbled with him one day, and nearly threw him, he won't ride it, and yet he won't sell it and buy another, which would be the sensible plan. So there are 2 old horses eating their heads off, while he is constantly talking about money and expense. And that brings me to what I was going to say. I'm desperately hard up for money, and so I've been collecting my poems, reading them well, you know, going over them quite critically, in fact, and I want to know if you think Dayton would publish them. You've a name in Cambridge, you know, and I dare say he would look at them if you offered them to him." "I can but try," said Roger, "but I'm afraid you won't get much by them." "I don't expect much. I'm a new man, and must make my name. I should be content with 100. If I'd £100, I'd set myself to do something. I might keep myself and M.A. by my writings while I studied for the bar, or if the worst came to the worst, £100 would take us to Australia." "Australia? Why, Osborne, what would you do there? And leave my father? I hope you'll never get your £100, if that's the use you're to make of it. Why, you'd break the squire's heart." "It might have done once," said Osborne, gloomily, "but it wouldn't now. He looks at me askance, and shies away from conversation with me. Let me alone for noticing and feeling this kind of thing. It's this very susceptibility to outward things that gives me what faculty I have, and it seems to me as if my bread, and my wife's too, were to depend upon it. You'll soon see for yourself the terms which I am on with my father." Roger did soon see. His father had slipped into a habit of silence at meal-times, a habit which Osborne, who was troubled and anxious enough for his own part, had not striven to break. Father and son sat together, and exchanged all the necessary speeches connected with the occasion civilly enough, but it was a relief to them when their intercourse was over, and they separated, the father to brood over his sorrow and his disappointment, which were real and deep enough, and the injury he had received from his boy, which was exaggerated in his mind by his ignorance of the actual steps Osborne had taken to raise money. If the money-lenders had calculated the chances of his father's life or death in making their bargain, Osborne himself had thought only of how soon and how easily he could get the money requisite for clearing him from all imperious claims at Cambridge, and for enabling him to follow M.A. to her home in Alsace, and for the subsequent marriage. As yet, Roger had never seen his brother's wife. Indeed, he had only been taken into Osborne's full confidence after all was decided in which his advice could have been useful. And now, in the enforced separation, Osborne's whole thought, both the poetical and practical sides of his mind, ran upon the little wife who was passing her lonely days in farmhouse lodgings, wondering when her bridegroom husband would come to her next. With such an engrossing subject, it was perhaps no wonder that he unconsciously neglected his father, but it was none the less sad at the time, and to be regretted in its consequences. "I may come in and have a pipe with you, sir, mayn't I?" said Roger that first evening, pushing gently against the study door, which his father held only half open. "You'll not like it," said the squire, still holding the door against him, but speaking in a relenting tone. "The tobacco I use isn't what young men like. Better go and have a cigar with Osborne." "No, I want to sit with you, and I can stand pretty strong tobacco." Roger pushed in, the resistance slowly giving way before him. "It'll make your clothes smell. You'll have to borrow Osborne's sense to sweeten yourself," said the squire grimly, at the same time pushing a short, smart, amber-mouthed pipe to his son. "No, I'll have a churchwarden. What, father, do you think I'm a baby to put up with a doll's head like this?" looking at the carving upon it. The squire was pleased in his heart, though he did not choose to show it. He only said, "Osborne brought it me when he came back from Germany. That's 3 years ago." And then for some time they smoked in silence. But the voluntary companionship of his son was very soothing to the squire, though not a word might be said. The next speech he made showed the direction of his thoughts. Indeed, his words were always a transparent medium through which the current might be seen. "A deal of a man's life comes and goes in 3 years. I've found that out." And he puffed away at his pipe again. While Roger was turning over in his mind what answer to make to this truism, the squire again stopped his smoking and spoke. "I remember when there was all that fuss about the Prince of Wales being made regent, I read somewhere, I dare say it was in a newspaper, that kings and their heirs apparent were always on bad terms. Osborne was quite a little chap then.
He used to go out riding with me on White Surrey. You won't remember the pony we called White Surrey?" "I remember it, but I thought it a tall horse in those days." "Ah, that was because you were such a small lad, you know. I'd 7 horses in the stable then, not counting the farm horses. I don't recollect having a care then, except she was always delicate, you know. But what a beautiful boy Osborne was! He was always dressed in black velvet. It was a foppery, but it wasn't my doing, and it was all right, I'm sure. He's a handsome fellow now, but the sunshine has gone out of his face." "He's a good deal troubled about this money, and the anxiety he has given you," said Roger, rather taking his brother's feelings for granted. "Not he," said the squire, taking the pipe out of his mouth, and hitting the bowl so sharply against the hob that it broke in pieces. There! But never mind. I say not he, Roger. He's none troubled about the money. It's easy getting money from Jews if you're the eldest son and the heir. They just ask, 'How old is your father, and has he had a stroke or a fit?' and it's settled out of hand, and then they come prowling about a place, and running down the timber and land. Don't let us speak of him. It's no good, Roger. He and I are out of tune, and it seems to me as if only God Almighty could put us to rights. It's thinking of how he grieved her at last that makes me so bitter with him. And yet there's a deal of good in him, and he's so quick and clever if only he'd give his mind to things. Now you were always slow, Roger. All your masters used to say so." Roger laughed a little. "Yes, I had many a nickname at school for my slowness," said he. "Never mind," said the squire consolingly. "I'm sure I don't. If you were a clever fellow like Osborne yonder, you'd be all for caring for books and writing, and you'd perhaps find it as dull as he does to keep company with a bumpkin Squire Jones like me. Yet I dare say they think a deal of you at Cambridge," said he, after a pause, "since you've got this fine wranglership. I'd nearly forgotten that. The news came at such a miserable time." "Well, yes, they're always proud of the senior wrangler of the year up at Cambridge. Next year I must abdicate." The squire sat and gazed into the embers, still holding his useless pipe-stem. At last he said, in a low voice, as if scarcely aware he had got a listener, "I used to write to her when she was away in London, and tell her the home news. But no letter will reach her now. Nothing reaches her." Roger started up. "Where's the tobacco-box, father? Let me fill you another pipe." And when he had done so, he stooped over his father and stroked his cheek. The squire shook his head. "You've only just come home, lad. You don't know me as I am nowadays. Ask Robinson. I won't have you asking Osborne, he ought to keep it to himself. But any of the servants will tell you I am not like the same man for getting into passions with them. I used to be reckoned a good master, but that's past now. Osborne was once a little boy, and she was once alive, and I was once a good master. A good master. Yes, it's all past now." He took up his pipe and began to smoke afresh, and Roger, after a silence of some minutes, began a long story about some Cambridge man's misadventure on the hunting-field, telling it with such humour that the squire was beguiled into hearty laughing. When they rose to go to bed, his father said to Roger, "Well, we've had a pleasant evening. At least I have. But perhaps you haven't, for I'm but poor company now, I know." "I don't know when I've passed a happier evening, father," said Roger. And he spoke truly, though he did not trouble himself to find out the cause of his happiness. Chapter 24. Mrs. Gibson's little dinner. All this had taken place before Roger's first meeting with Molly and Cynthia at Miss Browning's, and the little dinner on the Friday at Mr. Gibson's which followed in due sequence. Mrs. Gibson intended the Hamleys to find this dinner pleasant, and they did. Mr. Gibson was fond of the 2 young men, both for their parents' sake and their own, for he had known them since boyhood, and to those whom he liked Mr. Gibson could be remarkably agreeable. Mrs. Gibson really gave them a welcome, and cordiality in a hostess is a very becoming mantle for any other deficiencies there may be. Cynthia and Molly looked their best, which was all the duty Mrs. Gibson absolutely required of them, as she was willing enough to take her full share in the conversation.
Osborne fell to her lot, of course, and for some time he and she prattled on with all the ease of manner and commonplaceness of meaning which go far to make the art of polite conversation. Roger, who ought to have made himself agreeable to one or the other of the young ladies, was exceedingly interested in what Mr. Gibson was telling him of a paper on comparative osteology in some foreign journal of science, which Lord Hollingford was in the habit of forwarding to his friend the country surgeon. Yet every now and then, while he listened, he caught his attention wandering to the face of Cynthia, who was placed between his brother and Mr. Gibson. She was not particularly occupied with attending to anything that was going on. Her eyelids were carelessly dropped, as she crumbled her bread on the tablecloth, and her beautiful long eyelashes were seen on the clear tint of her oval cheek. She was thinking of something else. Molly was trying to understand with all her might. Suddenly Cynthia looked up, and caught Roger's gaze of intent admiration too fully for her to be unaware that he was staring at her. She coloured a little, but after the first moment of rosy confusion at his evident admiration of her, she flew to the attack, diverting his confusion at thus being caught, to the defence of himself from her accusation.
"It is quite true," she said to him. "I was not attending. You see, I don't even know the ABC of science. But please don't look so severely at me, even if I am a dunce."
"I didn't know. I didn't mean to look severely, I am sure," replied he, not knowing well what to say.
"Cynthia is not a dunce either," said Mrs. Gibson,
afraid lest her daughter's opinion of herself might be taken seriously.
"But I have always observed that some people have a talent for one thing and some for another. Now Cynthia's talents are not for science and the severer studies. Do you remember, love, what trouble I had to teach you the use of the globes?" "Yes, and I don't know longitude from latitude now, and I'm always puzzled as to which is perpendicular and which is horizontal."
"Yes, I do assure you," her mother continued, rather addressing herself to Osborne,
"that her memory for poetry is prodigious. I have heard her repeat the Prisoner of Chillon from beginning to end."
"It would be rather a bore to have to hear her, I think," said Mr. Gibson, smiling at Cynthia, who gave him back one of her bright looks of mutual understanding.
"Ah, Mr. Gibson, I have found out before now that you have no soul for poetry, and Molly there is your own child. She reads such deep books, all about facts and figures. She'll be quite a blue-stocking by and by."
"Mamma," said Molly, reddening,
"you think it was a deep book because there were the shapes of the different cells of bees in it, but it was not at all deep. It was very interesting."
"Never mind, Molly," said Osborne. "I stand up for blue-stockings." "And I object to the distinction implied in what you say," said Roger. "It was not deep, ergo, it was very interesting. Now a book may be both deep and interesting."
"Oh, if you're going to chop logic and use Latin words, I think it is time for us to leave the room," said Mrs. Gibson. "Don't let us run away as if we were beaten, mamma," said Cynthia. "Though it may be logic, I, for one, can understand what Mr. Roger Hamley said just now, and I read some of Molly's books, and whether it was deep or not, I found it very interesting, more so than I should think the Prisoner of Chillon nowadays. I have displaced the Prisoner to make room for Johnny Gilpin as my favourite poem." "How could you talk such nonsense, Cynthia?" said Mrs. Gibson, as the girls followed her upstairs. "You know you are not a dunce. It is all very well not to be a blue-stocking, because gentle people don't like that kind of woman, but running yourself down, and contradicting all I said about your liking for Byron, and poets and poetry, to Osborne Hamley of all men too." Mrs. Gibson spoke quite crossly for her. "But, mamma," Cynthia replied, "I am either a dunce or I am not. If I am, I did right to own it. If I am not, he's a dunce if he doesn't find out I was joking."
"Well," said Mrs. Gibson, a little puzzled by this speech, and wanting some elucidatory addition.
"Only that if he's a dunce his opinion of me is worth nothing. So anyway it doesn't signify." "You really bewilder me with your nonsense, child. Molly is worth 20 of you."
"I quite agree with you, mamma," said Cynthia, turning round to take Molly's hand.
"Yes, but she ought not to be," said Mrs. Gibson, still irritated. "Think of the advantages you've had."
"I'm afraid I had rather be a dunce than a blue-stocking," said Molly, for the term had a little annoyed her, and the annoyance was rankling still.
Hush! Here they are coming. I hear the dining-room door. I never meant you were a blue-stocking, dear, so don't look vexed. Cynthia, my love, where did you get those lovely flowers? Anemones, are they? They suit your complexion so exactly. Come, Molly, don't look so grave and thoughtful, exclaimed Cynthia. Don't you perceive mamma wants us to be smiling and amiable? Mr. Gibson had had to go out to his evening round, and the young men were all too glad to come up into the pretty drawing-room. The bright little wood fire, the comfortable easy-chairs which, with so small a party, might be drawn round the hearth, the good-natured hostess, the pretty, agreeable girls. Roger sauntered up to the corner where Cynthia was standing, playing with a hand-screen. "There's a charity ball in Hollingford soon, isn't there?" asked he. "Yes, on Easter Tuesday," she replied. "Are you going? I suppose you are." "Yes, mamma is going to take Molly and me." "You will enjoy it very much. Going together?" For the first time during this little conversation she glanced up at him, real honest pleasure shining out of her eyes. "Yes, going together will make the enjoyment of the thing. It would be dull without her." "You are great friends, then?" he asked. "I never thought I should like any one so much. Any girl, I mean." She put in the final reservation in all simplicity of heart, and in all simplicity did he understand it. He came ever so little nearer, and dropped his voice a little. "I was so anxious to know. I am so glad. I have often wondered how you two were getting on." "Have you?" said she, looking up again. "At Cambridge? You must be very fond of Molly." "Yes, I am. She was with us so long, and at such a time. I look upon her almost as a sister." "And she is very fond of all of you. I seem to know you all, from hearing her talk about you so much. All of you," she said, laying an emphasis on all to show that it included the dead as well as the living. Roger was silent for a minute or two. "I didn't know you, even by hearsay, so you mustn't wonder that I was a little afraid. But as soon as I saw you I knew how it must be, and it was such a relief." "Cynthia," said Mrs. Gibson, who thought that the younger son had had quite his share of low confidential conversation, "come here and sing that little French ballad to Mr. Osborne Hamley." "Which do you mean, mamma? Tout en repentira, Colin?" "Yes, such a pretty, playful little warning to young men," said Mrs. Gibson, smiling up at Osborne. "The refrain is, Tout en repentira, Colin, tout en repentira, car si tu prends une femme, Colin, tout en repentira." The advice may apply very well when there is a French wife in the case, but not, I am sure, to an Englishman who is thinking of an English wife. This choice of a song was exceedingly mal à propos, had Mrs. Gibson but known it. Osborne and Roger, knowing that the wife of the former was a Frenchwoman, and conscious of each other's knowledge, felt doubly awkward, while Molly was as much confused as though she herself were secretly married. However, Cynthia carolled the saucy ditty out, and her mother smiled at it, in total ignorance of any application it might have. Osborne had instinctively gone to stand behind Cynthia as she sat at the piano, so as to be ready to turn over the leaves of her music if she required it. He kept his hands in his pockets, and his eyes fixed on her fingers, his countenance clouded with gravity at all the merry quips which she so playfully sang. Roger looked grave as well, but was much more at his ease than his brother. Indeed, he was half amused by the awkwardness of the situation. He caught Molly's troubled eyes and heightened colour, and he saw that she was feeling this contretemps more seriously than she needed to do. He moved to a seat by her, and half whispered, "Too late a warning, is it not?" Molly looked up at him as he leant towards her, and replied in the same tone, "Oh, I am so sorry." "You need not be. He won't mind it long, and a man must take the consequences when he puts himself in a false position." Molly could not tell what to reply to this, so she hung her head and kept silence. Yet she could see that Roger did not change his attitude, or remove his hand from the back of his chair, and, impelled by curiosity to find out the cause of his stillness, she looked up at him at length, and saw his gaze fixed on the two who were near the piano. Osborne was saying something eagerly to Cynthia, whose grave eyes were upturned to him with soft intentness of expression, and her pretty mouth half open, with a sort of impatience for him to cease speaking, that she might reply. "They are talking about France,"
said Roger, in answer to Molly's unspoken question. "Osborne knows it well, and Miss Kirkpatrick has been at school there, you know. It sounds very interesting. Shall we go nearer and hear what they are saying?" It was all very well to ask this civilly, but Molly thought it would have been better to wait for her answer. Instead of waiting, however, Roger went to the piano, and, leaning on it, appeared to join in the light, merry talk, while he feasted his eyes as much as he dared by looking at Cynthia. Molly suddenly felt as if she could scarcely keep from crying. A minute ago he had been so near to her, and talking so pleasantly and confidentially, and now he almost seemed as if he had forgotten her existence. She thought that all this was wrong, and she exaggerated its wrongness to herself. Mean, and envious of Cynthia, and ill-natured, and selfish, were the terms she kept applying to herself, but it did no good. She was just as naughty at the last as at the first. Mrs. Gibson broke into the state of things which Molly thought was to endure for ever. Her work had been intricate up to this time, and had required a great deal of counting, so she had had no time to attend to her duties, one of which she always took to be to show herself to the world as an impartial stepmother. Cynthia had played and sung, and now she must give Molly her turn of exhibition. Cynthia's singing and playing was light and graceful, but anything but correct, but she herself was so charming that it was only fanatics for music who cared for false chords and omitted notes. Molly, on the contrary, had an excellent ear, if she had ever been well taught, and both from inclination and conscientious perseverance of disposition, she would go over an incorrect passage for 20 times. But she was very shy of playing in company, and when forced to do it, she went through her performance heavily, and hated her handiwork more than any one. "Now you must play a little, Molly," said Mrs. Gibson. "Play us that beautiful piece of Kalkbrenner's, my dear." Molly looked up at her stepmother with beseeching eyes, but it only brought out another form of request, still more like a command. "Go at once, my dear. You may not play it quite rightly, and I know you are very nervous, but you're quite amongst friends." So there was a disturbance made in the little group at the piano, and Molly sat down to her martyrdom. "Please go away," said she to Osborne, who was standing behind her, ready to turn over. "I can quite well do it for myself, and oh, if you would but talk!" Osborne remained where he was, in spite of her appeal, and gave her what little approval she got, for Mrs. Gibson, exhausted by her previous labour of counting her stitches, fell asleep in her comfortable sofa-corner near the fire, and Roger, who began at first to talk a little in compliance with Molly's request, found his conversation with Cynthia so agreeable that Molly lost her place several times in trying to catch a sudden glimpse of Cynthia sitting at her work, and Roger by her, intent on catching her low replies to what he was saying. "There now, I've done," said Molly, standing up quickly as soon as she had finished the 18 dreary pages, "and I think I will never sit down to play again." Osborne laughed at her vehemence. Cynthia began to take some part in what was being said, and thus made the conversation general. Mrs. Gibson wakened up gracefully, as was her way of doing all things, and slid into the subjects they were talking about so easily that she almost succeeded in making them believe she had never been asleep at all. Chapter 25. Hollingford in a bustle. All Hollingford felt as if there was a great deal to be done before Easter this year. There was Easter proper, which always required new clothing of some kind, for fear of certain consequences from little birds, who were supposed to resent the impiety of those that did not wear some new article of dress on Easter day. And most ladies considered it wiser that the little birds should see the new article for themselves, and not have to take it upon trust, as they would have to do if it were merely a pocket-handkerchief, or a petticoat, or any article of underclothing. So piety demanded a new bonnet, or a new gown, and was barely satisfied with an Easter pair of gloves. Miss Rose was generally very busy just before Easter in Hollingford. Then this year there was the charity ball. Ashcombe, Hollingford, and Coreham were 3 neighbouring towns, of about the same number of population, lying at the 3 equidistant corners of a triangle. In imitation of greater cities with their festivals, these 3 towns had agreed to have an annual ball for the benefit of the county hospital, to be held in turn at each place, and Hollingford was to be the place this year. It was a fine time for hospitality, and every house of any pretension was as full as it could hold, and flys were engaged long months before. If Mrs. Gibson could have asked Osborne, or in default Roger Hamley to go to the ball with them and to sleep at their house, or if, indeed, she could have picked up any stray scion of a county family to whom such an offer would have been a convenience, she would have restored her own dressing-room to its former use as the spare-room with pleasure. But she did not think it was worth her while to put herself out for any of the humdrum and ill-dressed women who had been her former acquaintances at Ashcombe. For Mr. Preston it might have been worth while to give up her room, considering him in the light of a handsome and prosperous young man, and a good dancer besides. But there were more lights in which he was to be viewed. Mr. Gibson, who really wanted to return the hospitality shown to him by Mr. Preston at the time of his marriage, had yet an instinctive distaste to the man, which no wish of freeing himself from obligation, nor even the more worthy feeling of hospitality could overcome. Mrs. Gibson had some old grudges of her own against him, but she was not one to retain angry feelings, or be very active in her retaliation. She was afraid of Mr. Preston, and admired him at the same time. It was awkward, too, so she said, to go into a ball-room without any gentleman at all, and Mr. Gibson was so uncertain. On the whole, partly for this last given reason, and partly because conciliation was the best policy, Mrs. Gibson was slightly in favour of inviting Mr. Preston to be their guest. But as soon as Cynthia heard the question discussed, or rather, as soon as she heard it discussed in Mr. Gibson's absence, she said that if Mr. Preston came to be their visitor on the occasion, she for one would not go to the ball at all. She did not speak with vehemence or in anger, but with such quiet resolution that Molly looked up in surprise. She saw that Cynthia was keeping her eyes fixed on her work, and that she had no intention of meeting any one's gaze, or giving any further explanation. Mrs. Gibson, too, looked perplexed, and once or twice seemed on the point of asking some question, but she was not angry, as Molly had fully expected. She watched Cynthia furtively and in silence for a minute or two, and then said that, after all, she could not conveniently give up her dressing-room, and altogether they had better say no more about it. So no stranger was invited to stay at Mr. Gibson's at the time of the ball, but Mrs. Gibson spoke openly of her regret at the unavoidable inhospitality, and hoped that they might be able to build an addition to their house before the next triennial Hollingford ball. Another cause of unusual bustle at Hollingford this Easter was the expected return of the family to the Towers, after their unusually long absence. Mr. Sheepshanks might be seen trotting up and down on his stout old cob, speaking to attentive masons, plasterers, and glaziers about putting everything, on the outside at least, about the cottages belonging to "my lord" in perfect repair. Lord Cumnor owned the greater part of the town, and those who lived under other landlords, or in houses of their own, were stirred up by the dread of contrast to do up their dwellings. So the ladders of whitewashers and painters were sadly in the way of the ladies tripping out in these days. The housekeeper and steward from the Towers might also be seen coming in to give orders at the various shops, and stopping here and there at those kept by favourites, to avail themselves of the eagerly tendered refreshments. Lady Harriet came to call on her old governess the day after the arrival of the family at the Towers. Molly and Cynthia were out walking when she came, doing some errands for Mrs. Gibson, who had a secret idea that Lady Harriet would call at the particular time she did, and had a not uncommon wish to talk to her ladyship without the corrective presence of any member of her own family. Mrs. Gibson did not give Molly the message of remembrance that Lady Harriet had left for her, but she imparted various pieces of news relating to the Towers with great animation and interest. The Duchess of Menteith and her daughter Lady Alice were coming to the Towers, would be there the day of the ball, would come to the ball, and the Menteith diamonds were famous. That was piece of news the first. The second was that ever so many gentlemen were coming to the Towers, some English, some French. This piece of news would have come first in order of importance, had there been much probability of their being dancing men, and, as such, possible partners at the coming ball. But Lady Harriet had spoken of them as Lord Hollingford's friends, useless scientific men in all probability. Then, finally, Mrs. Gibson was to go to the Towers next day to lunch. Lady Cumnor had written a little note by Lady Harriet to beg her to come. If Mrs. Gibson could manage to find her way to the Towers, one of the carriages in use should bring her back to her own house in the course of the afternoon. "The dear Countess," said Mrs. Gibson with soft affection. It was a soliloquy, uttered after a minute's pause, at the end of all this information. And all the rest of that day her conversation had an aristocratic perfume hanging about it. One of the few books she had brought with her into Mr. Gibson's house was bound in pink, and in it she studied Menteith, Duke of, Adolphus George, etc., etc., till she was fully up in all the Duchess's connections and probable interests. Mr. Gibson made his mouth up into a droll whistle when he came home at night, and found himself in a Towers atmosphere. Molly saw the shade of annoyance through the drollery. She was beginning to see it oftener than she liked. Not that she reasoned upon it, or that she consciously traced the annoyance to its source, but she could not help feeling uneasy in herself when she knew her father was in the least put out. Of course a fly was ordered for Mrs. Gibson. In the early afternoon she came home. If she had been disappointed in her interview with the Countess, she never told her woe, nor revealed the fact that when she first arrived at the Towers, she had to wait for an hour in Lady Cumnor's morning-room, uncheered by any companionship save that of her old friend Mrs. Bradley, till suddenly, Lady Harriet coming in, she exclaimed, "Why, Clare, you dear woman, are you here all alone? Does mamma know?" And after a little more affectionate conversation, she rushed to find her ladyship, who was perfectly aware of the fact, but too deep in giving the Duchess the benefit of her wisdom and experience in trousseau to be at all aware of the length of time Mrs. Gibson had been passing in patient solitude. At lunch Mrs. Gibson was secretly hurt by my lord supposing it to be her dinner, and calling out his urgent hospitality from the very bottom of the table, giving as a reason for it that she must remember it was her dinner. In vain she piped out in her soft high voice, "Oh, my lord, I never eat meat in the middle of the day. I can hardly eat anything at lunch." Her voice was lost, and the Duchess might go away with the idea that the Hollingford doctor's wife dined early; that is to say, if her Grace ever condescended to have any idea on the subject at all, which presupposes that she was cognizant of the fact of there being a doctor at Hollingford, and that he had a wife, and that his wife was the pretty, faded, elegant-looking woman sending away her plate of untasted food which she longed to eat, for she really was desperately hungry after her drive and her solitude. And then, after her lunch, there did come a tete-a-tete with Lady Cumnor, which was conducted after this wise. "Well, Clare, I am really glad to see you. I once thought I should never get back to the Towers, but here I am. There was such a clever man at Bath, a Dr. Snape. He cured me at last, quite set me up. I really think if I am ever ill again, I shall send for him. It is such a thing to find a really clever medical man. Oh, by the way, I always forget you've married Mr. Gibson. Of course he is very clever and all that. The carriage to the door in 10 minutes, Brown, and desire Bradley to bring my things down. What was I asking you? Oh, how do you get on with the stepdaughter? She seemed to me a young lady with a pretty stubborn will of her own. I put a letter for the post down somewhere, and I cannot think where. Do help me look for it, there's a good woman. Just run to my room and see if Brown can find it, for it is of great consequence." Off went Mrs. Gibson rather unwillingly, for there were several things she wanted to speak about, and she had not heard half of what she had expected to learn of the family gossip. But all chance was gone, for when she came back from her fruitless errand, Lady Cumnor and the Duchess were in full talk, Lady Cumnor with the missing letter in her hand, which she was using something like a baton to enforce her words. "Every iota from Paris, every iota!" Lady Cumnor was too much of a lady not to apologize for useless trouble, but they were nearly the last words she spoke to Mrs. Gibson, for she had to go out and drive with the Duchess, and the brougham to take Clare, as she persisted in calling Mrs. Gibson, back to Hollingford followed the carriage to the door. Lady Harriet came away from her entourage of young men and young ladies, all prepared for some walking expedition, to wish Mrs. Gibson good-bye. "We shall see you at the ball," she said. "You'll be there with your 2 girls, of course, and I must have a little talk with you there. With all these visitors in the house, it has been impossible to see anything of you to-day, you know." Such were the facts, but rose-colour was the medium through which they were seen by Mrs. Gibson's household listeners on her return. "There are many visitors staying at the Towers. Oh, yes, a great many. The Duchess and Lady Alice, and Mr. and Mrs. Grey, and Lord Albert Monson and his sister, and my old friend Captain James of the Blues. Many more, in fact. But of course I preferred going to Lady Cumnor's own room, where I could see her and Lady Harriet quietly, and where we were not disturbed by the bustle downstairs. Of course, we were obliged to go down to lunch, and then I saw my old friends, and renewed pleasant acquaintances. But I really could hardly get any connected conversation with any one. Lord Cumnor seemed so delighted to see me there again, though there were 6 or 7 between us, and he was always interrupting with some civil or kind speech especially addressed to me.
And after lunch Lady Cumnor asked me all sorts of questions about my new life, with as much interest as if I had been her daughter. To be sure, when the Duchess came in we had to leave off, and talk about the trousseau she is preparing for Lady Alice. Lady Harriet made such a point of our meeting at the ball. She is such a good, affectionate creature, is Lady Harriet." This last was said in a tone of meditative appreciation. The afternoon of the day on which the ball was to take place, a servant rode over from Hamley with 2 lovely nosegays. "With the Mr. Hamleys' compliments to Miss Gibson and Miss Kirkpatrick." Cynthia was the first to receive them. She came dancing into the drawing-room, flourishing the flowers about in either hand, and danced up to Molly, who was trying to settle to her reading, by way of passing the time away till the evening came. "Look, Molly, look! Here are bouquets for us. Long life to the givers." "Who are they from?" asked Molly, taking hold of one, and examining it with tender delight at its beauty. "Who from? Why, the 2 paragons of Hamleys, to be sure. Is it not a pretty attention?" "How kind of them," said Molly. "I am sure it is Osborne who thought of it. He has been so much abroad, where it is such a common compliment to send bouquets to young ladies." "I don't see why I should think it is Osborne's thought," said Molly, reddening a little. "Mr. Roger Hamley used to gather nosegays constantly for his mother, and sometimes for me." "Well, never mind whose thought it was, or who gathered them. We've got the flowers, and that's enough. Molly, I'm sure these red flowers will just match your coral necklace and bracelets," said Cynthia, pulling out some camellias, then a rare kind of flower. "Oh, please don't!" exclaimed Molly. "Don't you see how carefully the colours are arranged? They've taken such pains. Please don't." "Nonsense!" said Cynthia, continuing to pull them out. "See, here are quite enough. I'll make you a little coronet of them, sewn on black velvet, which will never be seen, just as they do in France." "Oh, I am so sorry, it is quite spoilt," said Molly. "Never mind, I'll take this spoilt bouquet. I can make it up again just as prettily as ever, and you shall have this, which has never been touched." Cynthia went on arranging the crimson buds and flowers to her taste. Molly said nothing, but kept watching Cynthia's nimble fingers tying up the wreath. "There," said Cynthia at last. "When that is sewn on black velvet to keep the flowers from dying, you'll see how pretty it will look. And there are enough red flowers in this untouched nosegay to carry out the idea." "Thank you," very slowly. "But shan't you mind having only the wrecks of the other?" "Not I. Red flowers would not go with my pink dress." "But I dare say they arranged each nosegay so carefully." "Perhaps they did, but I never would allow sentiment to interfere with my choice of colours, and pink does tie one down. Now you, in white muslin just tipped with crimson, like a daisy, may wear anything." Cynthia took the utmost pains in dressing Molly, leaving the clever housemaid to her mother's exclusive service. Mrs. Gibson was more anxious about her attire than was either of the girls. It had given her occasion for deep thought and not a few sighs. Her deliberation had ended in her wearing her pearl grey satin wedding gown, with a profusion of lace, and white and coloured lilacs. Cynthia was the one who took the affair most lightly. Molly looked upon the ceremony of dressing for a first ball as rather a serious ceremony, certainly as an anxious proceeding. Cynthia was almost as anxious as herself, only Molly wanted her appearance to be correct and unnoticed, and Cynthia was desirous of setting off Molly's rather peculiar charms, her cream-coloured skin, her profusion of curly black hair, her beautiful long-shaped eyes, with their shy, loving expression. Cynthia took up so much time in dressing Molly to her mind, that she herself had to perform her toilette in a hurry. Molly, ready dressed, sat on a low chair in Cynthia's room, watching the pretty creature's rapid movements, as she stood in her petticoat before the glass, doing up her hair, with quick certainty of effect. At length Molly heaved a sigh, and said, "I should like to be pretty." "Why, Molly," said Cynthia, turning round with an exclamation on the tip of her tongue, but when she caught the innocent wistful look on Molly's face, she instinctively checked what she was going to say, and half smiling to her own reflection in the glass, she said, "The French girls would tell you, to believe that you were pretty would make you so." Molly paused before replying. "I suppose they would mean that if you knew you were pretty, you would never think about your looks. You would be so certain of being liked, and that it is caring. Listen, that's 8 o'clock striking. Don't trouble yourself with trying to interpret a French girl's meaning, but help me on with my frock, there's a dear one." The 2 girls were dressed, and were standing over the fire waiting for the carriage in Cynthia's room, when Maria, Betty's successor, came hurrying into the room. Maria had been officiating as maid to Mrs. Gibson, but she had had intervals of leisure, in which she had rushed upstairs, and under the pretence of offering her services, had seen the young ladies' dresses, and the sight of so many nice clothes had sent her into a state of excitement which made her think of nothing of rushing upstairs for the 20th time, with a nosegay still more beautiful than the 2 previous ones. "Here, Miss Kirkpatrick! No, it's not for you, miss," as Molly, being nearer to the door, offered to take it and pass it to Cynthia. "It's for Miss Kirkpatrick, and there's a note for her besides." Cynthia said nothing, but took the note and the flowers. She held the note so that Molly could read it at the same time she did. "I send you some flowers, and you must allow me to claim the first dance after 9 o'clock, before which time I fear I cannot arrive. R.P." "Who is it?" asked Molly. Cynthia looked extremely irritated, indignant, perplexed. What was it turned her cheek so pale, and made her eyes so full of fire? "It is Mr. Preston," said she in answer to Molly. "I shall not dance with him, and here go his flowers," into the very middle of the embers, which she immediately stirred down upon the beautiful shrivelling petals, as if she wished to annihilate them as soon as possible. Her voice had never been raised, it was as sweet as usual, nor, though her movements were prompt enough, were they hasty or violent. "Oh," said Molly, "those beautiful flowers! We might have put them in water." "No," said Cynthia, "it's best to destroy them. We don't want them, and I can't bear to be reminded of that man." "It was an impertinent familiar note," said Molly. "What right had he to express himself in that way? No beginning, no end, and only initials. Did you know him well when you were at Ashcombe, Cynthia?" "Oh, don't let us think any more about him," replied Cynthia. "It is quite enough to spoil any pleasure at the ball to think that he will be there. But I hope I shall get engaged before he comes, so that I can't dance with him, and don't you either." "There, they are calling for us," exclaimed Molly, and with quick step, yet careful of their draperies, they made their way downstairs to the place where Mr. and Mrs. Gibson awaited them. Yes, Mr. Gibson was going, even if he had to leave them afterwards to attend to any professional call. And Molly suddenly began to admire her father as a handsome man, when she saw him now in full evening attire. Mrs. Gibson, too, how pretty she was! In short, it was true that no better looking a party than these 4 people entered the Hollingford ball-room that evening. Chapter 26. A charity ball. At the present time there are few people at a public ball besides the dancers and their chaperons, or relations in some degree interested in them. But in the days when Molly and Cynthia were young, before railroads were, and before their consequences the excursion trains, which take every one up to London nowadays, there to see their fill of gay crowds and fine dresses, to go to an annual charity ball, even though all thought of dancing had passed by years ago, and without any of the responsibilities of a chaperon, was a very allowable and favourite piece of dissipation to all the kindly old maids who thronged the country towns of England. They aired their old lace and their best dresses, they saw the aristocratic magnates of the countryside, they gossiped with their coevals, and speculated on the romances of the young around them in a curious yet friendly spirit. The Miss Brownings would have thought themselves sadly defrauded of the gayest event of the year if anything had prevented their attending the charity ball, and Miss Browning would have been indignant, Miss Phoebe aggrieved, had they not been asked to Ashcombe and Coreham by friends at each place, who had, like them, gone through the dancing stage of life some 25 years before, but who liked still to haunt the scenes of their former enjoyment, and see a younger generation dance on regardless of their doom. They had come in one of the 2 sedan chairs that yet lingered in use at Hollingford. Such a night as this brought a regular harvest of gains to the 2 old men, who, in what was called the town's livery, trotted backwards and forwards with their many loads of ladies and finery. There were some post-chaises and some flies, but after mature deliberation Miss Browning had decided to keep to the more comfortable custom of the sedan chair, which, as she said to Miss Piper, one of her visitors, came into the parlour and got full of the warm air and nipped you up and carried you tight and cosy into another warm room where you could walk out without having to show your legs by going up steps or down steps. Of course, only one could go at a time, but here again a little of Miss Browning's good management arranged everything so very nicely, as Miss Hornblower, their other visitor, remarked. She went first, and remained in the warm cloak-room until her hostess followed, and then the two ladies went arm in arm into the ball-room, finding out convenient seats whence they could watch the arrivals and speak to their passing friends, until Miss Phoebe and Miss Piper entered, and came to take possession of the seats reserved for them by Miss Browning's care. These two younger ladies came in also arm in arm, but with a certain timid flurry in look and movement very different from the composed dignity of their seniors, by 2 or 3 years. When all four were once more assembled together, they took a breath and began to converse. "Upon my word, I really do think this is a better room than our Ashcombe Court-house." "And how prettily it is decorated," piped out Miss Piper. "How well the roses are made! But you all have such taste at Hollingford." "There's Mrs. Dempster," cried Miss Hornblower. "She said she and her 2 daughters were asked to stay at Mr. Sheepshanks'. Mr. Preston was to be there too, but I suppose they could not all come at once. Look, and there is young Roscoe, our new doctor. I declare it seems as if all Ashcombe were here. Mr. Roscoe! Mr. Roscoe! Come here, and let me introduce you to Miss Browning, the friend we are staying with. We think very highly of our young doctor, I can assure you, Miss Browning." Mr. Roscoe bowed and simpered at hearing his own praises, but Miss Browning had no notion of having any doctor praised, who had come to settle on the very verge of Mr. Gibson's practice, so she said to Miss Hornblower, "You must be very glad, I am sure, to have somebody you can call in, if you are in any sudden hurry, or for things that are too trifling to trouble Mr. Gibson about, and I should think Mr. Roscoe would feel it a great advantage to profit, as he will naturally have the opportunity of doing, by witnessing Mr. Gibson's skill." Probably Mr. Roscoe would have felt more aggrieved by this speech than he really was, if his attention had not been called off just then by the entrance of the very Mr. Gibson who was being spoken of. Almost before Miss Browning had ended her severe and depreciatory remarks, he had asked his friend Miss Hornblower, "Who is that lovely girl in pink just come in?" "Why, that's Cynthia Kirkpatrick," said Miss Hornblower, taking up a ponderous gold eyeglass to make sure of her fact. "How she has grown! To be sure, it is 2 or 3 years since she left Ashcombe. She was very pretty then. People did say Mr. Preston admired her very much, but she was so young." "Can you introduce me?" asked the impatient young surgeon. "I should like to ask her to dance." When Miss Hornblower returned from greeting to her former acquaintance, Mrs. Gibson, and had accomplished the introduction which Mr. Roscoe had requested, she began her little confidences to Miss Browning. "Well, to be sure, how condescending we are! I remember the time when Mrs. Kirkpatrick wore old black silks, and was thankful and civil as became her place as a schoolmistress, and as having to earn her bread. And now she is in satin, and she speaks to me as if she could just recollect who I was, if she tried very hard. It isn't so long ago since Mrs. Dempster came to consult me as to whether Mrs. Kirkpatrick would be offended if she sent her a new breadth for her lilac silk gown, in place of one that had been spoilt by Mrs. Dempster's servant spilling the coffee over it the night before, and she took it and was thankful, for all she's dressed in pearl grey satin now, and she would have been glad enough to marry Mr. Preston in those days." "I thought you said he admired her daughter," put in Miss Browning to her irritated friend. "Well, perhaps I did, and perhaps it was so. I'm sure I can't tell. He was a great deal at the house. Miss Dixon keeps a school in the same house now, and I'm sure she does it a great deal better." "The Earl and the Countess are very fond of Mrs. Gibson," said Miss Browning. "I know, for Lady Harriet told us when she came to drink tea with us last autumn, and they desired Mr. Preston to be very attentive to her when she lived at Ashcombe." "For goodness' sake, don't go and repeat what I've been saying about Mr. Preston and Mrs. Kirkpatrick to her ladyship. One may be mistaken, and you know I only said people talked about it." Miss Hornblower was evidently alarmed lest her gossip should be repeated to Lady Harriet, who appeared to be on such an intimate footing with her Hollingford friends. Nor did Miss Browning dissipate the illusion. Lady Harriet had drunk tea with them, and might do it again, and at any rate the little fright she had put her friend into was not a bad return for that praise of Mr. Roscoe which had offended Miss Browning's loyalty to Mr. Gibson. Meanwhile Miss Piper and Miss Phoebe, who had not the character of esprit fort to maintain, talked of the dresses of the people present, beginning by complimenting each other. "What a lovely turban you have got on, Miss Piper, if I may be allowed to say so, so becoming to your complexion." "Do you think so?" said Miss Piper, with ill-concealed gratification. It was something to have a complexion at 45. "I got it at Brown's, at Somerton, for this very ball. I thought I must have something to set off my gown, which isn't quite so new as it once was, and I have no handsome jewellery like you," looking with admiring eyes at a large miniature set round with pearls, which served as a shield to Miss Phoebe's breast. "It is handsome," that lady replied. "It is a likeness of my dear mother. Dorothy has got my father on. The miniatures were both taken at the same time, and just about then my uncle died and left us each a legacy of £50, which we agreed to spend on the setting of our miniatures. But because they are so valuable, Dorothy always keeps them locked up with the best silver, and hides the box somewhere. She never will tell me where, because she says I've such weak nerves, and that if a burglar with a loaded pistol at my head were to ask me where we kept our plate and jewels, I should be sure to tell him. And she says, for her part, she would never think of revealing under any circumstances. I'm sure I hope she won't be tried. But that's the reason I don't wear it often. It's only the second time I've had it on, and I can't even get at it and look at it, which I should like to do. I shouldn't have had it on to-night, but that Dorothy gave it out to me, saying it was but a proper compliment to pay to the Duchess of Menteith, who is to be here in all her diamonds." "Dear, ah me, is she really? Do you know, I never saw a duchess before." And Miss Piper drew herself up and craned her neck, as if resolved to behave herself properly, as she had been taught to do at boarding-school 30 years before, in the presence of her Grace. By and by she said to Miss Phoebe, with a sudden jerk out of position, "Look, look, that's our Mr. Cholmley, the magistrate." He was the great man of Coreham. "And that's Mrs. Cholmley in red satin, and Mr. George and Mr. Harry from Oxford, I do declare, and Miss Cholmley and pretty Miss Sophie. I should like to go and speak to them, but then it's so formidable crossing a room without a gentleman. And there is Cox, the butcher, and his wife. Why, all Coreham seems to be here. And how Mrs. Cox can afford such a gown, I can't make out for one, for I know Cox has had some difficulty in paying for the last sheep he bought of my brother." Just at this moment the band, consisting of 2 violins, a harp, and an occasional clarinet, having finished their tuning, and brought themselves as nearly into accord as was possible, struck up a brisk country dance, and partners quickly took their places. Mrs. Gibson was secretly a little annoyed at Cynthia's being one of those to stand up in this early dance, the performers in which were principally the punctual plebeians of Hollingford, who, when a ball was fixed to begin at 8, had no notion of being later, and so losing part of the amusement for which they had paid their money. She imparted some of her feelings to Molly, sitting by her, longing to dance, and beating time to the spirited music with one of her pretty little feet. "Your dear papa is always so very punctual. To-night it seems almost a pity, for we really are here before there is any one come that we know." "Oh, I see so many people here that I know. There are Mr. and Mrs. Smeaton, and that nice good-tempered daughter." "Oh, booksellers and butchers, if you will." "Papa has found a great many friends to talk to." "Patience, my dear, hardly friends. There are some nice-looking people here," catching her eye on the Cholmleys, "but I dare say they have driven over from the neighbourhood of Ashcombe or Coreham, and have hardly calculated how soon they would get here. I wonder when the Towers party will come. Ah, there's Mr. Ashton and Mr. Preston. Come, the room is beginning to fill." So it was, for this was to be a very good ball, people said, and a large party from the Towers was coming, and a duchess in diamonds among the number. Every great house in the district was expected to be full of guests on these occasions, but at this early hour the townspeople had the floor almost entirely to themselves. The county magnates came dropping in later, and chiefest among them all was the Lord Lieutenant from the Towers. But to-night they were unusually late, and the aristocratic ozone being absent from the atmosphere, there was a flatness about the dancing of all those who considered themselves above the plebeian ranks of the tradespeople. They, however, enjoyed themselves thoroughly, and sprang and bounded till their eyes sparkled and their cheeks glowed with exercise and excitement. Some of the more prudent parents, mindful of the next day's duties, began to consider at what hour they ought to go home, but with all there was an expressed or unexpressed curiosity to see the Duchess and her diamonds, for the Menteith diamonds were famous in higher circles than that now assembled, and their fame had trickled down to it through the medium of ladies' maids and housekeepers. Mr. Gibson had had to leave the ball-room for a time, as he had anticipated, but he was to return to his wife as soon as his duties were accomplished, and in his absence
Mrs. Gibson kept herself a little aloof from the Miss Brownings and those of her acquaintance who would willingly have entered into conversation with her, with the view of attaching herself to the skirts of the Towers party when they should make their appearance. If Cynthia would not be so very ready in engaging herself to every possible partner who asked her to dance, there were sure to be young men staying at the Towers who would be on the lookout for pretty girls, and who could tell to what a dance might lead? Molly, too, though not so good a dancer as Cynthia, and from her timidity less graceful and easy, was becoming engaged pretty deeply, and it must be confessed she was longing to dance every dance, no matter with whom. Even she might not be available for the more aristocratic partners Mrs. Gibson anticipated. She was feeling very much annoyed with the whole proceedings of the evening, when she was aware of some one standing by her, and turning a little to one side, she saw Mr. Preston keeping guard, as it were, over the seats which Molly and Cynthia had just quitted. He was looking so black that if their eyes had not met, Mrs. Gibson would have preferred not speaking to him. As it was, she thought it unavoidable. "The rooms are not well lighted to-night, are they, Mr. Preston?" "No," said he. "But who could light such dingy old paint as this, loaded with evergreens, too, which always darken a room?" "And the company, too. I always think that freshness and brilliancy of dress go as far as anything to brighten up a room. Look what a set of people are here. The greater part of the women are dressed in dark silks, really only fit for a morning. The place will be quite different by and by, when the county families are in a little more force." Mr. Preston made no reply. He had put his glass in his eye, apparently for the purpose of watching the dancers. If its exact direction could have been ascertained, it would have been found that he was looking intently and angrily at a flying figure in pink muslin. Many a one was gazing at Cynthia with intentness besides himself, but no one in anger. Mrs. Gibson was not so fine an observer as to read all this, but here was a gentlemanly and handsome young man to whom she could prattle, instead of either joining herself on to objectionable people, or sitting all forlorn until the Towers party came. So she went on with her small remarks. "You are not dancing, Mr. Preston?" "No. The partner I had engaged has made some mistake. I am waiting to have an explanation with her." Mrs. Gibson was silent. An uncomfortable tide of recollections appeared to come over her. She, like Mr. Preston, watched Cynthia. The dance was ended, and she was walking round the room in easy unconcern as to what might await her. Presently her partner, Mr. Harry Cholmley, brought her back to her seat. She took that vacant next to Mr. Preston, leaving the one by her mother for Molly's occupation. The latter returned a moment afterwards to her place. Cynthia seemed entirely unconscious of Mr. Preston's neighbourhood. Mrs. Gibson leaned forwards and said to her daughter, "Your last partner was a gentleman, my dear. You are improving in your selection. I really was ashamed of you before, figuring away with that attorney's clerk. Molly, do you know who you have been dancing with? I have found out he is the Coram bookseller." "That accounts for his being so well up in all the books I've been wanting to hear about," said Molly eagerly, but with a little spice of malice in her mind. "He really was very pleasant, mamma," she added, "and he looks quite a gentleman, and dances beautifully." "Very well, but remember if you go on this way you will have to shake hands over the counter to-morrow morning with some of your partners of to-night," said Mrs. Gibson coldly. "But I really don't know how to refuse when people are introduced to me and ask me, and I am longing to dance. You know to-night is a charity ball, and papa said everybody danced with everybody," said Molly, in a pleading tone of voice, for she could not quite thoroughly enjoy herself if she was out of harmony with any one. What reply Mrs. Gibson would have made to this speech cannot now be ascertained, for before she could answer, Mr. Preston stepped a little forwards, and said in a tone which he meant to be icily indifferent, but which trembled with anger, "If Miss Gibson finds any difficulty in refusing a partner, she has only to apply to Miss Kirkpatrick for instructions." Cynthia lifted up her beautiful eyes, and fixing them on Mr. Preston's face, said very quietly, as if only stating a matter of fact, "You forget, I think, Mr. Preston. Miss Gibson implied that she wished to dance with the person who asked her. That makes all the difference. I can't instruct her how to act in that difficulty." And to the rest of this little conversation Cynthia appeared to lend no ear, and she was almost directly claimed by her next partner. Mr. Preston took the seat now left empty, much to Molly's annoyance. At first she feared lest he might be going to ask her to dance, but instead he put out his hand for Cynthia's nosegay, which she had left on rising, entrusted to Molly. It had suffered considerably from the heat of the room, and was no longer full and fresh; not so much so as Molly's, which had not, in the first instance, been pulled to pieces in picking out the scarlet flowers which now adorned Molly's hair, and which had been since cherished with more care. Enough, however, remained of Cynthia's to show very distinctly that it was not the one Mr. Preston had sent, and it was perhaps to convince himself of this that he rudely asked to examine it. But Molly, faithful to what she imagined would be Cynthia's wish, refused to allow him to touch it. She only held it a little nearer. "Miss Kirkpatrick is not done me the honour of wearing the bouquet I sent her, I see. She received it, I suppose, and my note?" "Yes," said Molly, rather intimidated by the tone in which this was said. "But we had already accepted these 2 nosegays." Mrs. Gibson was just the person to come to the rescue with her honeyed words on such an occasion as the present. She evidently was rather afraid of Mr. Preston, and wished to keep at peace with him. "Oh yes, we were so sorry. Of course I don't mean to say we should be sorry for anyone's kindness, but 2 such lovely nosegays had been sent from Hamley Hall, you may see how beautiful from what Molly holds in her hand, and they had come before yours, Mr. Preston." "I should have felt honoured if you had accepted of mine, since the young ladies were so well provided for. I was at some pains in selecting the flowers at Green's. I think I may say it was rather more recherché than that of Miss Kirkpatrick's, which Miss Gibson holds so tenderly and securely in her hand." "Oh, because Cynthia would take out the most effective flowers to put in my hair," exclaimed Molly eagerly. "Did she?" said Mr. Preston, with a certain accent of pleasure in his voice, as though he were glad she set so little store by the nosegay; and he walked off to stand behind Cynthia in the quadrille that was being danced, and Molly saw him making her reply to him, against her will, Molly was sure. But somehow his face and manner implied power over her. She looked grave, deaf, indifferent, indignant, defiant; but after a half-whispered speech to Cynthia at the conclusion of the dance, she evidently threw him an impatient consent to what he was asking, for he walked off with a disagreeable smile of satisfaction on his handsome face. All this time the murmurs were spreading at the lateness of the party from the Towers, and person after person came up to Mrs. Gibson, as if she were the accredited authority as to the Earl and Countess's plans. In one sense this was flattering, but then the acknowledgment of common ignorance and wonder reduced her to the level of the inquirers. Mrs. Goodenough felt herself particularly aggrieved. She had had her spectacles on for the last hour and a half, in order to be ready for the sight the very first minute any one from the Towers appeared at the door. "I had a headache," she complained, "and I should have sent my money and never stirred out of doors to-night, for I've seen many of these here balls, and my lord and my lady too, when they were better worth looking at nor than they are now, but every one was talking of the Duchess and her diamonds, and I thought I shouldn't like to be behindhand, and never have seen neither the Duchess nor her diamonds, so I'm here, and coal and candlelight wasting away at home, for I told Sally to sit up for me, and above everything I cannot abide waste. I took it from my mother, who was such a one against waste as you never see nowadays. She was a manager, if ever there was one, and brought up 9 children on less than any one else could do, I'll be bound. Why, she wouldn't let us be extravagant, not even in the matter of colds. Whenever any on us had a pretty bad cold, she took the opportunity and cut our hair, for she said she, it was of no use having 2 colds when one would do, and cutting of our hair was sure to give us a cold. But for all that, I wish the Duchess would come." "Ah, but fancy what it is to me," sighed out Mrs. Gibson. "So long as I have been without seeing the dear family, and seeing so little of them the other day when I was at the Towers, for the Duchess would have my opinion on Lady Alice's trousseau, and kept asking me so many questions it took up all the time, and Lady Harriet's last words were a happy anticipation of our meeting to-night. It's nearly 12 o'clock." Every one of any pretensions to gentility was painfully affected by the absence of the family from the Towers. The very fiddlers seemed unwilling to begin playing a dance that might be interrupted by the entrance of the great folks. Miss Phoebe Browning had apologized for them. Miss Browning had blamed them with calm dignity. It was only the butchers and bakers and candlestick makers who rather enjoyed the absence of restraint, and were happy and hilarious. At last there was a rumbling and a rushing and a whispering, and the music stopped. So the dancers were obliged to do so too, and in came Lord Cumnor in his state dress, with a fat middle-aged woman on his arm. She was dressed almost like a girl, in a sprigged muslin, with natural flowers in her hair, but not a vestige of a jewel or a diamond. Yet it must be the Duchess, but what was a duchess without diamonds? And in a dress which Farmer Hudson's daughter might have worn. Was it the Duchess? Could it be the Duchess? The little crowd of inquirers around Mrs. Gibson thickened to hear her confirm their disappointing surmise. After the Duchess came Lady Cumnor, looking like Lady Macbeth in black velvet, a cloud upon her brow, made more conspicuous by the lines of age rapidly gathering on her handsome face, and Lady Harriet and other ladies, amongst whom there was one dressed so like the Duchess as to suggest the idea of a sister rather than a daughter, as far as dress went. There was Lord Hollingford, plain in face, awkward in person, gentlemanly in manner, and half a dozen younger men, Lord Albert Monson, Captain James, and others of their age and standing, who came in looking anything if not critical. This long-expected party swept up to the seats reserved for them at the head of the room, apparently regardless of the interruption they caused, for the dancers stood aside, and almost dispersed back to their seats, and when Money Musk struck up again, not half the former set of people stood up to finish the dance. Lady Harriet, who was rather different to Miss Piper, and no more minded crossing the room alone than if the lookers-on were so many cabbages, spied the Gibson party pretty quickly out, and came across to them. "Here we are at last. How do you do, dear? Why, little one," to Molly, "how nice you're looking. Aren't we shamefully late?" "Oh, it's only just past 12," said Mrs. Gibson, "and I dare say you dined very late." "It wasn't that. It was that ill-mannered woman, who went to her own room after we came out from dinner, and she and Lady Alice stayed there invisible, till we thought they were putting on some splendid attire, as they ought to have done, and at 10:30, when mamma sent up to them to say the carriages were at the door, the Duchess sent down for some beef tea, and at last appeared à l'enfant, as you see her. Mamma is so angry with her, and some of the others are annoyed at not coming earlier, and one or two are giving themselves airs about coming at all. Papa is the only one who is not affected by it." Then, turning to Molly, Lady Harriet asked, "Have you been dancing much, Miss Gibson?" "Yes, not every dance, but nearly all." It was a simple question enough, but Lady Harriet's speaking at all to Molly had become to Mrs. Gibson almost like shaking a red rag at a bull. It was the one thing sure to put her out of temper. But she would not have shown this to Lady Harriet for the world, only she contrived to baffle any endeavours at further conversation between the two by placing herself betwixt Lady Harriet and Molly, whom the former asked to sit down in the absent Cynthia's room. "I won't go back to those people, I am so mad with them, and besides, I hardly saw you the other day, and I must have some gossip with you." So she sat down by Mrs. Gibson, and, as Mrs. Goodenough afterwards expressed it, "looked like anybody else." Mrs. Goodenough said this to excuse herself for a little misadventure she fell into. She had taken a deliberate survey of the grandees at the upper end of the room, spectacles on nose, and had inquired, in no very measured voice, who everybody was, from Mr. Sheepshanks, my lord's agent, and her very good neighbour, who in vain tried to check her loud ardour for information by replying to her in whispers. But she was rather deaf as well as blind, so his low tones only brought upon him fresh inquiries. Now, satisfied as far as she could be, and on her way to departure, and the extinguishing of fire and candlelight, she stopped opposite to Mrs. Gibson, and thus addressed her by way of renewal of their former subject of conversation. "Such a shabby thing for a duchess I never saw, not a bit of a diamond near her. They're none of 'em worth looking at except the Countess, and she's always a personable woman, and not so lusty as she was, but they're not worth waiting up for till this time o' night." There was a moment's pause. Then Lady Harriet put her hand out and said, "You don't remember me, but I know you from having seen you at the Towers. Lady Cumnor is a good deal thinner than she was, but we hope her health is better for it." "It's Lady Harriet," said Mrs. Gibson to Mrs. Goodenough, in reproachful dismay. "Dear me, your ladyship, I hope I've given no offence. But you see, that is to say, your ladyship sees, then it's late hours for such folks as me, and I only stayed out of my bed to see the Duchess, and I thought she'd come in diamonds and a coronet, and it puts one out at my age to be so disappointed in the only chance I'm like to have of so fine a sight." "I'm put out too," said Lady Harriet. "I wanted to have come early, and here we are as late as this. I'm so cross and ill-tempered, I should be glad to hide myself in bed as soon as you will do." She said this so sweetly that Mrs. Goodenough relaxed into a smile, and her crabbedness into a compliment.
I don't believe as ever your ladyship can be cross and ill-tempered with that pretty face. I'm an old woman, so you must let me say so." Lady Harriet stood up and made a low curtsy. Then, holding out her hand, she said, "I won't keep you up any longer, but I'll promise one thing in return for your pretty speech. If ever I am a duchess, I'll come and show myself to you in all my robes and gewgaws. Good night, madam." "There, I knew how it would be," said she, not resuming her seat, "and on the eve of a county election, too." "Oh, you must not take old Mrs. Goodenough as a specimen, dear Lady Harriet. She is always a grumbler. I am sure no one else would complain of your being as late as you liked," said Mrs. Gibson. "What do you say, Molly?" said Lady Harriet, turning suddenly her eyes on Molly's face. "Don't you think we've lost some of our popularity, which at this time means votes, by coming so late? Come, answer me. You used to be a famous little truth-teller." "I don't know about popularity or votes," said Molly, rather unwillingly. "But I think many people were sorry you did not come sooner, and isn't that rather a proof of popularity?" she added. "That's a very neat and diplomatic answer," said Lady Harriet, smiling, and tapping Molly's cheek with her fan. "Molly knows nothing about it," said Mrs. Gibson, a little off her guard. "It would be very impertinent if she or any one else questioned Lady Cumnor's perfect right to come when she chose." "Well, all I know is, I must go back to mamma now, but I shall make another raid into these regions by and by, and you must keep a place for me. Ah, there are Miss Brownings. You see I don't forget my lesson, Miss Gibson." "Molly, I cannot have you speaking so to Lady Harriet," said Mrs. Gibson, as soon as she was left alone with her stepdaughter. "You would never have known her at all if it had not been for me, and don't always be putting yourself into our conversation." "But I must speak if she asks me questions," pleaded Molly. "Well, if you must, you must, I acknowledge. I'm candid about that at any rate. But there's no need for you to set up to have an opinion at your age." "I don't know how to help it," said Molly. "She's such a whimsical person. Look there, if she's not talking to Miss Phoebe, and Miss Phoebe is so weak she'll easily be led away into fancying she is hand and glove with Lady Harriet. If there is one thing I hate more than another, it is the trying to make out an intimacy with great people." Molly felt innocent enough, so she offered no justification of herself, and made no reply. Indeed, she was more occupied in watching Cynthia. She could not understand the change that seemed to have come over her. She was dancing, it was true, with the same lightness and grace as before, but the smooth bounding motion, as of a feather blown onwards by the wind, was gone. She was conversing with her partner, but without the soft animation that usually shone out upon her countenance. And when she was brought back to her seat, Molly noticed her changed colour, and her dreamily abstracted eyes. "What is the matter, Cynthia?" asked she, in a very low voice. "Nothing," said Cynthia, suddenly looking up, and in an accent of what, in her, was sharpness. "Why should there be?" "I don't know, but you look different to what you did. Tired or something." "There's nothing the matter. Or if it is, don't talk about it. It's all your fancy." This was a rather contradictory speech, to be interpreted by intuition rather than by logic. Molly understood that Cynthia wished for quietness and silence. But what was her surprise, after the speeches that had passed before, and the implication of Cynthia's whole manner to Mr. Preston, to see him come up to her, and without a word offer his arm and lead her away to dance. It appeared to strike Mrs. Gibson as something remarkable, for, forgetting her late passage at arms with Molly, she asked wonderingly, as if almost distrusting the evidence of her senses, "Is Cynthia going to dance with Mr. Preston?" Molly had scarcely time to answer before she herself was led off by her partner. She could hardly attend to him, or to the figures of the quadrille, for watching for Cynthia among the moving forms. Once she caught a glimpse of her standing still, downcast, listening to Mr. Preston's eager speech. Again she was walking languidly among the dancers, almost as if she took no notice of those around her. When she and Molly joined each other again, the shade on Cynthia's face had deepened to gloom. But at the same time, if a physiognomist had studied her expression, he would have read in it defiance and anger, and perhaps also a little perplexity. While this quadrille had been going on, Lady Harriet had been speaking to her brother. "Hollingford,"
she said, laying her hand on his arm, and drawing him a little apart from the well-born crowd amid which he stood, silent and abstracted. "You don't know how these good people here have been hurt and disappointed with our being so late, and with the Duchess's ridiculous simplicity of dress." "Why should they mind it?" asked he, taking advantage of her being out of breath with eagerness. "Oh, don't be so wise and stupid. Don't you see, we're a show and a spectacle? It's like having a pantomime with Harlequin and Columbine in plain clothes." "I don't understand how," he began. "Then take it upon trust. They really are a little disappointed, whether they are logical or not in being so, and we must try and make it up to them. For one thing, because I can't bear our vassals to look dissatisfied and disloyal, and then there's the election in June." "I really would as soon be out of the house as in it." "Nonsense! It would grieve papa beyond measure. But there's no time to talk about that now. You must go and dance with some of the townspeople, and I'll ask Sheepshanks to introduce me to a respectable young farmer. Can't you get Captain James to make himself useful? There he goes with Lady Alice. If I don't get him introduced to the ugliest tailor's daughter I can find for the next dance." She put her arm in her brother's as she spoke, as if to lead him to some partner. He resisted, however, resisted piteously. "Pray don't, Harriet. You know I can't dance. I hate it. I always did. I don't know how to get through a quadrille." "It's a country dance," said she, resolutely. "It's all the same. And what shall I say to my partner? I haven't a notion. I shall have no subject in common. Speak of being disappointed, they'll be 10 times more disappointed when they find I can neither dance nor talk." "I'll be merciful, don't be so cowardly. In their eyes a lord may dance like a bear, as some lords not very far from me are, if he likes, and they'll take it for grace. And you shall begin with Molly Gibson, your friend the doctor's daughter. She's a good, simple, intelligent little girl, which you'll think a great deal more of, I suppose, than of the frivolous fact of her being very pretty. Clare, will you allow me to introduce my brother to Miss Gibson? He hopes to engage her for this dance. Lord Hollingford, Miss Gibson." Poor Lord Hollingford! There was nothing for it but for him to follow his sister's very explicit lead, and Molly and he walked off to their places, each heartily wishing their dance together well over. Lady Harriet flew off to Mr. Sheepshanks to secure her respectable young farmer, and Mrs. Gibson remained alone, wishing that Lady Cumnor would send one of her attendant gentlemen for her. It would be so much more agreeable to be sitting even at the fag end of nobility than here on a bench with everybody, hoping that everybody would see Molly dancing away with a lord, yet vexed that the chance had so befallen that Molly instead of Cynthia was the young lady singled out, wondering if simplicity of dress was now become the highest fashion, and pondering on the possibility of cleverly inducing Lady Harriet to introduce Lord Albert Monson to her own beautiful daughter Cynthia. Molly found Lord Hollingford, the wise and learned Lord Hollingford, strangely stupid in understanding the mystery of cross hands and back again, down the middle and up again. He was constantly getting hold of the wrong hands, and as constantly stopping when he had returned to his place, quite unaware that the duties of society and the laws of the dance required that he should go on capering till he had arrived at the bottom of the room. He perceived that he had performed his part very badly, and apologized to Molly when once they had arrived at that haven of comparative peace, and he expressed his regret so simply and heartily that she felt at her ease with him at once, especially when he confided to her his reluctance at having to dance at all, and his only doing it under his sister's compulsion. To Molly he was an elderly widower, almost as old as her father, and by they got into very pleasant conversation. She learned from him that Roger Hamley had just been publishing a paper in some scientific periodical, which had excited considerable attention, as it was intended to confute some theory of a great French physiologist, and Roger's article proved the writer to be possessed of a most unusual amount of knowledge on the subject. This piece of news was of great interest to Molly, and in her questions she herself evinced so much intelligence, and a mind so well prepared for the reception of information, that Lord Hollingford at any rate would have felt his quest of popularity a very easy affair indeed, if he might have gone on talking quietly to Molly during the rest of the evening. When he took her back to her place, he found Mr. Gibson there, and fell into talk with him, until Lady Harriet once more came to him to stir him up to his duties. Before very long, however, he returned to Mr. Gibson's side, and began telling him of this paper of Roger Hamley's, of which Mr. Gibson had not yet heard. In the midst of their conversation, as they stood close by Mrs. Gibson, Lord Hollingford saw Molly in the distance, and interrupted himself to say, "What a charming little lady that daughter of yours is! Most girls of her age are so difficult to talk to, but she is intelligent and full of interest in all sorts of sensible things. Well read, too. She was up in Le Règne Animal, and very pretty." Mr. Gibson bowed, much pleased at such a compliment from such a man, were he lord or not. It is very likely that if Molly had been a stupid listener, Lord Hollingford would not have discovered her beauty, or the converse might be asserted: if she had not been young and pretty, he would not have exerted himself to talk on scientific subjects in a manner which she could understand. But in whatever way Molly had won his approbation and admiration, there was no doubt that she had earned it somehow. And when she next returned to her place, Mrs. Gibson greeted her with soft words and a gracious smile, for it does not require much reasoning power to discover that if it is a very fine thing to be mother-in-law to a very magnificent three-tailed bashaw, it presupposes that the wife who makes the connection between the two parties is in harmony with her mother. And so far had Mrs. Gibson's thoughts wandered into futurity. She only wished that the happy chance had fallen to Cynthia's instead of to Molly's lot. But Molly was a docile, sweet creature, very pretty and remarkably intelligent, as my lord had said. It was a pity that Cynthia preferred making millinery to reading, but perhaps that could be rectified. And there was Lord Cumnor coming to speak to her, and Lady Cumnor nodding to her, and indicating a place by her side. It was not an unsatisfactory ball upon the whole to Mrs. Gibson, although she paid the usual penalty for sitting up beyond her ordinary hour in perpetual glare and movement. The next morning she awoke irritable and fatigued, and a little of the same feeling oppressed both Cynthia and Molly. The former was lounging in the window-seat, holding a 3-days-old newspaper in her hand, which she was making a pretence of reading, when she was startled by her mother's saying, "Cynthia, can't you take up a book and improve yourself? I am sure your conversation will never be worth listening to, unless you read something better than newspapers. Why don't you keep up your French? There was some French book that Molly was reading, Le Règne Animal, I think." "No, I never read it," said Molly, blushing. "Mr. Roger Hamley sometimes read pieces out of it when I was first at the Hall, and told me what it was about." "Oh, well, then I suppose I was mistaken. But it comes to all the same thing. Cynthia, you really must learn to settle yourself to some improving reading every morning." Rather to Molly's surprise, Cynthia did not reply a word, but dutifully went and brought down from among her Boulogne school-books Le Siècle de Louis XIV. But after a while Molly saw that this improving reading was just as much an excuse for Cynthia's thinking her own thoughts as the newspaper had been. Chapter 27. Fathers and Sons. Things were not going on any better at Hamley Hall. Nothing had occurred to change the state of dissatisfied feeling into which the squire and his eldest son had respectively fallen, and the long continuance merely of dissatisfaction is sure of itself to deepen the feeling. Roger did all in his power to bring the father and son together, but sometimes wondered if it would not have been better to leave them alone, for they were falling into the habit of each making him their confidant, and so defining emotions and opinions which would have had less distinctness if they had been unexpressed. There was little enough relief in the daily life at the Hall to help them all to shake off the gloom, and it even told on the health of both the squire and Osborne. The squire became thinner, his skin as well as his clothes began to hang loose about him, and the freshness of his colour turned to red streaks, till his cheeks looked like Eardiston pippins, instead of resembling a Catherine pear on the side that's next the sun. Roger thought that his father sat indoors and smoked in his study more than was good for him, but it had become difficult to get him far afield. He was too much afraid of coming across some sign of the discontinued drainage works, or being irritated afresh by the sight of his depreciated timber. Osborne was wrapped up in the idea of arranging his poems for the press, and so working out his wish for independence. What with daily writing to his wife, taking his letters himself to a distant post-office and receiving hers there, touching up his sonnets, etc., with fastidious care, and occasionally giving himself the pleasure of a visit to the Gibsons, and enjoying the society of the two pleasant girls there,
he found little time for being with his father. Indeed, Osborne was too self-indulgent, or sensitive, as he termed it, to bear well with the squire's gloomy fits, or too frequent querulousness. The consciousness of his secret, too, made Osborne uncomfortable in his father's presence. It was very well for all parties if Roger was not sensitive, for if he had been, there were times when it would have been too hard to bear little spurts of domestic tyranny, by which his father strove to assert his power over both his sons. One of these occurred very soon after the night of the Hollingford charity ball. Roger had induced his father to come out with him, and the squire had, on his son's suggestion, taken with him his long unused spud. The two had wandered far afield. Perhaps the elder man had found the unwonted length of exercise too much for him, for as he approached the house on his return, he became what nurses call in children fractious, and ready to turn on his companion for every remark he made. Roger understood the case by instinct, as it were, and bore it all with his usual sweetness of temper. They entered the house by the front door. It lay straight on their line of march. On the old cracked yellow marble slab there lay a card with Lord Hollingford's name on it, which Robinson, evidently on the watch for their return, hastened out of his pantry to deliver to Roger. "His lordship was very sorry not to see you, Mr. Roger, and his lordship left a note for you. Mr. Osborne took it, I think, when he passed through. I asked his lordship if he would like to see Mr. Osborne, who was indoors, as I thought, but his lordship said he was pressed for time, and told me to make his excuses."
"Didn't he ask for me?"
growled the squire.
"No, sir, I can't say as his lordship did. He would never have thought of Mr. Osborne, sir, if I hadn't named him. It was Mr. Roger he seemed so keen after." "Very odd," said the squire.
Roger said nothing, although he naturally felt some curiosity. He went into the drawing-room, not quite aware that his father was following him. Osborne sat at a table near the fire, pen in hand, looking over one of his poems, and dotting the i's, crossing the t's, and now and then pausing over the alteration of a word. "Oh, Roger," he said, as his brother came in, "here's been Lord Hollingford wanting to see you." "I know," replied Roger. "And he's left a note for you. Robinson tried to persuade him it was for my father, so he's added a junior, Roger Hamley, Esquire, junior, in pencil." The squire was in the room by this time, and what he had overheard rubbed him up still more the wrong way. Roger took his unopened note and read it. "What does he say?" asked the squire. Roger handed him the note. It contained an invitation to dinner to meet Monsieur Geoffroy St. H., whose views on certain subjects Roger had been advocating in the article Lord Hollingford had spoken about to Molly when he danced with her at the Hollingford ball. Monsieur Geoffroy St. H. was in England now, and was expected to pay a visit at the Towers in the course of the following week. He had expressed a wish to meet the author of the paper which had already attracted the attention of the French comparative anatomists, and Lord Hollingford added a few words as to his own desire to make the acquaintance of a neighbour whose tastes were so similar to his own, and then followed a civil message from Lord and Lady Cumnor. Lord Hollingford's hand was cramped and rather illegible. The squire could not read it all at once, and was enough put out to decline any assistance in deciphering it. At last he made it out.
"So my Lord Lieutenant is taking some notice of the Hamleys at last. The election is coming on, is it? But I can tell him we're not to be got so easily. I suppose this trap is set for you, Osborne. What's this you've been writing that the French Mounseer is so taken with?"
"It is not me, sir," said Osborne. "Both note and call are for Roger."
"I don't understand it," said the squire. "These Whig fellows have never done their duty by me, not that I want it of them. The Duke of Debenham used to pay the Hamleys a respect due to 'em, the oldest landowners in the county, but since he died, and this shabby Whig lord has succeeded him, I've never dined at the Lord Lieutenant's, no, not once."
"But I think, sir, I've heard you say Lord Cumnor used to invite you, only you did not choose to go," said Roger.
"Yes, what do you mean by that? Do you suppose I was going to desert the principles of my family, and curry favour with the Whigs? No, leave that to them. They can ask the heir of the Hamleys fast enough when a county election is coming on."
"I tell you, sir," said Osborne, in the irritable tone he sometimes used when his father was particularly unreasonable, "it is not me Lord Hollingford is inviting, it is Roger. Roger is making himself known for what he is, a first-rate fellow," continued Osborne, a sting of self-reproach mingling with his generous pride in his brother. "And he's getting himself a name.
He's been writing about these new French theories and discoveries, and his foreign savant naturally wants to make his acquaintance, and so Lord Hollingford asks him to dine."
"It's as clear as can be," lowering his tone, and addressing himself to Roger. "It has nothing to do with politics, if my father would but see it." Of course the squire heard this little aside with the unlucky uncertainty of hearing which is a characteristic of the beginning of deafness, and its effect on him was perceptible in the increased acrimony of his next speech.
"You young men think you know everything. I tell you it's a palpable Whig trick. And what business has Roger, if it is Roger the man wants, to go currying favour with the French? In my day we were content to hate 'em and to lick 'em. But it's just like your conceit, Osborne, setting yourself up to say it's your younger brother they're asking, and not you. I tell you it's you. They think the eldest son was sure to be called after his father, Roger Hamley, junior. It's as plain as a pikestaff. They know they can't catch me with chaff, but they've got up this French dodge. What business had you to go writing about the French, Roger? I should have thought you were too sensible to take any notice of their fancies and theories. But if it is you they've asked, I'll not have you going and meeting these foreigners at a Whig house. They ought to have asked Osborne. He's the representative of the Hamleys, if I'm not, and they can't get me, let 'em try ever so. Besides, Osborne has got a bit of the Mounseer about him, which he caught with being so fond of going off to the Continent, instead of coming back to his good old English home."
He went on repeating much of what he had said before, till he left the room. Osborne had kept on replying to his unreasonable grumblings, which had only added to his anger, and as soon as the squire was fairly gone, Osborne turned to Roger and said, "Of course you'll go, Roger. 10 to 1 he'll be in another mind to-morrow." "No," said Roger, bluntly enough, for he was extremely disappointed. "I won't run the chance of vexing him. I shall refuse."
"Don't be such a fool," exclaimed Osborne. "Really, my father is too unreasonable. You heard how he kept contradicting himself, and such a man as you to be kept under like a child by—"
"Don't let us talk any more about it, Osborne," said Roger, writing away fast. When the note was written and sent off, he came and put his hand caressingly on Osborne's shoulder, as he sat pretending to read, but in reality vexed with both his father and his brother, though on very different grounds. "How go the poems, old fellow? I hope they're nearly ready to bring out." "No, they're not, and if it weren't for the money I shouldn't care if they were never published. What's the use of fame if one mayn't reap the fruits of it?" "Come now, we'll have no more of that. Let's talk about the money. I shall be going up for my fellowship examination next week, and then we'll have a person common, for they'll never think of not giving me a fellowship now I'm senior wrangler. I'm short enough myself at present, and I don't like to bother my father, but when I'm fellow you shall take me down to Winchester and introduce me to the little wife." "It'll be a month next Monday since I left her," said Osborne, laying down his papers and gazing into the fire, as if by doing so he could call up her image. "In her letter this morning she bids me give you such a pretty message. It won't bear translating into English, you must read it for yourself," continued he, pointing out a line or two in a letter he drew from his pocket. Roger suspected that one or two of the words were wrongly spelt, but their purport was so gentle and loving, and had such a touch of simple, respectful gratitude in them, that he could not help being drawn afresh to the little unseen sister-in-law, whose acquaintance Osborne had made by helping her to look for some missing article of the children's, whom she was taking for their daily walk in Hyde Park. For Mrs. Osborne Hamley had been nothing more than a French bonne, very pretty, very graceful, and very much tyrannized over by the rough little boys and girls she had in charge. She was a little orphan girl, who had charmed the heads of a travelling English family, as she had brought Madame some articles of lingerie at an hotel, and she had been hastily engaged by them as bonne to their children, partly as a pet and plaything herself, partly because it would be so good for the children to learn French from a native of Alsace. By and by her mistress ceased to take any particular notice of Aimée in the bustle of London and London gaiety, but, though feeling more and more forlorn in a strange land every day, the French girl strove hard to do her duty. One touch of kindness, however, was enough to set the fountain gushing, and she and Osborne naturally fell into an ideal state of love, to be rudely disturbed by the indignation of the mother, when accident discovered to her the attachment existing between her children's bonne and a young man of an entirely different class.
M.A. answered truly to all her mistress's questions, but no worldly wisdom, nor any lesson to be learnt from another's experience, could in the least disturb her entire faith in her lover. Perhaps Mrs. Townsend did no more than her duty in immediately sending M.A. back to Metz, where she had first met with her, and where such relations as remained to the girl might be supposed to be residing. But altogether she knew so little of the kind of people or life to which she was consigning her deposed protégée, that Osborne, after listening with impatient indignation to the lecture which Mrs. Townsend gave him when he insisted on seeing her in order to learn what had become of his love, that the young man set off straight for Metz in hot haste, and did not let the grass grow under his feet until he had made M.A. his wife. All this had occurred the previous autumn, and Roger did not know of the step his brother had taken until it was irrevocable. Then came the mother's death, which, besides the simplicity of its own overwhelming sorrow, brought with it the loss of the kind, tender mediatrix who could always soften and turn his father's heart. It is doubtful, however, if even she could have succeeded in this, for the squire looked high and over high for the wife of his heir. He detested all foreigners, and overmore held all Roman Catholics in dread and abomination something akin to our ancestors' hatred of witchcraft. All these prejudices were strengthened by his grief. Argument would always have glanced harmless away off his shield of utter unreason, but a loving impulse, in a happy moment, might have softened his heart to what he most detested in the former days. But the happy moments came not now, and the loving impulses were trodden down by the bitterness of his frequent remorse, not less than by his growing irritability, so M.A. lived solitary in the little cottage near Winchester in which Osborne had installed her when she first came to England as his wife, and in the dainty furnishing of which he had run himself so deeply into debt. For Osborne consulted his own fastidious taste in his purchases rather than her simple childlike wishes and wants, and looked upon the little Frenchwoman rather as the future mistress of Hamley Hall than as the wife of a man who was wholly dependent on others at present. He had chosen a southern county as being far removed from those midland shires where the name of Hamley was well and widely known, for he did not wish his wife to assume, if only for a time, a name which was not justly and legally her own. In all these arrangements he had willingly striven to do his full duty by her, and she repaid him with passionate devotion and admiring reverence. If his vanity had met with a check, or his worthy desires for college honours had been disappointed, he knew where to go for a comforter, one who poured out praise till her words were choked in her throat by the rapidity of her thoughts, and who poured out the small vials of her indignation on every one who did not acknowledge and bow down to her husband's merits. If she ever wished to go to the chateau, that was his home, and be introduced to his family, Aimée never hinted a word of it to him. Only she did yearn, and she did plead, for a little more of her husband's company, and the good reasons which had convinced her of the necessity of his being so much away when he was present to urge them, failed in their efficacy when she tried to reproduce them to herself in his absence. The afternoon of the day on which Lord Hollingford called, Roger was going upstairs, 3 steps at a time, when at a turn of the landing he encountered his father. It was the first time he had seen him since their conversation about the Towers' invitation to dinner. The squire stopped his son by standing right in the middle of the passage.
"Thou'rt going to meet the Mounseer, my lad?"
said he, half as affirmation, half as question.
"No, sir. I sent off James almost immediately with a note declining it. I don't care about it, that's to say, not to signify." "Why did you take me up so sharp, Roger?"
said his father pettishly.
"You all take me up so hastily nowadays. I think it's hard when a man mustn't be allowed a bit of crossness when he's tired and heavy at heart, that I do."
"But, father, I should never like to go to a house where they had slighted you."
"Nay, nay, lad," said the squire, brightening up a little. "I think I slighted them. They asked me to dinner after my lord was made lieutenant, time after time, but I would never go near 'em. I call that my slighting them."
And no more was said at the time, but the next day the squire again stopped Roger.
"I've been making Jem try on his livery coat that he hasn't worn this 3 or 4 years. He's got too stout for it now."
"Well, he needn't wear it, need he? And Morgan's lad will be glad enough of it. He's sadly in want of clothes."
"Ay, ay, but who's to go with you when you call at the Towers? It's but polite to call after Lord What's-his-name has taken the trouble to come here, and I shouldn't like you to go without a groom."
"My dear father, I shouldn't know what to do with a man riding at my back. I can find my way to the stable-yard for myself,
or there'll be some man about to take my horse. Don't trouble yourself about that." "Well, you're not Osborne, to be sure. Perhaps it won't strike 'em as strange for you. But you must look up and hold your own, and remember you're one of the Hamleys, who've been on the same land for hundreds of years, while they're but trumpery Whig folk, who only came into the county in Queen Anne's time."
Chapter 28. Rivalry. For some days after the ball Cynthia seemed languid, and was very silent. Molly, who had promised herself fully as much enjoyment in talking over the past gaiety with Cynthia as in the evening itself, was disappointed when she found that all conversation on the subject was rather evaded than encouraged. Mrs. Gibson, it is true, was ready to go over the ground as many times as any one liked, but her words were always like ready-made clothes, and never fitted individual thoughts. Anybody might have used them, and with a change of proper names they might have served to describe any ball. She repeatedly used the same language in speaking about it, till Molly knew the sentences and their sequence even to irritation. "Ah, Mr. Osborne, you should have been there. I said to myself how many a time you really should have been there. You and your brother, of course." "I thought of you very often during the evening." "Did you? Now that I call very kind of you. Cynthia, darling, do you hear what Mr. Osborne Hamley was saying?" as Cynthia came into the room just then. "He thought of us all on the evening of the ball." "He did better than merely remember us, then," said Cynthia, with her soft, slow smile. "We owe him thanks for those beautiful flowers, mamma." "Oh," said Osborne, "you must not thank me exclusively. I believe it was my thought, but Roger took all the trouble of it." "I consider the thought is everything," said Mrs. Gibson. "Thought is spiritual, while action is merely material." This fine sentence took the speaker herself by surprise, and in such conversation as was then going on, it is not necessary to accurately define the meaning of everything that is said. "I'm afraid the flowers were too late to be of much use, though," continued Osborne. "I met Preston the next morning, and of course we talked about the ball. I was sorry to find he had been beforehand with us." "He only sent one nosegay, and that was for Cynthia," said Molly, looking up from her work. "And it did not come till after we had received the flowers from Hamley." Molly caught a sight of Cynthia's face before she bent down again to her sewing. It was scarlet in colour, and there was a flash of anger in her eyes. Both she and her mother hastened to speak as soon as Molly had finished, but Cynthia's voice was choked with passion, and Mrs. Gibson had the word. "Mr. Preston's bouquet was just one of those formal affairs any one can buy at a nursery garden, which always strike me as having no sentiment in them. I would far rather have 2 or 3 lilies of the valley gathered for me by a person I like, than the most expensive bouquet that could be bought." "Mr. Preston had no business to speak as if he had forestalled you," said Cynthia. "It came just as we were ready to go, and I put it into the fire directly." "Cynthia, my dear love," said Mrs. Gibson, who had never heard of the fate of the flowers until now, "what an idea of yourself you will give to Mr. Osborne Hamley! But to be sure I can quite understand it. You inherit my feeling, my prejudice, sentimental, I grant, against bought flowers." Cynthia was silent for a moment. Then she said, "I used some of your flowers, Mr. Hamley, to dress Molly's hair. It was a great temptation, for the colour so exactly matched her coral ornaments. But I believe she thought it treacherous to disturb the arrangement, so I ought to take all the blame on myself." "The arrangements was my brother's, as I told you, but I am sure he would have preferred seeing them in Miss Gibson's hair rather than in the blazing fire. Mr. Preston comes far the worst off." Osborne was rather amused at the whole affair, and would have liked to probe Cynthia's motives a little farther. He did not hear Molly saying in as soft a voice as if she were talking to herself, "I wore mine just as they were sent," for Mrs. Gibson came in with a total change of subject. "Speaking of lilies of the valley, is it true that they grow wild in Hurst Wood? It is not the season for them to be in flower yet, but when it is, I think we must take a walk there, with our luncheon in a basket, a little picnic, in fact. You'll join us, won't you?" turning to Osborne. "I think it's a charming plan. You could ride to Hollingford and put up your horse there, and we could have a long day in the woods, and all come home to dinner with a basket of lilies in the middle of the table." "I should like it very much," said Osborne.
but I may not be at home. Roger is more likely to be here, I believe, at that time, a month hence." He was thinking of the visit to London to sell his poems, and the run down to Winchester which he anticipated afterwards. The end of May had been the period fixed for this pleasure for some time, not merely in his own mind, but in writing to his wife. "Oh, but you must be with us. We must wait for Mr. Osborne, Hamley, must we not, Cynthia?" "I'm afraid the lilies won't wait," replied Cynthia. "Well, then, we must put it off till dog-rose and honeysuckle time. You will be home then, won't you? Or does the London season present too many attractions?" "I don't exactly know when dog-roses are in flower." "Not know? And you a poet? Don't you remember the lines? 'It was the time of roses, we plucked them as we passed.'" "Yes, but that doesn't specify the time of year that is the time of roses, and I believe my movements are guided more by the lunar calendar than the floral. You had better take my brother for your companion. He is practical in his love of flowers. I am only theoretical." "Does that fine word theoretical imply that you are ignorant?" asked Cynthia. "Of course we shall be happy to see your brother, but why can't we have you too? I confess to a little timidity in the presence of one so deep and learned as your brother is from all accounts. Give me a little charming ignorance, if one must call it by that hard word." Osborne bowed. It was very pleasant to him to be petted and flattered, even though he knew all the time that it was only flattery. It was an agreeable contrast to the home that was so dismal to him, to come to this house, where the society of two agreeable girls and the soothing syrup of their mother's speeches awaited him whenever he liked to come. To say nothing of the difference that struck upon his senses, poetical though he might esteem himself, of a sitting-room full of flowers and tokens of women's presence, where all the chairs were easy, and all the tables well covered with pretty things, to the great drawing-room at home, where the draperies were threadbare, and the seats uncomfortable, and no sign of feminine presence ever now lent a grace to the stiff arrangement of the furniture. Then the meals, light and well cooked, suited his taste and delicate appetite so much better than the rich and heavy viands prepared by the servants at the Hall. Osborne was becoming a little afraid of falling into the habit of paying too frequent visits to the Gibsons, and that not because he feared the consequences of his intercourse with the two young ladies, for he never thought of them excepting as friends. The fact of his marriage was constantly present to his mind, and Aimée too securely enthroned in his heart, for him to remember that he might be looked upon by others in the light of a possible husband. But the reflection forced itself upon him occasionally, whether he was not trespassing too often on hospitality, which he had at present no means of returning. But Mrs. Gibson, in her ignorance of the true state of affairs, was secretly exultant in the attraction which made him come so often and lounge away the hours in her house and garden. She had no doubt that it was Cynthia who drew him thither, and if the latter had been a little more amenable to reason, her mother would have made more frequent allusions than she did to the crisis which she thought was approaching. But she was restrained by the intuitive conviction that if her daughter became conscious of what was impending, and was made aware of Mrs. Gibson's cautious and quiet efforts to forward the catastrophe, the wilful girl would oppose herself to it with all her skill and power. As it was, Mrs. Gibson trusted that Cynthia's affections would become engaged before she knew where she was, and that in that case she would not attempt to frustrate her mother's delicate scheming, even though she did perceive it. But Cynthia had come across too many varieties of flirtation, admiration, and even passionate love, to be for a moment at fault as to the quiet friendly nature of Osborne's attentions. She received him always as a sister might a brother. It was different when Roger returned from his election as Fellow of Trinity. The trembling diffidence, the hardly suppressed ardour of his manner, made Cynthia understand before long with what kind of love she had now to deal. She did not put it into so many words, no, not even in her secret heart, but she recognized the difference between Roger's relation to her and Osborne's long before Mrs. Gibson found it out. Molly was, however, the first to discover the nature of Roger's attention. The first time they saw him after the ball, it came out to her observant eyes. Cynthia had not been looking well since that evening. She went slowly about the house, pale and heavy-eyed, and fond as she usually was of exercise and the free fresh air, there was hardly any persuading her now to go out for a walk. Molly watched this fading with tender anxiety, but to all her questions as to whether she had felt over-fatigued with her dancing, whether anything had occurred to annoy her, and all such inquiries, she replied in languid negatives.
Once Molly touched on Mr. Preston's name, and found that this was a subject on which Cynthia was raw. Now Cynthia's face lighted up with spirit, and her whole body showed her ill-repressed agitation, but she only said a few sharp words, expressive of anything but kindly feeling towards the gentleman, and then bade Molly never name his name to her again. Still the latter could not imagine that he was more than intensely distasteful to her friend as well as to herself. He could not be the cause of Cynthia's present indisposition. But this indisposition lasted so many days without change or modification that even Mrs. Gibson noticed it, and Molly became positively uneasy. Mrs. Gibson considered Cynthia's quietness and languor as the natural consequence of dancing with everybody who asked her at the ball. Partners whose names were in the red book would not have produced half the amount of fatigue, according to Mrs. Gibson's judgment apparently, and if Cynthia had been quite well, very probably she would have hit the blot in her mother's speech with one of her touches of sarcasm. Then again, when Cynthia did not rally, Mrs. Gibson grew impatient, and accused her of being fanciful and lazy. At length, and partly at Molly's insistence, there came an appeal to Mr. Gibson, and a professional examination of the supposed invalid, which Cynthia hated more than anything, especially when the verdict was that there was nothing very much the matter, only a general lowness of tone and depression of health and spirits, which would soon be remedied by tonics, and meanwhile she was not to be roused to exertion. "If there is one thing that I dislike," said Cynthia to Mr. Gibson, after he had pronounced tonics to be the cure for her present state, "it is the way doctors have of giving tablespoonful of nauseous mixtures as certain remedy for sorrows and cares." She laughed up in his face as she spoke. She had always a pretty word and smile for him, even in the midst of her loss of spirits. "Come, you acknowledge that you have sorrows by that speech. We'll make a bargain. If you'll tell me your sorrows and cares, I'll try and find some other remedy for them than giving you what we are pleased to term my nauseous mixtures." "No," said Cynthia, colouring. "I never said I had sorrows and cares. I spoke generally. What should I have a sorrow about? You and Molly are only too kind to me," her eyes filling with tears. "Well, well, we'll not talk of such gloomy things, and you shall have some sweet emulsion to disguise the taste of the bitters I shall be obliged to fall back upon." "Please don't. If you but knew how I dislike emulsions and disguises. I do want bitters, and if I'm obliged to, if I'm not truthful myself, I do like truth in others, at least, sometimes." She ended her sentence with another smile, but it was rather faint and watery. Now the first person out of the house to notice Cynthia's change of look and manner was Roger Hamley, and yet he did not see her until, under the influence of the nauseous mixture, she was beginning to recover. But his eyes were scarcely off her during the first 5 minutes he was in the room. All the time he was trying to talk to Mrs. Gibson in reply to her civil platitudes, he was studying Cynthia, and at the first convenient pause he came and stood before Molly, so as to interpose his person between her and the rest of the room, for some visitors had come in subsequent to his entrance. "Molly, how ill your sister is looking! What is it? Has she had advice? You must forgive me, but so often those who live together in the same house don't observe the first approaches of illness." Now Molly's love for Cynthia was fast and unwavering, but if anything tried it, it was the habit Roger had fallen into of always calling Cynthia Molly's sister in speaking to the latter. From any one else it would have been a matter of indifference to her, and hardly to be noticed. It vexed both ear and heart when Roger used the expression, and there was a curtness of manner as well as of words in her reply. "Oh, she was overtired by the ball. Papa has seen her, and says she will be all right very soon." "I wonder if she wants change of air," said Roger meditatively. I do wish we could have her at the Hall. You and your mother too, of course. But I don't see how it would be possible, or else how charming it would be." Molly felt as if a visit to the Hall under such circumstances would be altogether so different an affair to all her former ones, that she could hardly tell if she should like it or not. Roger went on. "You got our flowers in time, did you not? Ah, you don't know how often I thought of you that evening. And you enjoyed it too, didn't you? You had plenty of agreeable partners, and all that makes a first ball delightful. I heard that your sister danced every dance." "It was very pleasant," said Molly quietly. "But after all, I'm not sure if I want to go to another just yet. There seems to be so much trouble connected with the ball."
"Ah, you were thinking of your sister, and her not being well."
"No, I was not," said Molly, rather bluntly. "I was thinking of the dress, and the dressing, and the weariness the next day." He might think her unfeeling if he liked. She felt as if she had only too much feeling just then, for it was bringing on her a strange contraction of heart. But he was too inherently good himself to put any harsh construction on her speech. Just before he went away, while he was ostensibly holding her hand and wishing her good-bye, he said to her in a voice too low to be generally heard, "Is there anything I could do for your sister? We have plenty of books, as you know, if she cares for reading." Then, receiving no affirmative look or word from Molly in reply to this suggestion, he went on, "Or flowers? She likes flowers. Oh, and our forced strawberries are just ready. I will bring some over to-morrow." "I am sure she will like them," said Molly. For some reason or other unknown to the Gibsons, a longer interval than usual occurred between Osborne's visits, while Roger came almost every day, always with some fresh offering by which he openly sought to relieve Cynthia's indisposition as far as it lay in his power. Her manner to him was so gentle and gracious that Mrs. Gibson became alarmed, lest, in spite of his uncouthness, as she was pleased to term it, he might come to be preferred to Osborne, who was so strangely neglecting his own interests, in Mrs. Gibson's opinion. In her quiet way she contrived to pass many slights upon Roger, but the darts rebounded from his generous nature that could not have imagined her motives, and fastened themselves on Molly. She had often been called naughty and passionate when she was a child, and she thought now that she began to understand that she really had a violent temper. What seemed neither to hurt Roger nor annoy Cynthia made Molly's blood boil. And now she had once discovered Mrs. Gibson's wish to make Roger's visits shorter and less frequent, she was always on the watch for indications of this desire. She read her stepmother's heart when the latter made allusions to the squire's loneliness, now that Osborne was absent from the Hall, and that Roger was so often away amongst his friends during the day. "Mr. Gibson and I should be so delighted if you could have stopped to dinner, but of course we cannot be so selfish as to ask you to stay, when we remember how your father would be left alone. We were saying yesterday we wondered how he bore his solitude, poor old gentleman." Or, as soon as Roger came with his bunch of early roses, it was desirable for Cynthia to go and rest in her own room, while Molly had to accompany Mrs. Gibson on some improvised errand or call. Still Roger, whose object was to give pleasure to Cynthia, and who had, from his boyhood, been always certain of Mr. Gibson's friendly regard, was slow to perceive that he was not wanted. If he did not see Cynthia, that was his loss. At any rate, he heard how she was, and left her some little thing which he believed she would like, and was willing to risk the chance of his own gratification by calling 4 or 5 times in the hope of seeing her once. At last there came a day when Mrs. Gibson went beyond her usual negative snubbiness, and when, in some unwonted fit of crossness, for she was a very placid-tempered person in general, she was guilty of positive rudeness. Cynthia was very much better. Tonics had ministered to a mind diseased, though she hated to acknowledge it. Her pretty bloom and much of her light-heartedness had come back, and there was no cause remaining for anxiety. Mrs. Gibson was sitting at her embroidery in the drawing-room, and the 2 girls were at the window, Cynthia laughing at Molly's earnest endeavours to imitate the French accent in which the former had been reading a page of Voltaire. For the duty or the farce of settling to improving reading in the mornings was still kept up, although Lord Hollingford, the unconscious suggester of the idea, had gone back to town without making any of the efforts to see Molly again that Mrs. Gibson had anticipated on the night of the ball. That Alnaschar vision had fallen to the ground. It was as yet early morning, a delicious, fresh, lovely June day, the air redolent with the scents of flower growth and bloom, and half the time the girls had been ostensibly employed in the French reading, they had been leaning out of the open window trying to reach a cluster of climbing roses. They had secured them at last, and the buds lay on Cynthia's lap, but many of the petals had fallen off, so, though the perfume lingered about the window-seat, the full beauty of the flowers had passed away. Mrs. Gibson had once or twice reproved them for the merry noise they were making, which hindered her in the business of counting the stitches in her pattern, and she had set herself a certain quantity to do that morning before going out, and was of that nature which attaches infinite importance to fulfilling small resolutions, made about indifferent trifles without any reason whatever. "Mr. Roger Hamley,"
was announced. "So tiresome," said Mrs. Gibson, almost in his hearing, as she pushed away her embroidery frame. She put out her cold, motionless hand to him, with a half-murmured word of welcome, still eyeing her lost embroidery. He took no apparent notice, and passed on to the window. "How delicious!" said he. "No need for any more Hamley roses, now yours are out." "I agree with you," said Mrs. Gibson, replying to him before either Cynthia or Molly could speak, though he addressed his words to them. "You have been very kind in bringing us flowers so long, but now our own are out, we need not trouble you any more." He looked at her with a little surprise clouding his honest face. It was perhaps more at the tone than the words. Mrs. Gibson, however, had been bold enough to strike the first blow, and she determined to go on as opportunity offered. Molly would perhaps have been more pained if she had not seen Cynthia's colour rise. She waited for her to speak, if need were, for she knew that Roger's defence, if defence were required, might be safely entrusted to Cynthia's ready wit. He put out his hand for the shattered cluster of roses that lay in Cynthia's lap. "At any rate," said he, "my trouble, if Mrs. Gibson considers it has been trouble to me, will be overpaid if I may have this." "Old lamps for new," said Cynthia, smiling as she gave it to him. "I wish one could always buy nosegays such as you have brought us, as cheaply." "You forget the waste of time that I think we must reckon as part of the payment," said her mother. "Really, Mr. Hamley, we must learn to shut our doors on you if you come so often, and at such early hours. I settle myself to my own employment regularly after breakfast till lunch-time, and it is my wish to keep Cynthia and Molly to a course of improving reading and study, so desirable for young people of their age, if they are ever to become intelligent, companionable women. But with early visitors it is quite impossible to observe any regularity of habits." All this was said in that sweet, false tone which of late had gone through Molly like the scraping of a slate-pencil on a slate. Roger's face changed. His ruddy colour grew paler for a moment, and he looked grave and not pleased. In another moment the wonted frankness of expression returned. Why should not he asked himself, believe her? It was early to call. It did interrupt regular occupation. So he spoke and said, "I believe I have been very thoughtless. I'll not come so early again. But I had some excuse to-day. My brother told me you had made a plan for going to see Hurst Wood when the roses were out, and they are earlier than usual this year. I've been round to see. He spoke of a long day there, going before lunch." "The plan was made with Mr. Osborne, Hamley. I could not think of going without him," said Mrs. Gibson coldly. "I had a letter from him this morning, in which he named your wish, and he says he fears he cannot be at home until they are out of flower. I dare say they are not much to see in reality, but the day is so lovely I thought that the plan of going to Hurst Wood would be a charming excuse for being out of doors." "Thank you. How kind you are, and so good, too, in sacrificing your natural desire to be with your father as much as possible." "I am glad to say my father is so much better than he was in the winter, that he spends much of his time out of doors in his fields. He has been accustomed to go about alone, and we think that as great a return to his former habits as he can be induced to make is the best for him." "And when do you return to Cambridge?" There was some hesitation in Roger's manner as he replied, "It is uncertain. You probably know that I am to be a Fellow of Cambridge now. I hardly yet know what my future plans may be. I am thinking of going up to London soon." "Ah, London is the true place for a young man," said Mrs. Gibson with decision, as if she had reflected a good deal on the question. "If it were not that we are really so busy this morning, I should have been tempted to make an exception to our general rule. One more exception, for your early visits have made us make too many already. Perhaps, however, we may see you again before you go." "Certainly I shall come," replied he, rising to take his leave, and still holding the demolished roses in his hand. Then, addressing himself more especially to Cynthia, he added, "My stay in London will not exceed a fortnight or so. Is there anything I can do for you? Or you?" turning a little to Molly. "No, thank you very much," said Cynthia very sweetly, and then acting on a sudden impulse, she leant out of the window and gathered him some half-opened roses. "You deserve these. Do throw that poor shabby bunch away." His eyes brightened, his cheeks glowed. He took the offered buds,
but did not throw away the other bunch. "At any rate, I may come over after lunch is over, and the afternoons and evenings will be the most delicious time of day a month hence." He said this to both Molly and Cynthia, but in his heart he addressed it to the latter. Mrs. Gibson affected not to hear what he was saying, but held out her limp hand once more to him. "I suppose we shall see you when you return, and pray tell your brother how we are longing to have a visit from him again." When he had left the room, Molly's heart was quite full. She had watched his face, and read something of his feelings, his disappointment at their non-acquiescence in his plan of a day's pleasure in Hurst Wood, the delayed conviction that his presence was not welcome to the wife of his old friend, which had come so slowly upon him. Perhaps, after all, these things touched Molly more keenly than they did him. His bright look when Cynthia gave him the rosebuds indicated a gush of sudden delight more vivid than the pain he had shown by his previous increase of gravity. "I can't think why he will come at such untimely hours," said Mrs. Gibson, as soon as she heard him fairly out of the house. "It's different from Osborne. We are so much more intimate with him. He came and made friends with us all the time this stupid brother of his was muddling his brains with mathematics at Cambridge. Fellow of Trinity, indeed! I wish he would learn to stay there, and not come intruding here, and assuming that because I asked Osborne to join in a picnic, it was all the same to me which brother came." "In short, mamma, one man may steal a horse, but another must not look over the hedge," said Cynthia, pouting a little. "And the two brothers have always been treated so exactly alike by their friends, and there has been such a strong friendship between them, that it is no wonder Roger thinks he may be welcome where Osborne is allowed to come at all hours," continued Molly in high dudgeon. "Roger's muddled brains, indeed! Roger stupid!" "Oh, very well, my dears. When I was young it wouldn't have been thought becoming for girls of your age to fly out because a little restraint was exercised as to the hours at which they should receive the young men's calls, and they would have supposed that there might be good reasons why their parents disapproved of the visits of certain gentlemen, even while they were proud and pleased to see some members of the same family." "But that was what I said, mamma," said Cynthia, looking at her mother with an expression of innocent bewilderment on her face. "One man may—" "Be quiet, child! All proverbs are vulgar, and I do believe that is the vulgarest of all. You are really catching Roger Hamley's coarseness, Cynthia." "Mamma," said Cynthia, roused to anger, "I don't mind your abusing me, but Mr. Roger Hamley has been very kind to me while I've not been well. I can't bear to hear him disparaged. If he's coarse, I've no objection to be coarse as well, for it seems to me it must mean kindliness and pleasantness, and the bringing of pretty flowers and presents." Molly's tears were brimming over at these words. She could have kissed Cynthia for her warm partisanship, but afraid of betraying emotion and making a scene, as Mrs. Gibson called any signs of warm feeling, she laid down her book hastily, and ran upstairs to her room, and locked the door in order to breathe freely. There were traces of tears upon her face when she returned into the drawing-room half an hour afterwards, walking straight and demurely up to her former place, where Cynthia still sat and gazed idly out of the window, pouting and displeased. Mrs. Gibson, meanwhile, counting her stitches aloud with great distinctness and vigour.